You're about to step back into the golden age, an era when entertainment wasn't mindless or shallow, but crafted to ignite your imagination. In the theater of the mind, every story came alive, and every moment was packed with suspense, drama, and excitement. Unlike today's monotonous, predictable programming, what you hear will stimulate your brain and keep you on the edge of your seat. Get ready for thrilling adventures, chilling mysteries, and unforgettable characters. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where entertainment is as good as it gets.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. This evening, the DuPont Cavalcade brings you the story of a man whose name has become a symbol of authority in every home, office, and classroom in America. The schoolmaster to a nation, Noah Webster. We also have an announcement that will be of unusual interest to a number of our listeners. Many people who enjoy hearing the brief stories of chemistry told at the close of our broadcasts each week have asked for more information about these modern achievements of science. A 32-page booklet illustrated in color called Chemistry and You may be secured free of charge by writing DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware. We'll tell you more about it at the end of the program. We're sure you will want to send for this fascinating account of how chemical research works to produce, as DuPont expresses it, better things for better living through chemistry. As an overture, Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra played They Didn't Believe Me. The DuPont Cavalcade moves forward. America's first great lexicographer, was born in West Hartford, Connecticut, October 16, 1758. As a boy, he was very studious. When he was graduated from Yale in 1778, in his 20th year, he went back to his home. One day, his father and mother are in the family living room talking.
Let the boy alone, I tell you. He knows what he wants to do, and it's not our right to disturb him.
But, Father, he's been in his room for 3 days. He won't even come to the door. Must be something very serious to keep a boy from speaking to his mother.
It is serious. I suppose I may as well tell you, Mercy. You'll give me no rest until I do. I've told the boy the truth. He knows how poor we really are.
Oh, you shouldn't have told him.
I thought it was his right to know. We've given up much for him, Mercy, and done it willingly. But the time has come when he must manage for himself.
He's still so young.
He's a man now, Mercy. He must take up the burden.
You aren't going to send him away.
Well, he must decide that. Noah has had his share. We have Charles to think of now.
I suppose so. What did you tell him?
I told him that we had mortgaged the farm to give him his education.
Oh, Father, that was cruel. Did you have to do that?
He had to know sometime. I told him he would have to make his own living. I had done all I could.
So that's why he's locked himself in his room. You've broken his heart.
But, Mercy, we have other children. We must be just.
I'm going to knock on his door again. Perhaps he'll answer me. He's eaten nothing. He's breathing himself to death.
Quiet, Mercy. Here he comes now.
Noah, my dear, I've been so worried about you. Will you eat something now?
Presently, Mother.
Oh, you mustn't be hurt. You mustn't grieve.
I'm not grieving.
Noah, your father's told me. I know why you've been locked in your room.
You think I've been sulking.
I think his news has overwhelmed you, dear.
Well, I'm not overwhelmed, Mother. I've been blind not to realize the circumstances sooner.
But why have you shut yourself away?
I've been fortifying myself. Thinking.
Fortifying yourself?
Father, there's one thing I want most in all the world. I've thought about it for 3 days in there. It seems impossible, but my mind's made up. I'm determined to study law.
But that calls for money. Where will you get it?
I have a plan that I'm sure is right, Father. First, I'm going to be a schoolmaster. I can teach in the daytime and study law at night. It'll be a bargain. This country needs education, and I'll provide it in exchange for my own.
But you can't earn enough teaching here in Hartford in this little school.
Well, then I'll teach in a larger one, and larger, till I accomplish what I want.
I admire your spirit, boy, but...
Teaching's the one thing I know, Father. The one way out of all this.
After several years of combined teaching and studying, in which he not only mastered law, but French, Spanish, and Italian, Noah Webster moved to Sharon, Connecticut, and established his own academy. There he became a member of young Miss Juliana Smith's literary society and conducted singing school in the evenings. And there he fell in love with Rebecca Pardee. The singing school is holding its weekly session.
Please, Miss Juliana, a little more voice.
Very well.
Now, we'll have a few minutes recess. You probably all would like to move around.
I think so.
Rebecca.
Yes?
Did you hear him? Not singing, indeed, the big stupid.
Juliana, he'll hear you.
I shan't care if he does.
Oh, but it would hurt his feelings, and he's so kindly.
Well, he may be kindly, but he's surely tiresome.
Why, Juliana, how can you speak that way? Why, even your father says that he's bound to make his mark. That he's a painstaking man and a thorough student.
Oh, he's all of that, but I find him deadly dull.
Well, I don't.
Oh, Rebecca.
I think he's fascinating. I like him.
Oh, Rebecca, and I never even suspected it. Why, you're blushing.
Oh, Juliana, I'm sorry, but I've just got to talk to someone. I'm in the most awful predicament.
I don't understand.
Oh, Juliana,
The Major had come home on leave.
Oh, how thrilling. Rebecca, are you going to marry him?
Well, that's the trouble. I don't know.
Don't know why I thought...
Well, you thought I was walking out with him before he went away. Well, I was. And I liked him a great deal. We had, well, practically an understanding.
Now that he's home.
Now that he's home, he wants a definite answer to his offer of marriage.
Well, you are going to take him, aren't you?
Oh, Juliana, don't you see? That's the trouble. I've had an offer of marriage from Noel Webster, too.
Oh, and what does the Major say about that?
Well, the Major doesn't know. And Papa says I must choose between them at once. He prefers Noah, but he thinks that I'm bound to the Major. Mama prefers the Major.
Well, Rebecca, what are you going to do?
Well, you know as well as I do. In such situations, the custom has always been to put the decision up to the elders of the church. And Papa has taken the matter to the elders, Juliana.
And I imagine you're hoping they decide you can marry Noah Webster, even though you've had an understanding with the Major. When will you know?
Any moment now. Papa's coming over to tell me.
Rebecca.
Aha.
I've been looking all over for you. May I have the honor of escorting you home when singing school's over?
Why,
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Webster. I know you and Rebecca have matters of importance to discuss.
What? Is anything wrong, Rebecca?
nothing, Noah, except
You're pale. Are you ill?
not ill, really. Noah, I've something to tell you.
Something favorable, I hope.
Noah, I haven't been able to make up my mind.
You can't choose between us.
I like you both, Noah. But in a way, I'm bound to the Major.
Oh, Rebecca.
You see, before he left, I had an understanding with him. Before I met you. So the custom is, in such situations, to have the elders settle the issue. And I must accept their decision. But whatever they decide, I want you to know one thing, Noah.
Yes?
I...
Here's your father now.
Well-
Oh, Rebecca, is this right? Is it fair to leave our happiness to the decision of someone else? I care for you deeply.
Well, that was what I wanted to say to you, Noah. Now, before Papa comes, I'll have to do whatever the elders have decided. And perhaps it is right that I should marry the Major, but I love you.
Oh, Rebecca.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Webster.
Good evening, Mr. Party.
Rebecca,
Papa, tell us.
Mr. Webster understands our position.
I've just told him, Father. Oh, please.
The elders have given the matter much consideration, Mr. Webster.
And their decision?
Their decision is that it's Rebecca's duty to marry the Major.
Oh. My best wishes to you and the Major, Miss Party.
Mr. Webster, I'm sorry.
Oh, Noah.
Will you give him my congratulations, and if I don't see you again, will you know that I shall never cease to wish for your happiness?
Not see me again.
I'm leaving Sharon immediately.
Leaving? Giving up your school?
Oh, come now, Mr. Webster. You'll get over this.
Yes, I shall get over it. But that doesn't make the pain any less now.
So Noah Webster left Sharon and buried himself in his work. In those days, education was in demand by our rapidly expanding country. Webster became more and more conscious of the need for a system adapted to the needs of the new nation. In 1782, he made his first contribution. The scene is the study of Dr. Ezra Stiles of Yale College.
And so, Dr. Stiles, I've brought the manuscript of my spelling book to you, with the comments of those who have examined it at Princeton and the University of Pennsylvania.
Now, let me understand you, Mr. Webster. This speller is to be the first of a series of textbooks which you hope will revolutionize American education. Is that it?
I hope it'll be the basis for a complete new system of education in this country, Mr. Stiles. The one we have now scarcely can be called American. Our textbooks originate in England. Our history, our geography, our public sentiments, all British.
Yes, that unfortunately is true.
I expect to follow this speller with a grammar, and then a reader, Dr. Stiles. My hope is to accomplish three things: to simplify and unify our language, lay down a common rule of spelling and pronunciation, and to promote a spirit of patriotism.
Well, young man, isn't that a rather extensive program?
Perhaps. But as you say, I am a young man. America must be as independent in literature as she is in politics. And it's not impossible that a man of my youth may have some influence in arousing a literary spirit in our country.
I'm very much interested in this, Mr. Webster. Indeed, I see in this book of yours a far-reaching force. But I fear you've approached it with too much timidity. The American Instructor is too modest a title for such a book.
Well, what would you suggest, sir?
Well, I suggest that you call it a Grammatical Institute of the English Language.
I'm afraid I should be considered presumptuous.
Assuredly, you will be considered presumptuous. You'll be attacked from all sides. But your purpose is worthy of the battle.
But, Dr. Stiles, you're proposing that I set myself up as an absolute authority.
I'm proposing more than that, Mr. Webster. I'm proposing that you become the lawgiver in language here in America.
Noah Webster's Grammatical Institute, in spite of attack and ridicule, gained immediate popularity. But Webster had sold his royalty rights for a few $100s and was as poor as ever. He traveled to the country preaching his doctrine of nationalism, and in Boston found a second Rebecca, a gay and charming girl. After an understanding, which lasted more than 2 years, he married Rebecca Greenleaf and settled in Hartford. The day following their marriage, they go to inspect their new home.
My dear, I marvel at your ability. When I realize that you have furnished a house completely, furniture, china, looking glasses, and bought your wardrobe, all from the wedding check which your brother James gave us, I'm amazed. We start our married life comfortably and free from debt.
Well, Noah,
Why, Becca, the furniture for the parlor hasn't arrived. That's strange.
Well, Noah, I must tell you.
Well, the other things all seem to be here. Sitting and dining room are in order. And, why, Becca, nothing has come for the kitchen.
Noah, please come here and listen to me. I meant to tell you before, but I was afraid you'd scold me.
Oh, what's the matter, Becca? Couldn't the store fill the order? It was ample time.
It wasn't that, Noah. It was that, well, when I came to pay for the things, I'd spent all the money.
Spent all the money? What? I gave you a whole $1,000.
I know, but the chintz was so lovely, and I didn't know it would cost so much. Oh, Noah, I'm afraid I'm a very bad manager.
Becca, do you mean that you didn't plan? That you just went ahead and ordered all these things without figuring out the cost?
Well, I'm afraid so. Oh, Noah, please don't look like that. I can't help it. I'd counted on that money to cover all our expenses.
Becca, how much are you short?
Well, the money's all gone. I haven't paid for any of my clothes, even my wedding dress. And there's no furniture for the parlor, and no carpet. Oh, no. I haven't bought a single thing for the kitchen.
And so Noah Webster started his family life under the financial cloud which seemed always to hang over him. But he adored his wife, who was always light-hearted in spite of his serious-minded attitude. In 1793, he moved his family to New York and became editor of the American Minerva. His editorial views met with violent opposition. In May 1800, he is in the office of the magazine in conversation with his editor, Samuel Bayer.
I don't understand it, Bayer. I've been honest in my policies, frank in my opinions. What is my fault? Why am I the object of all this conflict?
Well, perhaps you've been too honest, too frank. A man who has not said all has less to retract, you know, when the opposition is in power.
Yet I've only sought to point out
Where they were wrong. No man can do that and be loved, Mr. Webster.
But I've only wanted to be a prompter. A man who sits behind the scenes to help the actor when he forgets. A prompter does very little, but that little is necessary and does much good. I've wanted to show the vice and the folly.
You have done that at every point, Mr. Webster. It has not been without effect. You have many admirers. You have also many enemies.
Why? Why, when I am only trying to do good? Why should they hate me so?
Human nature hates correction.
I suppose so. Well, then, I must fortify myself for the greatest hatred I have ever faced. For I am about to undertake wholesale correction.
What are you going to do now?
Finish the work of which I have dreamed for years. I am about to compile a complete dictionary by it. I am about to record the American language.
Noah Webster had set aside a period of 5 years in which to complete his dictionary. But he soon realized that it was an undertaking to which he might well dedicate the remainder of his life. He was determined to include all words in what he called the living English language. By 1813, he had mastered 20 languages. Slowly, painstakingly, hour after hour, year after year, he collected his material. Late one night, his wife tiptoes into his study.
Noah, my dear, can't you stop now?
Presently.
It's growing late.
Yes, I know. Becca, it's very strange. A root word in 20 languages remains the same. Only see how the consonants change. F, P, and look here.
Noah, you've been working since early this morning. You mustn't.
It proves, Becca. It proves. And it can be traced. In English, it becomes
You
F.
aren't even listening to me. You'll make yourself ill, Noah. The doctor told
Hand me
me.
the French dictionary, will you, dear? It goes on and on.
You'll have another heart attack. Please listen to me.
Of course, my dear, of course. I am listening to you. You were saying, Becca, now. In the Latin...
Noah, it's 3 o'clock and the fire is out. You must stop.
What? What is it, dear?
You're going to stop work. Now.
Very well. Why didn't you tell me it was growing late?
Tell you? Oh, my dear, your eyes are inflamed again.
Oh, they're only tired. This is close study. Oh, Becca, all this must be very wearisome to you. And I'm sorry. But whatever should I do without you?
Noah Webster was 70 years old when in 1828 he returned from months of patient research abroad and took up his usual routine again in his study in New Haven. In the next room, Mrs. Webster talks with a group of neighbors.
I'm sorry that I can't disturb him, but it is a rule even on his first day at home.
Well, we only came to bid him welcome.
We hear his dictionary is almost finished.
Yes, it is nearing completion, but he's still working.
Well, Mrs. Webster, we've planned a little celebration in honor of Mr. Webster's return. Some of the professors are coming over from Yale, and quite a lot of the townsfolk. And I took the liberty of writing your daughters, and they'll all be here most any time now.
Why, that is a surprise.
We want Mr. Webster to know that New Haven's proud of him. We think he's doing a fine thing in writing this dictionary. A thing folks will remember and be grateful for. Oh, but there'll be people here to tell him better than I can. But when can we see him, Mrs. Webster?
Well, I usually go in and interrupt him about 4 o'clock. Take him some fruit or cake.
Well, it's most 4 now, and folks will be coming soon.
Well, I'll go in and sort of pave the way. Noah?
Oh, Becca, my dear.
Are you busy, Noah?
No, I'm not busy any longer. Becca, I've just written the last word.
You've actually finished?
The dictionary is complete.
No.
28 years.
Oh, my dear.
It's been a long time.
As some of your friends are outside, Noah, they know that you've returned.
Oh, why didn't you tell me before?
Well, I didn't like to disturb you when you were at work.
Faithful Rebecca. Our work is done now. And I owe much to you. Our prayers have been answered that we might be spared to do this work. God has been good to us, Becca. Here, give me your hand. Let us give thanks together.
Amen.
Amen. And now, our friends, Rebecca, ask them to come in.
Noah Webster lived to be a patriarch of 85. The storm which centered about his textbooks and his dictionary died away, and his American version of the Bible occupied his old age. He died May 28, 1843, but he lives in the memory of America as both teacher and preacher. DuPont is proud to salute him tonight as a nation's schoolmaster in the Cavalcade of America.
Vast changes have taken place since Noah Webster's time. We live in different kinds of homes from those of just a few years ago, wear clothes made of new materials, eat different kinds of foods, move about in new types of conveyances. Many of these changes have been brought about through chemistry. From research laboratories such as those maintained by the DuPont Company comes a stream of new and better products to add to our comfort, convenience, and welfare. The DuPont Company's annual report, recently released, shows in a striking way just how fast things are changing. The report pointed out that 12 lines of products developed or improved during the past 10 years now represent about 40% of DuPont's annual sales. These 12 groups of products alone, ranging from Dulux finishes through camphor, dyes, rayon, and chloroprene rubber, last year provided jobs for 18,000 workers, or 7,300 more than were employed on the same groups in 1928. Recognizing people's keen interest in information about this fast-changing wonder world of chemistry, the editors of Popular Mechanics magazine have just been running a series of illustrated articles containing some unusual stories of chemistry. Much of the information they contain is so fresh and new, it's not yet to be found even in the encyclopedia. Many listeners to the Cavalcade of America have asked for additional information on the brief stories of chemistry given on these programs. Therefore, we've secured permission to have these Popular Mechanics magazine articles reprinted in the form of a 32-page booklet, especially for our Cavalcade audience. This booklet is called Chemistry and You, and you may secure a copy simply by writing DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware. Do you know the story behind the long struggle to produce a man-made product better than the rubber from nature's rubber trees? Or how an astonishing new healing agent for wounds was discovered? These stories and others are told in this booklet, Chemistry and You, illustrated with more than 50 pictures, many of them in full color. It's a fascinating story, told in an easy-to-understand way. Just address DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware, and ask for the free booklet, Chemistry and You. Of course, if you care to comment on these Cavalcade of America programs, which we are trying to make more interesting each week, we will welcome that too. The story of one of the most remarkable women of our time, Anne Sullivan Macy, and how she taught Helen Keller a method of communication with the outside world, will be the subject of our broadcast when next week at the same time, DuPont again presents the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Wallace Beery in The Champ with Josephine Hutchinson, Noah Beery, and Bobby Larson. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There's a very select gallery of screen portraits that have become living memories to the people of our time. And that's about as near as any screen mortal can come to immortality. Wallace Beery's portrayal of the Champ won him a Special Academy Award in 1932, a portrait still so vivid that only Wallace Beery could bring the Champ back to life in the Lux Radio Theater tonight. Besides the award to its star, the MGM picture also won Academy honors as the best original screen story of the year. So we think we have what is a blue ribbon bill, backed, of course, by our blue ribbon product, Lux Toilet Soap, which has won the award of confidence from millions of women throughout the country. The Champ is the story of a father and son whose devotion took plenty of hard knocks, but never went down for the count. The father happens to be a prize fighter, a former champion. But that isn't the important thing in the story. The Champ's greatest battle wasn't fought in the ring at all. It was fought within himself to become a champion as a father. And that brings us to Dink, the vagabond son of this vagabond father. Anyone who saw the picture will remember the tear-stained face of Jackie Cooper as he stood by the Champ against the world. Jackie's about 7 years too old for the part now. But we asked him to help us out by suggesting a young actor to play the boy in the Champ tonight. His suggestion and our choice was Bobby Larson. Bobby is the lad who read Lincoln's Gettysburg Address in the picture Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Wallace Beery is in friendly company tonight, for his brother Noah Beery is here to play the part of Tony. And as Linda, we have Miss Josephine Hutchinson, one of Hollywood's most able dramatic actresses. So we ring up the curtain on Act One of The Champ, starring Wallace Beery in the title role, with Josephine Hutchinson as Linda, Noah Beery as Tony, and Bobby Larson as Dink. Just below the California border lies the sprawling little town of Tijuana, famous during the Prohibition era as a mecca for American tourists. Its muddy, unpaved streets were an endless procession of bars and gambling halls, where tourist and native rubbed shoulders in an atmosphere of desperate gaiety, of noise and smoke, and the spicy odors of Mexican food. The streets are ablaze now, for it's Saturday night, and the town is at its merriest. Threading his way through the crowd comes a ragged, dirty-faced boy, Dink Purcell. Though he's only 7, he walks with confidence, for Dink is at home in this boiling border town.
Hello, Dink.
Hello, Zay. You seen the Champ?
Your papa? No, I've not seen him tonight.
Well, if you do, tell him I'm looking for him, will you?
Sure, I tell him.
Hi there, Dink. Hello, Mary. You seen the Champ?
Try Goldie's bar.
My dear, he ain't there.
I wouldn't know that.
I got a jackpot.
Hey, Dink, where you going, Dink?
Come here, Jonah. You ain't seen the Champ, have you?
Not me, no, sir.
I gotta find him. There's a couple of guys waiting up the creeks. They got a fight lined up for him.
A fight? Your old man ain't had a fight in a long time.
That don't make no difference. He's still the greatest fighter in the world.
Sure, Dink. I didn't say nothing.
If the Champ wins this fight, he said he's gonna buy me a horse.
A real horse?
Now what you think? A wooden one?
A real horse. Man, oh man.
Come on, Jonah. Help me look for the Champ.
Okay. Maybe he's down to Louis' place.
Yes, sir. I'm telling you, Louis, if I get a crack at this big Mex, I'll be right back where I was, Louis.
Yeah, top of the heap. World's champion again, eh?
I'll be the world's champ again. You watch and see.
Sure, I'll watch. It's $1.40 you owe me, champ. You want to pay now?
Sure.
Hey, Champ.
Well, if it ain't the little spitball. How you, Dink?
Gee, Champ, I've been looking all over for you. Those promoters are up at the creeks. They're waiting for you.
They are? Doggone, I forgot about it.
You gotta straighten up, Champ. Come on.
Sure.
Hey, Jonah, get some ice. And tell Curly to open a can of tomatoes.
Okay, Dink.
Say, what's the matter with you? I'm all right.
They've been there for over an hour. Gosh, Champ, what did you have to go forget? You might have spoiled everything.
Hey, Louis, listen to that kid of mine bawling me out. He's rough on me, that kid is. Oh, Dink, I'm going to be good from now on. Honest, no kidding.
Yeah, you said that yesterday.
I know, but this time I mean it, honest.
Here's the ice, Dink.
Okay, put the back of his neck with it.
Oh, cut it out, will you, Dink?
Tomatoes, kid.
Come on, Champ. Drink this.
Listen, I don't like that stuff.
You've got to straighten up. Come on, drink it. 1, 2, 3. That's right. Attaboy, Champ.
That's terrible, that stuff.
Feel all right now?
Sure, I'm fine.
Fix your hat. We gotta look right when we meet those guys.
Where are they? Come on, bring them on.
They're at the Greeks, I told you. Sponge is there, too. He's giving you a big build-up.
What do you mean, Sponge is giving me a build-up? I don't need any build-up.
I know, Champ. Sponge is just helping, that's all. Now, come on. And don't let on to them that anything's wrong, huh?
Don't you worry. They won't guess, Dink. Providing nothing gets me away.
Here's another one here, fellas. This picture shows the Champ wearing a diamond belt. Looks great, don't he?
Yeah, he looks fine, Sponge, but that was 6 years ago. What we want to know is, how does he look right now?
Same way, absolutely. He'll be here in a minute. You can see for yourself.
Yeah, that's what we're waiting for, Sponge.
Well, now, suppose we talk dough, huh? Now, my idea was this. Andy can still draw a big gate in San Diego or anywhere.
Hiya,
now, what?
boys. How's
Champ.
everybody?
I found him, Sponge. He's working out in the gym. Well, sit down, Champ. You must be tired.
Yeah, thanks. Well, gentlemen, what's your proposition?
I was just talking that over with the boys, Champ. I was
Wait
saying...
a minute. Let us do a little talking for a change. How's your condition, Andy?
Who, me? I'm fine, better than ever. You only have to look at me to know that.
Yeah.
You tore 3 punching bags loose last week, didn't you, Champ?
Sure.
Stand up, Andy.
What for?
We want to take a look at you.
Okay, sure. What do you think, huh? Feel that arm? Hard as a rock. I'm as good now as... Pardon me, must have been something I ate.
Yeah. Seen enough, Harry?
I guess so.
Well, now that we're all set, what about the gate? We ought to get 20% at least.
We're giving it to you, Sponge. All of it.
Huh?
The fight's off. Sorry, Andy. No can do.
I don't get you.
No? You've probably heard this before. Maybe the night you lost the championship. Booze fighting and prize fighting don't mix.
What are you talking about? There's nothing the matter with me. Nothing, see?
Sit down, Andy, before you trip over your stomach. Come on, Harry.
Yeah. Sorry, Champ.
Well, that settles that. A fine time you picked, Champ. Tonight of all nights you had
shut up, shut up.
Right,
Go on, get out of here.
Okay.
Get out. Here, Dink, come here. You don't believe what that guy said about me not being right when I lost the champion, do you, Dink, huh?
No.
You know I wouldn't lie to you, would you?
Yeah.
Sure. Boy, I guess I'll hit the hay, huh?
Oh, don't bend over. I'll unlace your shoes.
Oh, no, I can do that.
Oh, give me your foot.
Dink, listen. I would have been all right tonight, only there was some people invited me. Well, you know how it is, don't you, huh?
Sure. Lay down on the bed. I'll pull your pants off.
Oh, you don't have to treat me like I couldn't take care of myself.
Oh, go ahead. You ought to get some sleep.
Who? What's that?
$1. Here, the last we got, huh?
Yeah, guess so. Here, Dink. Spit on it, Dink. Go ahead for luck. Spit on it.
Okay.
Hello, boy. You know things are going to change now, Dink. You wait until you see I'm going to behave myself from now on. Word of honor. I'll even quit gambling. You'd like that, wouldn't you? You hear what I said, Dink?
Yeah, I heard you.
Are you coming to bed?
In a little while.
Dink, I'm awfully sorry. Honest, I am. Good night, Dink.
Good night, Champ.
Dink, come on. Here, wake up. It's morning. Dink, wake up.
Oh, what's the matter?
Come on, get out of bed. I got something to show you.
What?
Listen, Dink, you remember that dollar you spit on last night for luck? Well, I took it out this morning, and it sure brought it. 8 passes, one after another.
Yeah, I thought you was gonna gamble no more.
Well, I forgot it, Dink. I won plenty of money, though. It ain't wrong when you win, is it? Here, look. See this watch? I got it for you.
Thanks, champ.
What's the matter?
Well, nothing, it's swell. Well, I guess I'll get dressed.
Wait a minute. Come over to the window here. Now look down there. See? See what Sponge has got down the street?
He's got a horse.
You think you could cotton to that?
You mean that...
Yes, the horse is yours.
Mine? Oh, boy, let me see him.
Here, come back here. You ain't got your pants on. You can't run around without your pants.
Easy, fella. Easy, boy. Take it easy.
Oh, gee, he's wonderful. Where'd you get him, champ?
I won him from Joe.
And he's mine? All mine?
Sure, just like what I said.
He's a racehorse, ain't he?
Well, he ran in a race once.
He could be a winner, though. Couldn't he, Sponge?
Why, sure. After I work on him for a little while, he'll make the grade.
Gee.
His name is Butterfly.
Butterfly. That's a heck of a name for a horse. We gotta change it.
Okay, what'll we call him?
I know. We call him Little Champ. You're the big champ because you're the best fighter in the world, and he's Little Champ because he's gonna be the greatest racehorse in the world.
Say, that's not a bad idea.
And we can start getting him ready and end him in a race right away.
Sure, Sponge will have him set in no time.
Oh, gee, thanks, champ.
Dink, here I is over here.
What'd you find out, Jonah?
The odds is way against us, Dink.
Huh?
Little champ, they've got him now 20-1.
Yeah. Who's the favorite?
Horse by the name of Blue Boy is the favorite. There he is over there. See? They're taking pictures of him.
Come on. I want to take a look.
One side, please. One side. Oh, Mr. Carlton. Mr. Carlton.
Yes?
I'm from the San Diego Herald. Would you and Mrs. Carlton mind posing for a picture with Blue Boy?
Not at all. Well, Linda, we're going to have our pictures taken.
Oh, how nice.
Blue Boy is Mrs. Carlton's horse, isn't he?
Is?
A birthday gift from my husband.
And he's the favorite today.
Who? My husband?
All right, now, a little to the right, please. There, that's it. Thank you very much.
Not at all.
Horses to the post, please. Jockeys up.
See, lady, I wouldn't bet on that horse if I were you.
You wouldn't?
No. If you got any money, you'd better put it on my horse. There he is, just going out.
He does look mighty good.
Good? He's gonna be the winner.
Then we'll be sure and bet on him. What's his name?
Little Champ.
And what's your name?
Dink. What's yours?
Linda. I think Dink's a very nice name.
Well, Linda ain't a bad name neither.
Tony, dear, put $50 on Little Champ.
Sure. I'll see you up in the box.
You won't be sorry, lady.
No, ma'am, you sure won't.
Oh, I haven't been introduced to this gentleman.
Oh, he's Jonah. I pay her. Jonah, shake hands with Mrs. Linda.
How do you do?
Yas'm.
He's colored.
So he is. A very nice color.
Snap it up, folks. Snap it up. Oh, hello, Mr. Carlton.
Hello. 50 to place on Little Champ, please.
Hey, give me 20 on Little Champ. 20 on Little Champ, excuse me.
Hello, Andy.
Oh, hello, Carlton. I thought you never came out west.
We're spending the winter in California.
We? Meaning,
Yes, Linda and I.
Yeah, well, that's good enough.
No more bets, folks. They're at the post.
Get off!
Tony, what took you so long? Why, you look as if you'd seen a ghost, Tony.
I have, Linda. I saw Andy.
Andy? Where?
Look down there, by the rail.
Yes, I see him.
You see that boy with him?
Why, it's the same one who... Tony!
Yes.
Come on, take it easy. Take it easy, Dink. Take it easy.
Go on, Little Champ.
Keep your hands to yourself, will you, Dink?
Look at him. He's coming up. He's gaining.
If you don't quit sloughing me, I'll murder you.
Go on, Little Champ. Go on, go on. Oh, Champ. He failed. He failed.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right.
Oh, he's broken his leg. Oh, Champ.
Take it easy. He's all right, kid. Look, he's getting up. He's okay. He's just winded, that's all.
Oh, gosh. I gotta see him. I gotta see him.
Think the nag's okay, Sponge?
Yeah, guess so. He looks all right from here.
Tough break, huh? Tough on the kid.
Well, it's not so good on us neither. We're clean again.
We've been broke before. Come on, let's get out of here.
Andy,
Yeah. What do you want?
I'd like to see you alone.
Okay. Come on. Well, spell it.
Andy, is Dink Linda's child? Is he?
Yeah. What about it?
She'd like to see him, Andy.
Yeah, so what?
Well, I think you ought to let her.
Why? She washed the both of us up a long time ago, didn't she? Didn't she?
Well, it was a mistake, Andy. Your marriage to Linda. I'd known her since she was a child and loved her.
Yeah, you was her class. I was just a runner-up who couldn't make the grade, so she gave me the gate.
I'm sorry, Andy.
Yeah, that does a lot of good.
Let Linda see the boy.
Not a chance. The courts gave me custody of the kid, and I'm keeping it. Besides, you got a kid of your own, ain't you?
Yes, we have a little girl. But Dink is also Linda's child.
No. She's got you. And a new kid. I got Dink. We all stay just as we are.
She'd give anything in the world to talk to him, Andy.
Anything? How much?
I wasn't thinking in terms of money.
Okay, then. Okay.
Now, wait. All right, Andy. Here's $100. Bring him over to the hotel tomorrow. There'll be another 100. All right?
Well, I'll tell you. I got to sleep on it. If I decide that I don't want to see him, why, I'll send this back to you. So long.
The curtain falls on Act 1 of our play as the champ debates whether or not to let Linda see their son. Before Wallace Beery and Josephine Hutchinson return for the second act, we have a brief intermission, and Mr. Ruick and our trio investigate an interesting subject.
Are you ready, Sally and Irene and Mary?
Yes, but first I'd like to ask you a question, Mr. Ruick.
All right.
Do you ever read the Lost and Found section in the newspaper?
Why, yes, once in a while I do. Why?
Well, the other day we were looking at the Lost column, and here's the thought that came to us. Lost and found columns have items so solemn of lost a cat, lost a hat. Yet they could add something even much sadder than lost a purse. Much worse. Yes, if the lost and found section said lost a lovely complexion somewhere between the time I was 16 and today. Reward, Miss J.
That would be tragic. And you could read between the lines, too. Miss J probably didn't know when she lost her complexion beauty or how. She just woke up one day and realized her skin was no longer smooth and clear.
But we know that a nice complexion didn't disappear in one day.
No. Probably Miss J had been making one mistake for a long time. The mistake of not removing dust and dirt and stale cosmetics thoroughly. You know, that's the kind of neglect that gradually causes cosmetic skin. Dullness, unpleasant little blemishes, and enlarged pores. That's why it's important to give your skin thorough Lux toilet soap care every day. This mild white soap has active lather that carries away swiftly and surely every last particle of dust and dirt. Active lather gives you the protection of perfect cleansing. Use cosmetics all you like, but use gentle white Lux toilet soap regularly. Remember how important soft, appealing skin is. I promise you that you will have found the complexion care you've been looking for when you found Lux toilet soap.
Found Lux, your spirits go leaping. Found Lux, and finding is keeping. Keeping to one soap when you have found Lux. Gentle white Lux soap.
Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Champ, starring Wallace Beery in the title role, with Josephine Hutchinson as Linda, Noah Beery as Tony, and Bobby Larson as Dink. It's only a few miles from the Champ's dingy quarters in Tijuana to the sedate beauty of the American Hotel in Caliente, but it's a new world to Dink. In the living room of his mother's apartment, where the Champ has sent him without a word of explanation, Dink is bewildered and ill at ease. At last the door opens, and Linda comes in.
Hello, Dink.
Oh, hello, Linda.
I'm so glad to see you again, Dink.
Yeah? I was wondering.
Why?
Well, on account of losing that dough for you at the race.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
Ain't that the reason you wanted to see me?
No. It was a lot more important than that.
Well, say, this ain't a bad dump you got here, Linda.
I'm glad you like it.
Yeah. The champion ain't fixed up as well as this, but our joint's more lively. It's right over the Greek saloon. I like to listen to piano playing, but I'm waiting for the champ to come home nights.
Does your father leave you alone often?
No, he takes me most every place, especially when he shoots dice. I'm good luck to him.
You like your father very much, don't you?
The champ is the greatest guy in the world. Say, you ought to meet him sometime, Linda.
I have met him, Dink. Hasn't your father told you who I am?
No.
Well, has he ever talked to you about your mother?
Oh, yeah. She kicked the bucket before I was born.
Is that what he told you?
Well, I heard it someplace.
Dink, try to understand. I'm your mother.
Oh, no.
Yes, Dink, I am.
My mother? Then why didn't you live in with the champ and me?
Well, your father and I disagreed. I'm married to Mr. Carlton now.
Then you ain't married to the champ anymore?
No.
Oh, well, then you ain't my mother. How could you be?
Oh, Dink.
Oh, what you crying about?
Dink, I am your mother. Nothing that happened between your father and me can change that.
Well, that's all right. You don't have to cry about it. I like you and...
Do you, Dink? Do you really?
Sure. Well, I gotta go now.
Dink, I wish you'd kiss me.
Oh, no. I don't kiss dames.
Please, Dink.
Oh, what's a good Ned?
I'd like you to.
Well, okay. So long.
So long, Dink.
Come down to Tijuana sometime. I'll show you around.
Oh, Linda. What's happened, darling?
He doesn't even want to know me.
Well, don't say that, darling. He just doesn't understand yet. How could he?
Oh, Tony, if he grows up in that background, I'll blame myself all my life. We've got to get him out of it, Tony. We've got to.
Come on, Dice. Be good to me. Come on, Papa. 1 mile to go, yeah. There she is, little Phoebe. Come on, let's shoot the whole works.
Hey, take it easy, champ. You're way ahead of the game.
Don't bother me. Where's Dink? Hey, Dink. Come on here. Wake up. Come on, kid. You know what to do. Make the dice lucky for me. Come on.
Aw, champ. I run out of spit.
Come on, don't give me that.
Okay. It's awful late, champ. Ain't we gonna hit the hay soon?
Sure, soon. 8 her from the caber. Come on, that ain't hard to make. Come on.
I'm dying on my feet, champ. Come on home, will you?
Oh, we can't quit now, Dink. We're going good. Come on. That does it. Come on.
Holy Mikey, won again.
Hey, champ.
Yeah, what?
Guy outside wants to see you.
Oh, get out of here. Go on, I'm busy.
He said it was important. His name's Carlton.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Here, Sponge, take the dice. You shoot your own dough, though.
Oh, okay, champ.
Andy, I wanted to speak to you.
Yeah? Well, spill it.
Andy, Linda and I have a proposition to make you.
Yeah?
We want you to give us Dink for 6 months.
Why?
Because we want to help him. We want to do something for the boy.
Like what, for instance?
Well, send him to school, give him a different environment.
He's got plenty of environment right here. I'm busy.
Now, wait. I know that you love him, Andy, and Dink loves you, but this is sort of a life for a kid. Come on, give the boy a chance. If you love him, Andy...
I had a hunch she'd pull something like this. Why, I got to do a lot of counting to keep from smacking you down. Look, you see this dough? I got pretty close to $4 grand here. I'm going to send that kid to school, and I'll get him dressed up, too. Him and me's going to travel. What do you say to that?
We wanted to get nasty, Andy. We could take that boy away from you. You're not a good father, you know.
You... Go on, beat it, Carlton. Go on.
I'm sorry. I thought I'd give it to you straight, Andy.
Here's the champ. Come on, champ. It's still your roll.
All right, give me those dice. Come on. Give me those dice. Come on. Spit on him, Dink.
Oh, he's asleep, champ. He's out like a light. Hey, Dink.
Never mind. Let him alone. I'm shooting $100. Come on, dice. Show him some rolling. Come on, dice. Hot doggy, watch him go. Come on.
Okay, champ. We're closing up. Want to sign that paper?
Oh, yes, I'll sign, yeah.
Sign right here.
It's Dink's horse, Whitey. I must have gone nuts gambling him away that way. That kid's going to die when he finds it out.
Yeah, I know. I'll tell you. If you can get the money within the next couple of days, I'll let you have him back.
Okay, thanks. Dink. Dink, come on. Wake up, Dink. We're hitting for home.
Gee, what time is it, champ?
It's morning. You want me to carry you?
No, I got legs. Had bad luck, champ?
Yeah. Doggone it, a lot of it.
Well, tomorrow's another day. Little champ will make it all back to us in his next race.
Dink, listen. I got to tell you something.
What's the matter?
We ain't got little champ anymore. I lost him.
Lost him?
Yeah.
You lost little champ? Oh, no!
I'll get him back, Dink, just as soon as I get the money.
But you gave him to me.
But don't take on that way about it, Dink. I didn't mean to do it. It just happened. Come on now. Get that chin up. Everything's going to be all right. Come on. Give me a smile.
Sure. I'm smiling.
That's the way. I'll get him back, Dink. I don't know how, but I'll get him for you. $300, Linda. I wouldn't have come to you for it, only another kid loved that horse, and I promised to get him for it. You understand, don't you, Linda?
Yes, Andy. I haven't got it now, but I can send it to you.
Gee, thanks, Linda. I can't tell you how I appreciate it. If there's anything that I can do for you, of course there wouldn't be, would there?
There might be, Andy. You could reconsider about letting us have Dink.
Take him away from me?
Can't you see how much we could do for him? A good home, a decent atmosphere, friends. We'll send him to a good military school
Yeah,
where...
I know all about that.
Yes, and you've said no. But what right have you to say no? Why don't you let Dink decide? Perhaps he'd like to stay with us. Ask him.
Okay. Linda, I'll ask him.
You will? You promise?
I promise.
One order tortillas. Right, champ?
Yeah. Set him down, Jose, and bring us some more water, will you?
Hey, right away. See?
You want some more meat, Dink?
No, more corn.
All right, here, help yourself. Oh, say, I got to ask you something.
What?
Well, you wouldn't like to go to military school, would you?
No.
No.
What's it like?
Well, it's like a prison. You wear a uniform, you know, one of those uniforms, and you got to march all the time, and they wake you up in the morning with a bugle. You wouldn't care for that, would you?
No.
No. And you wouldn't care to live in a great big house, would you? You know, a dump as big as a barn? I mean, the sort of a place where you got to be dressed up all the time, and you got to wash all over 3 or 4 times a day.
Wash 3 times a day?
Yeah.
Nothing doing.
You got the right idea, Dink. And listen, I don't suppose you'd be crazy about going to one of them there colleges and sitting in a room where you got to read books all day. That's out, huh?
Books? Not for me. That's out.
Sure, I kind of thought that you'd feel that way, but I had to ask you, you know.
Hey, champ.
You got him, Whitey?
Yeah, I got him.
Got who?
Now, who do you suppose? Little champ. I'm buying him back for you.
Little champ? Where's he at?
Down at my place.
Oh, gee, I gotta see him. Oh, so long, champ. Oh, thanks, Champ. So long, champ.
He's kind of happy, isn't he? Huh?
Yeah. Got my dough, Andy?
Oh, yes. Oh, sure. $300, wasn't it?
You know how much it was?
Well, here you are. 1, 2... Oh, wait a minute. What's the number on this bill? Odd or even?
You starting that again?
Okay. Lend me $10 and I'll buy you a drink, too.
Gee, don't little champ look great, Jonah? Sponge says he looks like man of war. Only can't run as fast yet.
All he needs is practice.
That's all. It's like the champ. He didn't know much about fighting when he first started, as later on, when he's the world's champion. It's the same with the horse.
Sure. Say, something going on across the street, Dink.
Yeah, let's go see.
Look, that is Sheriff Man.
Whoa, somebody's getting pinched.
Somebody landing in jail today. Yes, sir.
Hurry up. I want to see who.
Let go of me, will you? Let go of me. Go on, take your paws off of me. Can a guy speak his mind without being dragged down this jail?
Oh, gee. It's Champ! Champ!
Oh, hello, Dink.
Oh, Champ. Oh, gee whiz.
I guess I did it again, Dink.
Vamos, come along, you.
No, let him alone. You can't take him. He's my father.
Yeah? Well, that's too bad. Come on, move along, out of the way. Come on. Come on. All right. You can see him now, but you come out soon, eh?
Sure I will. Hello, champ.
Hello, Sponge.
Gee, you look awful. What's the matter? Ain't you slept any?
No, I've been thinking.
Boy, what a joint. Say, what happened anyway? I hear you're acting up down at Joe's, and by the time I get there, they got you in a can. What's the beef, champ?
Oh, what's the difference?
Okay.
Where's Dink? Is he coming?
Sure. He's on his way now. He stopped off for something.
Listen, I've been thinking it all over. I'm giving Dink to his mother.
Huh?
I'm giving him to her. I ain't no good, and he'll be better off with her. It'll be tough making him go, but he's got to.
Well, gee, champ, what'll you do without him? What'll he do without you?
Oh, after a while, he'll forget me. Kids always do.
Hey, Champ, I'm here, Champ. Here I am, Champ. Hello. Gee, what a dump, huh? Oh, look, I brought you some to eat, Champ. I told Chilly Mary to make it special for you. Look, just what you like.
I ain't hungry. Take him home, Sponge. Pack his stuff. Take him over to the hotel to his mother.
What? What for?
Because I say so. You're going to stay with her from now on.
Oh, no, Champ. I want to stay with you.
Do you? Well, that's tough. Because you're not going to.
Oh, what am I going to do with her?
You're going to go to school, learn things, grow up to be somebody. Let her feed you for a while. I'm tired of feeding you. You're eating all the time, and I'm tired of having you hanging around, following me everywhere I go.
I won't eat so much, Champ, and I won't hang around you. I'll stay up at the Greeks and wait until you come home night.
No, you're going over to her. I'm saying you are, so you're going.
I wish you wouldn't send me, Champ. I'll go to school here. I'll be somebody when I grow up. Somebody like you.
No. You're going to your mother's, do you hear me? I don't want any sniveling out of you. No back talk.
No, Champ. I ain't going. I ain't.
You're going.
I ain't. I'm staying with you.
Did you hear? Get out. That'll learn you to argue. Now, go on. Beat it.
Okay, Champ.
I hit him.
Hey, Champ, what's the matter with you? Slamming your hand against the wall like that. You want to break it?
I hit him.
Champ, stop it, will you?
I hit that kid of mine.
That was Act 2 of The Champ, starring Wallace Beery and Josephine Hutchinson. In Act 3, Dink takes a hand at running his own life. But during this brief intermission, here's a gentleman who explains how to acquire something valuable.
That's right, Mr. DeMille. Something valuable and a bargain at the same time. Something you will cherish all your life. Just think of the delight of owning a wonderful new set of gleaming silverware at a real bargain price, perfectly proportioned and of really high quality. The pattern is called Allure, made by the International Silver Company, the world's largest silversmiths, exclusively for the friends of Lux toilet soap. It's a pattern that reflects the good taste of all you folks who enjoy this program. Now, it's not one of those gaudy, ornate patterns. It is rich, yes, but with a design full of character. This design has a classic wheat motif, sweeping gracefully from bowl to tip, And don't forget the fine workmanship. This silverware is original Rogers silver plate, guaranteed by the International Silver Company, the world's largest silversmiths. And with it, you receive a written guarantee. Let me read you one sentence from this guarantee. Every piece is guaranteed to give satisfaction in family use and will be replaced without charge at any time it does not conform to this guarantee. Now here is how you get this beautiful silverware. Start with 6 teaspoons, and enclosed with the spoons, you'll find an order blank giving illustrations of the other available silverware, knives, forks, soup spoons, all the other pieces necessary for a complete table service, and directions on how to get them. Please listen carefully, because this is the last time the offer will be made on this program. Just send us your name and address, 50 cents in coin, and 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers. Send them to Lux Toilet Soap, Meriden, Connecticut, and you will receive a set of 6 Rogers teaspoons promptly and postpaid. This offer is good in the United States only. You can get as many sets as you wish, either for your own home or for Christmas presents. Just send another 50 cents and 3 more Lux toilet soap wrappers for each additional set of 6 spoons you want. Remember, this is the last time the offer will be made on this program. So do this. Send 50 cents in coin, 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers, and your name and address to Lux Toilet Soap, Meriden, M-E-R-I-D-E-N, Meriden, Connecticut. This offer is good in the United States only. Don't fail to send in right away. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We continue with the champ. On a train speeding north toward Los Angeles, a forlorn little figure sits huddled by the window, his chin buried in the collar of his new suit. Dink is trying very hard not to cry. Sitting beside him is Linda, patient and understanding.
I'm glad you decided to come with us, Dink. We'll have some fine times together. Just you wait and see. Are you sure you won't have some dinner, dear? It's fun having dinner on the train.
No, thanks. I ain't hungry.
But, Dink, you... All right, darling. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I've got some good news for you. Tony pulled some strings in Tijuana before we left, and your father's home again.
You mean you got him out of jail?
That's right.
Well, thanks a lot. Was he all right?
Yes, he was fine.
Did he ask about me?
Of course. And Tony told him you were getting along so nicely.
Oh.
That's what you'd want to tell him, wouldn't you?
Oh, sure. I wouldn't want him to think that well, you know.
Of course. You have a little cold, haven't you?
Huh? Oh, yeah. My eyes, they've been running something awful.
Oh, Dink, I'm so glad you're here.
Champ, you got to snap out of it, see? I thought everything would be okay when they sprung you out of jail, and now you're worse than ever. You know, another couple of nights without some shut-eye, you're going to be a wreck.
Oh, quit worrying. I'm okay.
Okay for what? Listen, Champ, if it's a kid you're worrying about, well...
Nix! You keep out of this. That kid's in a good spot, and he's going to stay there. Don't worry, Sponge. I'm all right. I'm just nervous. As soon as I get some sleep, just a couple of hours.
Hey, Champ!
Well, for...
What was that?
I don't know. I could have swore that was a...
Hello, Champ.
Dink.
I thought I couldn't see how you was.
Dink. Oh, Dink.
Oh, Chief Champ.
Outside, Sponge. Get out.
Yeah, sure.
Gee, Dink. I'm awful glad to see you, too.
Me, too. I got a little cold.
Yeah. So bye. Gee whiz, but you look swell. That suit ain't got much life to it, but it ain't bad. And say, oh, Oh, you got a manicure.
Yeah, it'll wear off, though. What happened to your hand?
Oh, that nothing. I just scraped it. Wait a minute. How'd you get back here?
I ran away, champ. I didn't like it up there. I mean, it was okay, but... Well, you was right about the washing business. 3 times a day, all over.
Oh, gee. I'm sorry, Dink.
It was all right, but I'm gonna stay here now, champ. I gotta.
Okay, Dink. You know what? I ain't had a drink since I got out of jail. And I've been off the dice, too.
Gee, that's great.
And starting tomorrow, I'm going in training.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm going to see them promoters in the morning. I'll make them get me a fight. Looky here. I'll show them. Look at that footwork, Dink.
Gee, you're light in your feet.
You betcha. Here, feel that muscle.
Boy, it's like iron.
Steel. See any reason why I couldn't make a comeback?
No.
I'll do it. I'll send you to school, and I'll get you a lot of nice clothes. And as for manicures, say, I'll have a girl following us around just to take care of your fingernails.
Oh, couldn't we get a man to do that?
Sure. Watch out, Dink. I'm going to do some sparring.
Oh, boy, give it to him, champ.
The old 1-2, 1-2. 1-2.
Atta boy, champ.
That's what'll happen to the next guy that I go up against.
Hey, champ, you busted the washboard.
Oh, that's all right. Forget it. After my next fight, we're going to wash in the sink. None of that 3 times a day stuff either.
Oh, boy, am I glad to come back.
Come on, give it something, Manny. Snap into it, will you? You was a 3-legged elephant. You couldn't be no slower than that.
Oh, lay off of me, will you?
He'll be okay, Sponge.
Yeah, he'd be great at a Girl Scout's taffy pull. But this is a fight he's going into.
Oh, pipe down, will you?
Oh, why didn't you take a sock at him, champ?
I ain't worth the trouble.
You mean you ain't got the strength?
Yeah.
All right, that's enough. Go on up to the room and take a sponge bath.
I'll be okay. Just wait until I get going. I'll kill that guy.
Yeah? Well, get going now. Up to the room. We got more to do this afternoon.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Well, Sponge, how's he look?
Oh, hello, Whitey. You were watching, weren't you?
Yeah.
And you ought to know. Don't bet no dough on him.
I figured that.
He's all shot, Whitey. It just ain't in him anymore.
Wind's all gone, huh?
Not enough left to play a harmonica with. You know, that Mexican's gonna make goulash out of him.
That ain't so.
Huh? Say, where did you come from? I thought you beat it, Dink.
I'll tell the champ what you said.
Oh, Nix. You don't want to do that, kid.
Well, don't say things like that about him. He's gonna come back. He's gonna lick the stuffings out of that palooka.
Yeah. Sure he is, Dink, sure. Going my way, Whitey?
Yeah. I want to ask you a couple of more things. I've been talking to some of the boys down around my...
Dink, hey, Dink, wake up.
I ain't got time now, Jonah. I gotta see the champ.
Listen, Dink, this is important.
What?
I just hear something. It's all against us, Dink. Those gambler fellas are laying 6-1. The champ don't last 3 rounds.
6-1? Oh, they're crazy.
That's what they're betting.
Listen, the champ's gonna kill that guy. He's in great shape.
Maybe so, but they don't lose, those gambler fellas. And they all say he's gonna get licked bad.
Oh, shut up. Go and beat it.
Okay, Dink. Just thought I'd tell you.
6-1? You ain't got a chance. The champ ain't got a chance. Hello, champ.
Hello, Dink. Come on in. Boy, some workout, huh?
Yeah. Tired, champ?
No, well, a little. I had a lot of catching up to do, but I'm doing it okay.
Champ, I want to talk to you about that.
About what?
About this here fight racket. I don't like it.
How come? I thought you was all for it.
Well, I've been thinking it over. You know, champ, I like you lots better when you ain't training.
Yeah?
Yeah. For instance, when you got a couple of drinks in you're a lot of fun.
I thought you didn't like me drinking.
I was wrong. Now that you quit gambling, I don't get a chance to spit in your dice anymore.
Huh?
I got practically nothing to spit on these days.
Yeah, I know, but look how I used to lose all my dough. We're much better off since I quit.
I don't know. We used to have a lot of fun. Now you're craning most of the time, and we don't see much of each other as we used to. Oh, it's all on account of this fight.
Oh, what are you talking about?
You was the world's champion once. Everybody knows that. Now what do we care about you being champ again? And fighting this Mexican ain't gonna get you much.
If I win, and I'm going to win, it'll get me 10 grand.
Oh, who cares about that?
I do. With that dough, I'm going to send you to school. We're going to travel.
I don't have to go to school. You didn't go, did you?
No, that's why you're going. Say, you're not trying to get me to throw that fight, are you?
No, champ.
Okay. Then I'm going to fight, see? And I'm going to lick the stuffing out of that guy. You understand?
Sure. Sure, champ.
Well, that's the last preliminary. We're on next, champ.
Yeah. If the doc here ever gets through with me. What do you say, Doc? I'm okay, ain't I?
Just a minute, Andy. I want to listen to that heart again, if you don't mind.
Oh, cut it out. There's nothing wrong with me. I never felt better in all my life.
Well, what do you say, Doc? Okay?
I guess so.
There you are. I told you so.
You're in pretty fair shape, Andy, but don't go at it too hard. You've got to be a little careful. The old heart isn't any too strong.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, it's pumping pretty hard.
Oh, it always does that just before a fight. When I won the championship, it was doing nip-ups.
May I come in?
Hello, Carrollton.
Hello, Annie.
Where'd you come from?
We came down to see the fight. Linda's outside. She'd like to speak to you, Andy.
Yeah? Okay. Outside, everybody. Go on, Doc. So long.
So long, Andy, but remember, take it as easy as you can. Don't put too much strain on the old pump.
Oh, stop worrying. I'll be around when you die from your own pills. Go on.
Good luck, Andy.
Come on in, Linda.
Hello, Andy.
Hello. What's it all about? You want to take Dink away again, huh?
No. We know we can't do the impossible. We're not going to try it anymore.
Well, that's good sense. You're going to see a fight tonight. I'm taking care of the kid from now on.
Andy, I'm betting $5,000 on the other fellow.
What? That's great. A real pal, huh?
You don't understand. We're betting that money for you, Andy.
I don't get this. What do you mean, for me?
Look, Andy, when we came down here, we heard that, well, the odds are pretty much against you. They say you can't stand another fight.
No, they're crazy.
Maybe they are. Anyway, we don't want you to run any risks. If you find the fight isn't going right, don't worry. You'll have the money for Dink anyway.
Yeah, now listen, Lindy. I got my chance tonight, the chance of a lifetime to make good with that kid, and I'm going to do it. Dink's going to be out there watching me, see? And when it's over, he's going to be proud of me, and everything's going to be all right.
I hope so, Andy. Good luck.
Same here, Andy.
Okay, champ, here we go.
In this corner, at 192, Manuel Chiroga, the Cholo Kid. And in this corner, at 191 and a half, the former heavyweight champion of the world, Andy Purcell.
Okay, now, champ, remember, make him come to you. When he does, let him have that left.
Sure.
Now, listen to me. You can't last at top speed, see? Stay away, do you hear, and wait for an opening. When you get it, keep right after him.
Okay, Sponge. Leave it to me. Hello, Dink. You're going to see some fighting tonight, kid.
Sure. How do you feel, champ?
Oh, I feel great.
Your gloves okay?
Sure. Go ahead and spit on them for luck.
Sure.
Good. I can't lose now, Dink. Sit down there and get a load of this.
Good luck, champ!
Hey, champ, stay away from him. Let him come to you. Stay away, stay away.
How's he doing, Sponge? Is he okay in there?
I told him to stay away.
Gee, Sponge, let him fight. He wants to finish him.
Yeah, he'll finish himself if he ain't careful. We still got 15 rounds to go. Stay away, stay away.
Round two. Round three. Round four. Round five.
Hey, champ, if you don't do what I say, that guy'll kill you.
I'm okay, Sponge. Let me alone.
You win holding out?
He's been hitting me here in the heart. It's okay.
Well, cover up. Hold your left higher. Move in closer on the clinches. He can't touch your heart, then.
I'll try it.
Tony, is he holding out? Can he do it, Tony?
I don't know. He's looking worse every round.
Oh, Tony, look at his face. He's being cut to pieces. I can't stand it. I'm going outside.
Wait, darling. I'll go with you.
Come on, Manuel. He'll get him in this round. Kill him, Manuel.
The champ's through. He's staggering all over the ring.
Come on, get him, Manuel. Kill him.
There it is. He's down.
All right, champ. Come on, champ. The bell saved you, boy. Snap out of it. Snap out of it, champ. You hear?
Okay.
You all right?
Yeah, sure.
Can you go back there, champ? Are you sure? I'll toss you in the towel now if you give me the word.
No, I gotta finish. I gotta let me fight, Sponge.
Okay, champ.
There he goes. Come on, Manuel. Finish him, Manuel. He's out now.
Stop it, Sponge. Hold it. No, Sponge. He's killing the champ. He's killing him. Why don't you stop him?
Wait a minute. He's fighting now. Look at him. Look at him. Come on, champ. Come on.
Oh, champ. Don't let him hit you. Don't let him hit you again, champ. Don't let him. Don't let him.
Your left. Free up your left. That's it. Now, champ. He's got him, Dick. He's got him on the run.
Oh, come on, champ. Come on.
There he goes. One more now, champ. Once more. He did it, champ. The neutral corner over there.
Okay, Sponge. Do we win?
Do we win? If that Mexican guy gets up off the floor, I'll eat the water bucket.
Hey, get up, Manuel. Nine. Get up, Manuel. Out.
Winner.
Andy Purcell.
Champ, you were great. You were great.
Hi, Dick. I guess we showed him, huh?
Nice fight, Andy.
Hello, Doc. Better go easy, huh, Doc?
I'm proud of you, Andy.
Hey, champ, just let me have one more picture, will you? One more picture.
Sure. How do you want me? You want to see the punch that...
Hey, champ, what's the matter?
Nothing. I've got a pain. I've got pain.
Champ! Champ!
Get back. Take him to the dressing room, quick.
Move along.
Please, let me see him, would you? Let me go in and see him, please.
Take it easy, Dink.
Doc, can I go in, Doc?
Sure. Go ahead.
Oh, gee, thanks.
How is he, Doc? Any chance?
Not one in a million, and there's nothing I can do. Nothing.
Champ. Gee, Champ. What happened? Are you okay?
Sure. Come here, Dink. I want to speak to you.
What about, Champ?
Look, Dink. Your mother's here. You know that?
No.
She came down to get you. This time, I think that you ought to stay with her, Dink.
Why, Champ? Why can't I stay with you?
Because, well, they ain't no use kidding, is there, Dink? I ain't staying around much longer, understand?
Oh, gee, Champ.
Oh, come on. That ain't no way to act. Listen, she's your mother, see? You ought to call it that. No more of this Linda stuff. For me, Dink. Huh?
Okay, Champ.
Atta boy. And remember, keep your chin up. Keep your chin. Everything's going to come out all right. Come on. Give me a smile.
Champ! Champ!
Dink. Oh, my darling. My poor darling.
He's gone. Oh, gee. Oh, gee, Mother. Mother. The champ. He's gone.
Champ's great spirit lives on in his son. Wallace Beery, Josephine Hutchinson, Noah Beery, and Bobby Larson are returning to our stage. I think Bobby's about the youngest actor who's ever taken a curtain call at our microphone.
Well, he may be young, CB, but he sure pulls his own weight in the boat.
I think he's a coming champ, Wally.
Yeah.
Say, Mr. DeMille, could I ask Mr. Wally a question?
The floor's all yours, Bobby.
You used to be with the circus, didn't you, Mr. Wally?
Sure. I was nursemaid to the elephants.
That's what I want to ask you about. Is it true that elephants never forget?
I should say it is. Every time a circus comes to town, a couple of elephants look Wally up.
With a trunk full of memories, I suppose.
You know, we used to have one elephant. We called her Big Mom. She always got scared in a thunderstorm. Every time it thundered, she couldn't sleep unless she wrapped her trunk around my arm, Bobby.
Temperamental elephant must have been an armful.
Mr. DeMille, can you imagine a fellow quitting a swell job like elephant training just to work in the movies?
Confidentially, Bobby, I can't.
You know, I think that Wally gets a little homesick for the circus sometimes.
Well, known. When I hear that train whistle about 4 o'clock in the morning and I think about getting the tent down and the animals loaded and how cold it was sometimes, then I just turn over in bed and go back to sleep. I'm not homesick anymore. Oh, no.
That must be a very comfortable feeling, Wally. But before we go, Mr. DeMille, I want to say something about the product behind this program. I use Lux soap regularly myself and have for several years because it's such a help to a good complexion. So gentle and yet so effective. Active lather, I think Mr. Roick calls it. Anyway, it's a grand soap, and I wouldn't be without it. And now, Mr. DeMille, we're all anxious to know what you're planning for next Monday night.
Next Monday night, we have a very special treat for Lux Radio Theater listeners. We're going to present a drama that was one of the great successes of the year on the screen. Goodbye, Mr. Chips. And our stars will be Laurence Olivier and Edna Best. Goodbye, Mr. Chips is a story of a man who spent his whole life as a master, a teacher in a boys' school. It tells of the love that brought light and color to Chips, of the ambition of his life and how it was achieved. As our special guest, we'll have James Hilton, the author. Goodbye, Mr. Chips is one of the great stories of our time, and we're particularly proud to produce it here next Monday night.
It was a fine picture, Mr. DeMille, and it'll be a fine radio play, too.
Good night, everybody. Bobby, I'll take you down to see the elephants sometime, honey.
Oh, gee, thanks. Good night.
So long, CB.
Good night. And like those elephants, we'll never forget the champ. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Laurence Olivier and Edna Best in Goodbye, Mr. Chips. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Melville Ruick, inviting you to enjoy the popular Lux daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. Dr. Susan is putting up a brave fight to help Pat Briggs stay clean and straight. But two women who hate and fear Dr. Susan have joined forces to plot against her. Hear tomorrow's episode of this thrilling story. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. And don't forget to send 50 cents, 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers, and your name and address to Lux Toilet Soap, Meriden, Connecticut, and you'll receive 6 beautiful original Rogers silver plate teaspoons in the original Allure pattern. Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as Sponge, Stymie Beard as Jonah, and Gail Gordon as Louie. Wallace Beery appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. His latest picture is Thunder Afloat. Josephine Hutchinson will be seen in the forthcoming Edward Small production, My Son, My Son. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for Drums Along the Mohawk. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is ink. I-N-K.
Really?
You bet your life. The one, the only...
Groucho! Hey, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fanneman, who's... Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $1,000. But right now, I want you to pay attention to some interesting advice. See if you two will get a chance at the $1,000 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Fenneman, give out with the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Prominent sports figures.
That's right. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to try?
10.
$10? In what sport is Earl Cashel famous?
Golf.
No, I'm sorry. It's tennis. Well known. I think he ranked about 6th this year in the United States.
They now have $10.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight, and that's the big prize.
5.
How much of the $10 you going to try?
5.
5. Okay. Ralph Neves, Neves, or Nevis, is famous in what sport?
Horse racing.
Horse racing is right. Now I know where you bet your money.
Now they're on their way. They have $15.
Now I know where your money goes. Now you have $15. In what sport are you going to bet how much?
10.
10. In what sport is Bob Dillinger famous? Take a guess.
Boxing.
No, I'm sorry. It's baseball. He's with the St. Louis Browns, I believe.
They now have $5.
Well, you've now got $5. You can't get married on $5, you know.
We'll end up with 5.
You're going to bet $5, huh? In what sport is Jim Ferrier famous? F-E-R-R-I-E-R. Jim Ferrier.
Football, I'll say.
No, it's golf. I'm going to give you one more chance to get rich quick. You answer this question correctly, I'll hand over $10 in cash. Who is buried in Grant's tomb? Grant is right.
Thank you.
Don't go away now. You're still in the running for the big question.
Groucho, the next couple, has been in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know the secret word is ink. Perhaps they'll say it. Just before we went on the air, the studio audience selected a man who works for the city public health department and a housewife to be his partner. And here they come. Mrs. Emma Ziegler and Mr. Al Toribio meet Groucho Marx.
Mrs. Ziegler? I'll call you Emma, huh? Where are you from?
From 1550 West 52nd Street in Los Angeles.
Is that upstairs or down? I meant, where are you from originally, Emma? And I don't want to hear any nonsense about the stork either, right?
Well, originally I was born in a barn near Lansdale, Pennsylvania.
You were born in a barn?
That's right.
Well, that was a horse on you, wasn't it, Emma? How long have you been married, Emma?
For 12 and a half years.
12 and a half years. Do you have any children?
I have 4 kids.
Oh. You have 4 kids, huh? Very interesting, huh? Do you have any children?
Yes, I have 4 children.
How did you meet your husband? I didn't mean to be so fresh, Mrs. Ziegler.
When we were deep sea fishing, I handed...
You were deep sea fishing? And you pulled him out?
No. He sort of helped me out. I handed him my uncle's false teeth.
What, were you using that for bait?
No, my uncle had given them to me.
You gave your boyfriend your uncle's teeth?
He wasn't my boyfriend then. He was a perfect stranger.
Well, did he put... And then you put the bite on him?
Shortly after that, he put the bite on me.
Mr. Toribio?
That's right, Groucho.
You're from the public health department, huh?
That's right, Groucho.
How do you feel?
I can't kick.
Rheumatism? Where are you from, Al?
City Health Department.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel, huh?
Swell.
Swell, huh? Got the mumps? I mean, what town are you from, Al?
Oh, Trinidad, Colorado.
How's the health in your family, Mrs. Ziegler?
We're all in top shape.
All in top shape. Shake like a top, huh? Suppose on Sunday you go out for a spin, huh?
Sometimes we do.
With all those children, Emma, do you ever have a case of the sniffles or a cold around the house?
quite frequently.
What do you do in a case like that?
Well, one time when 3 of them came down at one time, I got out the sewing machine and started making dresses.
You always make dresses when the kids have a cold?
It's a good time.
Well, don't you give them any medication of any kind?
Well, I did that in between the scenes.
Well, you threw me that time, Emma. Mr. Toribio, how would you handle it if you came home and found 4 youngsters all broken out?
Well, I'd check to see whose children they were first.
You have a very suspicious nature. Haven't you got 4 children?
3, Groucho.
Well, don't come running to me with your trouble. Okay, now let's play You Bet Your Life for $1,000. Run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The secretary and the optometrist lost all their money, so these people have a clear field.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Movie biographies.
How much you going to bet?
Oh, $10. $10.
Okay. Who played the title role in Wilson?
Alexander Knox.
Alexander Knox is correct.
Well, on their way with $30, Groucho.
Okay, you've got $30. You're betting how much?
25.
Who played authoress George Sand in A Song to Remember? The authoress.
Was it Merle Oberon?
It was Merle Oberon on the nose.
They're on their way now. They have $55.
Now, how much are you going to try of the 55?
40.
$40. Who played composer George Gershwin in Rhapsody in Blue? It's a toughie.
He's a director in New York now, stage director. Name of...
Take a stab. I'm sorry. As Archie Mayo would say, the bell is tolled. It was Robert Alder, and that's a pretty tough one.
They now have $15.
Okay, now how much are you going to try of the $15?
15.
Let's take a 10.
You're going to
10? She says 10.
$10. Who played composer Jerome Kern in Till the Clouds Roll By? Oh, that's a shame. It was Robert Walker.
And they wind up with $5.
Well, thanks and good luck. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the $1,000 question. But at the moment, I'd like you to listen to this. Now then, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $1,000 question. George, who's ahead so far?
Well, the health inspector and the housewife with $5 are leading. Our final couple doesn't know the secret word is ink, since they've been in a waiting room off stage. Perhaps they'll say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a cross-country bus driver and a roller coaster operator. And here they are, Mr. Bernard Sampson and Mr. Robert Sewell. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, gentlemen, to You Bet Your Life. Mr. Sampson, you're the bus driver, huh? Which bus do you drive, Bernard?
Pacific Greyhound Lines.
Mr. Sewell, Mr. Robert Sewell, huh? What do you do?
I'm a roller coaster operator.
Where do you do your operating, Bob?
An Ocean Park Pier.
Just where is Ocean Park Pier?
It's an ocean park.
You don't get around much, do you, huh? Bus driver, are you still here blocking the traffic?
I'm still here.
Where are you from?
Chicago.
Are you married?
Yes, I'm married.
How'd you meet your wife?
I met on a Pacific Electric train going to work. All the way downtown, I just kept looking at her, and she didn't say nothing to me, and I didn't say nothing to her. And,
Oh, you had a very interesting conversation.
Well, before I got off, I asked her for her phone number, and I told her I'd write the number down, and she'd give it to me, and she gave it me pretty fast, and just about the right, and I ran out of ink. And
Now, where were we when you spilled ink all over the joint, huh? So, you ran out of ink?
And wrote down her number with a pencil on a piece of paper, and called her up and told her I was going to marry her. And here I am.
And since that time, you've been riding buses, huh?
Well, I'm pushing the Greyhound down the highway.
What time does your bus stop at Long Beach, driver?
I don't stop in Long Beach.
What have you got against Long Beach? Let's take another ride on the roller coaster, operator. Just what do you do on your job, Mr. Sewell?
Oh, I release the brake levers.
That's all you do? Just pull the lever? Don't you do anything else?
Oh, we load the people in the train first.
And what do you do while the coaster is going over the track?
Oh, I just stand there and wait for it to come back down.
I mean, you just stand there and hope it comes down. Is that what you mean?
Oh, it'll come back all right.
You're pretty despondent about the whole thing, aren't you? Well, what do you do if the thing doesn't come down? How do you get it down?
Well, it's always came back.
Well, I can't shake your story, can I? Huh? Well, if it didn't come down, what would you do? Put an ad in the paper or something? Lost one roller coaster? Now, how long a trip is it on your booby trap, then?
7/8 of a mile around.
7/8 of a mile. And how long does it take to cover that distance?
It takes a minute and 45 seconds.
And how much does it cost for the ride?
25 cents.
For 7/8 of a mile, 25 cents. Huh? It's pretty expensive, isn't it? Bus driver, how far can I go in your bus for a quarter?
Oh, about 12.5 miles.
In which direction?
Any way you want to go.
Okay, up. What time is your bus stop at Anaheim?
I don't stop in Anaheim.
What have you got against Anaheim? Operator, how do you explain your exorbitant rates compared with the bus company?
Well, we have a very thrilling ride there on the coaster. It takes you up and down and around, a lot of twists and curves. That's a lot of fun.
A lot of thrills, huh?
Lots of thrills.
It's evident you've never been on a bus. Say, Greyhound, what time is your bus stop at Santa Barbara?
About 3:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, you stop at Santa Barbara, eh? What have you got against Santa Barbara? By the way, those roller coasters look pretty rickety to me. How do you know they won't collapse?
Oh, they're inspected each day.
Mm-hmm. Who inspects them?
I do. The building inspector comes around once a month.
Mr. Sewell, you say you inspect them?
Yes, sir.
How?
Well, I'll walk over the track and see that everything's all right.
You go up over the top and all that stuff?
Yes. Then the building inspector comes around once a month.
You make him ride it over.
Huh? No, he won't ride it.
He won't ride it. That building inspector is no fool, you know. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. If you can beat our other two couples in the quiz, you'll get a crack at the $1,000 question. Can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The health inspector and the housewife are ahead with $5.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Latin songs.
Latin songs. Here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to try?
10.
Jerry Fielding will supply the music. You name the song. Okay, Jerry.
Amapola.
Amapola is right.
And they're off to a good start with $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now you have $30. How much are you going to try?
$30.
You're going to try? Here we go. Give me the title of this Latin melody. What do you say? Take a stab at it.
Star Eyes, isn't it?
No, I'm sorry. You were close. It's Green Eyes. I'll give you one last chance to get rich. Answer this one, I'll pay you $10. What oceans have the same names as the Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company?
Atlantic and Pacific.
Atlantic and Pacific is right.
And that means the health inspector and the housewife with $5 get the chance of the $1,000 question.
Didn't have bet so much.
And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the housewife and the man from the Department of Public Health.
Are you ready to try for $1,000, eh? Good luck, and I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly and no help in the audience, please. I hope you've been reading your newspapers for the past couple of years. Careful now. Who was the Secretary General of the United Nations? Are you ready? What's the answer you two have decided upon?
We've decided upon Trigreave Lee.
Trigreave Lee is absolutely right. That's right. That's right. You win $1,000. You had the right answer, so you win $1,000. What are you going to do with all that money?
I'm going to improve the health of my children. We all need dental work.
What are you going to do with your money, Al?
I think I'll look at...
Clean up the city?
No, I'll look at the new car.
Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you, Groucho.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, for the first time on the air, a treatment of A.C. Spatorsky's current and sensational bestseller. A factual yet incredible report of those New Yorkers who try to mix work in the city with country living, and who almost invariably end up behind the eight ball. Narrated by Eric Severide, the CBS Radio Workshop presents The Ex-Urbanites. This is Eric Severide. Since The Ex-Urbanites became a bestseller, it has been called terrifying, hilarious, penetrating, savage. What you will call it depends entirely on you. But you can be sure of this. Whoever you are, wherever you live, The Ex-Urbanites will strike home to you. Because it's the account of the men who publish your magazines, who hold sway over your radio and television programs, who shape your buying habits in their advertising agencies. Every day of your life, they encourage you to tremendous dreams, because they themselves earn their rich living by dreaming tremendously.
That's sunshine. Man, where did you find sunshine like that?
You like it, Fred?
Well, this is the greatest you've ever painted, Pruitt. The way that sunlight streams through the window, the way it lights the herbs in the window box, the way it touches the girl's hair, the way it dramatizes the can opener.
Call me Van Gogh.
No, I mean it, Pruitt. This is the best artwork I've seen as art director of this agency. It'll sell 1 million can openers or I go down with the Titanic. Who's the model?
Well, who needs a model for the typical American housewife? Now, she's dream stuff, Fred, just like the sunshine.
I painted this on a rainy day that would float the Titanic. You ready for the power lawnmower layout?
Let's have her.
Well, here she is. Call me Rembrandt.
This hits me right here. This fellow. The way you've got his teeth clenched on that pipe. The way you've got him bending lovingly over those roses. The age of those gloves on his hands. The beat-up trowel he holds. Oh, that takes me back.
Back to what? Park Avenue?
To my father out in Michigan. That's the way he used to bend over his roses in the twilight. That same twilight that you've caught right here. He had roots, my old man had. Sometimes I wonder why I ever left Michigan.
Well, for the same reasons I left Kansas. $25,000 a year and a choice of the best analysts?
Maybe. But you still couldn't paint like this if you hadn't gone back to the soil.
I beg your pardon.
That place that you got in Connecticut. Trees, grass, land, roots. You've left New York and got yourself some new roots, Pruitt.
Yeah, I sure have. Setting me back $500 to have them removed from my dry well.
Okay, laugh it up. But I envy you that place, man. Every time I see you lucky fellas head for the country at the end of the day, I remember my father and his roses.
Some ex-urbanites have a highly developed talent for remembering events that have never occurred. But Fred Northshield had a father in Michigan who gardened at twilight. Now, as an advertising agency art director, his dreams were of a vice presidency. But that night in his spacious, comfortable, beautifully decorated Manhattan apartment, the dreams he had helped to dream for millions of American consumers suddenly took over. He was on the verge of becoming an ex-urbanite.
Liz, where's the bottle opener?
Right here, on the wall.
That thing is a bottle opener?
The Magic Handy Open-All. Your agency ran a campaign that sold $2 million in 3 weeks.
Well, how could I see it? There's no sunlight falling on it.
Not right now. No, it's a cloudy night.
Well, this kitchen has no sunlight even when there is sunlight. Every kitchen ought to have sunlight. Sunlight and herbs.
Herbs?
There's not a single darned herb in the window box.
Well, actually, there isn't a window box.
Now, every kitchen needs a window box with herbs. Just the most important ones, of course. But what you really need is a whole herb garden. You put them just this side of the roses.
I go a little easy on the highballs, dear. It's only 8 o'clock, and the bakers are coming over for bridge in a few minutes.
The bakers? Not a root between them.
I beg your pardon?
They got no roots. We've got no roots.
I see. Well, if it's roots you want and roses, I guess that means we'll have to move to the suburbs.
Not them, Liz. Not the suburbs, house after house, just alike. I mean the real country. Out beyond the suburbs, and an hour from town by train. Grass, lots of it. Trees, all you want. Air, all you want of that. How about it, Liz?
Well, I suppose we could look at least.
I knew you'd be for it. Liz, it'll be the greatest thing we ever did.
Thus, to the New Yorker, the country is that land that lies beyond the crowded suburbs, yet remains within 60 minutes train time of his office. This is a land of ex-urbia, ex meaning from, and urbia meaning the crowded city and its suburbs. In going to ex-urbia, he will find it already filled with men like himself who are gainfully employed in the field of communications, radio, television, commercial art, magazine publishing, public relations, and the theater. In no other field is there more fantastic competition. They deal in ideas, and ideas alone. Tomorrow, someone may have a better idea. Tomorrow, they may suddenly find they are barren of ideas. They will be without a job. The escape to ex-urbia, then, is their attempt to realize a secret dream, that once they are away from the rat race at nightfall, they will ride the superhighway to happiness. And so they begin to look for a place in the country.
Try Bucks County. It's the only real country, Fred. Take a fast train from Penn Station. 1 hour to read a couple of chapters of a good book, and you're in Trenton. Ready for real country living across the river in Bucks County. Bucks. Lousy, with beautiful old stone houses ready for a right guy like you to take over. Oscar Hammerstein, Dorothy Parker, Morse Hart, Bud Schulberg. They went to Bucks. You can raise black Angus, hens, pigs, pheasant. Or let one of the local men do it for you while you live off the fat of the land. Sleep all night with cows mooing in your ears. Real music.
Bucks County. 1 hour by train and another hour's drive to any kind of land you can buy if your name isn't Rockefeller. Did they tell you about those new steel mills in Bucks? The new Levitt town, thousands of homes just like on Long Island? That's country living? It'll be worse than Jersey 5 years from now. If you want old homes, people who really belong to the land, ever been in Rockland County? Quaint, charming, quiet. Try Sneeden's Landing, New City. Look around there. The real artists, the real writers, the real theater people. They're all in Rockland, and they leave you alone.
Alone? Oh, don't be dreary, Fred. Rockland County? Haven't you heard of the Thruway? The new Thruway bridge across the Hudson? It puts the Bronx minutes from Sneeden's Landing. Look, why don't you and Liz spend a weekend with Jerry and me in Chappaqua and take a look around Westchester County? Meet the Reader's Digest crowd. Talk with the writers and the artists around Pound Ridge. Your children will love Westchester. Wonderful schools. Maybe you and Liz should come out some night and go to the PTA with me.
PTA? What are you bucking for, Fred? The job of running their ice cream social? Look, if you want real rich He-Man country living, come on out to Long Island's North Shore. Oyster Bay, Manhasset, Sands Point, riding to hounds, yachts lying at anchor. The kind of things F. Scott Fitzgerald wrote about. Ever see that $15 million chateau Marshall Field built there? Vacation place. When they have a wedding, they hire the New York Philharmonic and hide them in the shrubbery to play the wedding march. Wonderful crowd out there in the North Shore.
Wonderful, I'll bet. If you have a chauffeur.
But we're not in that class, Fred. You'll have to ride the Long Island Railroad.
Yeah. I say that's a fate worse than death. Well, I guess we've covered everything but Fairfield County so far, Liz.
Well, Connecticut, here we come.
In considering a move to the exurbs, it is inevitable that the departing New Yorker gives strong consideration to Fairfield County, Connecticut. To use a speech habit of its inhabitants, A, it is the most famous, B, it is the fastest growing, C, it is the richest in exurban manifestations.
I suppose you already know a lot of people already living here in Fairfield, Mr. Northfield.
Oh, yes, Mr. Barnum. Several men in our agency live out here.
Now, I'm going to show you folks a beautiful house just put on the market. 9 rooms, 3 baths, and 12 coach lamps.
Coach lamps?
Oh, everybody in Fairfield County has coach lamps, Mrs. Northfield. This place even has 2 besides the outdoor barbecue.
You realize what that means, Liz? We can cook our steaks outdoors every evening.
What kind of heat does this place have, Mr. Barnum?
Heat? 4 fireplaces, 4 beautiful fireplaces, and a whole acre of old trees you can cut up for firewood.
What about a furnace or something?
A furnace? I never thought to ask about that. We're busy out here in Fairfield. I suppose you know we've just about trebled our population the last few years. We're also the richest county in the nation. Even beats Amarillo, Texas.
Oh, you mean something's richer than something in Texas?
That's right, Mrs. Northfield. Why, advertising agency presidents and board chairmen are a dime a dozen. Mere vice presidents and account executives are just foot soldiers. Out here in Fairfield, you'll find the publishers of Life, Woman's Home Companion, 17. Look, Harper's Bazaar, American Weekly, and the president of Time Incorporated. And you'll find that... Did you say something, Mrs. Nosher?
Before we drive much farther, Mr. Barnum, I'd like to ask one thing.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
How much is this house?
$50.05.
What is that in English?
50,500.
For 9 rooms?
Well, that includes the coach lamps, the barbecue, and a beautiful bluestone terrace.
But no furnace.
Well, now, don't you worry about that furnace until you see the place, Mrs. Norseal. Oh, and I forgot to tell you. There's 2 cobbler's benches go with the place. They say everybody in Fairfield County has a Jaguar, a barbecue, coach lamps, and a cobbler's bench.
Hello?
Oh, Liz, Fred, listen, it's ours. The old lady met our counteroffer of $49, and Barnum wants to see us about arranging the mortgage tomorrow.
Which house is this?
The first one we looked at.
Oh, yes, the one that needs a furnace and a new leg on the second cobbler's bench.
Oh, come off of it. Aren't you excited?
Of course, dear. By the way, do we get a free timetable with a mortgage?
What about the timetable?
Well, Marge Holt used to live in that section, and she says that you'll have to rise and shine at 7 a.m. to dress, have breakfast, and drive to 15 miles to the station to catch the 8:15.
May I share this seat with you?
Why, sure, of course.
Thank you.
Pruitt! My gosh, I didn't even look up when you asked if you could sit down.
One never asks if one can sit down, Fred. One asks if one may share one seat. That's the Officers Club code of our Army.
What army?
Well, the Army you've just joined. The most highly paid, most thoroughly disciplined Army in the world. The commuting Army. 360,000 commuters descend on New York every working day. Their reveille, the alarm clock. It wakes them at dawn, sends them out into rain, sleet, snow, and the fogs of hangover in their second car.
Yeah, that's right. You know, we hadn't counted on buying a second car, but Liz had to use one car to take the kids to school and back and to do her shopping.
Well, what did you get for parking at the station? Jeep? Jaguar? Station wagon?
What difference does it make?
Well, Fred, it's very important for a man who wants to become a vice president.
Are you kidding?
Well, a man in your position, the car you drive to the station testifies to your sensitivity to what is expected of you. Well, a Jaguar denotes class, yes, but a Jeep presumes that your wife is using the Cadillac to take the kids to school in. That car and your associates on the train can make or break you.
Pruitt, are you drunk this morning? You're talking like a crazy man.
Well, you'll see about the associates. For example, Fred, those 2 presidents of big agencies who get on at your station... You speak to them, of course.
Well, I nod.
Well, you're learning. Nod, but never speak unless spoken to. You haven't jostled them getting onto the train.
No.
Well, you are learning. Well, one of them may need a vice president 6 months from now. He may start speaking to you on the station platform, if you haven't jostled. Until then, merely nod, never speak. An agency president is one of the brass. You're not even a VP yet. You're still one of the foot soldiers.
Now, listen, Pruitt, you know...
Grand Central.
Well, goodbye, Fred.
No, say, wait, I'll walk through the station with you.
I better not. The candidate for vice president is known by the company he keeps. I'm a mere freelance artist dependent on you for work. I could be court-martialed for jostling.
Grand Central. Grand Central.
Fred is a new ex-urbanite, of course, but already he had learned that the rat race from which he has tried to escape now begins the moment his car appears at the station in the morning. It continues as he boards the train, nodding to lesser foot soldiers and to higher brass. It continues as he rides to his working day, and soon it is with him as he starts to leave the office.
On your way home, Fred?
Something you wanted, J.P.?
Oh, no, nothing very much. I've been trying to get to you all day, but I got tied in with the brass at BBD&O and couldn't make it. No, I just wanted to talk to you about Hubble, that young assistant of yours.
What's wrong, J.P.?
Wrong? Nothing's wrong. You ought to be congratulated for picking such a bright young guy. He was around last night after most of the shop had gone home, and He and Dorfmeyer and I got to polishing some ideas.
Well, why didn't you call me in?
Well, we looked for you, but you'd gone and catch the train already.
Well, I'd been glad to stay.
Well, don't worry about it, Fred. I can give you all that in a memo, but, it seems to me we need a fresh slant on things. A couple of times recently, with one client or another, I've been left standing with egg on my face. I wonder if we don't have an awful lot of fat around here. We've got spear holders that haven't had their tails kicked in years. If we're going places with the chief's new program for increased billings, we've got to get some new blood, like Hubble. Real hot guys. Young, aggressive. Fact is, I've been thinking of one young fellow who's over at McCann right now. He, well, I'll sum this up in a memo, and we'll wax our skis together some morning. You better hurry and catch your train.
Hello?
Liz, I won't be home for dinner tonight.
Something wrong, Fred?
We've got to wax our skis.
What are you having, an office party?
Party. It happened to so nice a guy. I'll make the 8:37.
Yes.
Liz, I'm in Bridgeport.
Bridgeport?
I fell asleep on the 8:37. Now, look, Liz, don't be sore. I'll catch the 10:03 back from Bridgeport, and I'll drive home at once.
Hello.
Liz, please, understand, will you? I got the 10:03 from Bridgeport, honest.
You fell asleep again.
I slept all the way back to New York. I'm going to put up at a hotel for the night. Say goodnight to the kids for me.
Oh, sure. They'll be up for school in a minute or two.
If Liz seems something less than the sweetheart of Sigma Chi, consider the case for her and her sisters of Exurbia. Before marriage, the ex-urbanite wife may have been a Smith graduate clad in the Smith uniform of cashmere sweater and single strand of pearls. She may have been a member of the Dirty Neck and Dirndl set in Greenwich Village. She may have been an actress, a model, or a secretary. But whatever she has been, the ex-urban wife is trying desperately to reestablish a common bond with her husband. She has moved from a small, easily maintained city apartment near stores and people to the exurbs where she has 8 rooms as a half-mile distant from the nearest adult during the daylight hours and must drive 5 to 10 miles to the nearest store. It is she who first realizes how tenuous, how limited his dream has become, even when he earns $25,000 a year. How does it happen that they spend at least $2,000 more than they receive?
Federal and New York state income taxes, $5,000 this year, please.
New York state tax? We live in Connecticut.
Well, your husband earns his salary in New York state, ma'am. Doesn't matter where you live. $5,000, please. Thank you, ma'am. Just be glad New York City doesn't tax you commuters. They're considering it, you know.
$2,500 a year, Miss Norstein. And Saturdays all day off, Sundays all day off, and Thursday afternoons off.
Oh, that's a lot of money, Hilda.
The Fenimores, they offer me $3,000 to come be their maid.
Well, they have 3 children. We have only 2.
Oh, well, pay her, Liz. I'm not going to have my wife doing all the housework alone.
You got to keep up appearances, too. Yeah, Mr. Northfield. That is $2,500, please. Thank you.
Summer camp for me and Penny, $500 apiece, please. Dancing lessons, me and Penny, $200 apiece, please. Sailing lessons, me, $100. Tennis lessons, Penny, $150. Total, $1,450, please. Thank you, Mom.
Tickets, please. Tickets, please. 1 year's commuting, $150, sir. Thank you.
Food.
$3,500.
Insurance.
$1,000. Not enough.
Clothes for wife, self, and family.
$2,150, including 1 sheared beaver.
I hadn't had a new coat in 2 years, and I could ask for me.
New York expenses, lunches, cigarettes, taxis, $2,000.
Plumbing repairs, window repairs, roof repairs, heat, light, all the things our rent used to pay the landlord for doing.
Christmas presents, upkeep on 2 cars, upkeep on grounds around the house.
Say, Mr. Northfield, you interested in them roses now?
Roses? What roses?
The first day you and the missus moved in, you was talking about coming home and working with your roses. You bought a trowel.
How can I take care of roses with my front yard solid with crabgrass? How can I think about trowels when you're charging me $200 after that last hurricane washed my driveway a quarter mile down the highway? Oh, all right.
Fred, no. You can't spend any more. You've already spent a total of $27,500 in a year.
I don't know, Liz. I don't know. Maybe I'll get a vice presidency and a fat increase. Maybe your mother will die and leave us something. We're bound to break even sometime.
Fred's plight. Is it deplorable, comical, tragic, incredible? It depends on the state of your own bank account and on your own morality. But in Exurbia, it is not an isolated case. As a general rule, whether he lives in Bucks, Rockland, Westchester, or Fairfield County, or on Long Island, the exurbanite consumer indomitably spends far more than he can earn. An exurban lawyer, himself a counselor on tax and investment matters to other exurbanites, estimates that around the time the high-spending exurbanite makes $60,000 a year, he is beginning to make ends meet. Until then, it's murder. Why doesn't he get out, quit, move to another place, give up the rat race?
I'll tell you why. Anywhere else you live in these United States, it's a matter of keeping up with the Joneses. Where we live, you've got to keep ahead of the Joneses.
It's we who set the styles, mold the fashions, dream the dreams for the rest of the country.
What we do this week will be done a few months from now in Lake Forest, in Santa Barbara, and on Philadelphia's main line. What we decree and talk about in our magazines will be picked up and talked about in Grosse Pointe and Seawickley and Beverly Hills.
A month from now, 1 million matrons will be trying the 8-day wonder diet dreamed up by an exurbanite woman on the 8:15.
An exurbanite woman with a natural size 10 waist.
Several millions more will be quoting the editorial in Life.
Teenagers from coast to coast will try to look like the girl on the cover of Mademoiselle.
The man in the Hathaway shirt.
The man from Schweppes.
The jingle that put the words "Don't be half safe" to the tune of the Volga Boatman.
They all were dreamed up on the 8:15 and its counterparts. There isn't an advertising man, a writer, an artist, an actor, photographer. There isn't anybody in the United States with ideas who wouldn't give his shirt to crack New York.
And so it goes. These exurbanites come from all over the United States to New York with dreams of writing that great book, painting those great pictures, staging that great play. They find the world of the mass magazine, of radio, television, advertising, needs fresh creative talent for its own ends. The lure of the big money is irresistible. The money increases, the dream changes. Caught in the mesh of symbols which they purvey to the rest of the nation, the country home, the foreign car, the neatly tailored lawn, the power lawnmower, they become exurbanites seeking to escape from one rat race only to find themselves in another. A few give up and paint those pictures or write that novel. Some even return to Manhattan where the landlord fixes the leak on the roof. The rest remain, their dreams limited by money, train schedules, and sheer physical fatigue. Yet through all this, as you see him at home with his family, at the office, with his companions on the train, the exurbanite is witty, amusing, clever, entertaining. A man who is fun to be with and rewarding to talk to. Never vanquished, he now has a new secret dream of giving it all up to run a health resort for other broken-down exurbanites. To own a country hotel or an antique business, or actually to farm his land and make it pay. Exurbia is full of these secret dreams. Meanwhile, he does the best he can at the difficult and exciting job of living. And the job he does is, under the circumstances, often remarkably good.
You have been listening to The Exurbanites, a special treatment of A.C. Spektorsky's report on New Yorkers in the communications field. Prepared by Charles S. Monroe, narrated by Eric Severide, and directed by Paul Roberts. The music was composed by Ben Ludlow and conducted by Alfredo Antonini. Featured in the cast were John Larkin as Fred, Jan Miner as Liz, and Joe Helgeson as Pruitt. This is Bob Hite inviting you to listen to the CBS Radio Workshop next Friday for The Enormous Radio by John Cheever. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of the latest CBS News. And remember, America listens most to the CBS Radio Workshop.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Abbott and Costello program brought to you by Campbell's, the cigarette that's first in the service. Campbell's stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Hayes. Tonight's special guest, star of the 20th Century Fox picture Tampico, Miss Lynn Barry, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Boy. What's the matter? Hey, Abbott, come on. Help me get dressed, please. I got to get to the broadcast right away.
Take it easy. There's lots of time. What's the excitement?
Excitement? Tonight we're having Lynn Barry as our guest star, and I'm going to make love to her. Boy, oh, boy.
All right.
Gee, if I'm late, she might walk out on me.
So what? Let her walk out. There's plenty of fish in the sea.
Yeah, but who wants to park in the dark with a shark?
Please. Never mind. Come on. Get your clothes on and let's go.
Okay, now, kid. Hey, listen, Abbott. I'm waiting for my new suit. Boy, it's going to be beautiful.
It is?
The most gorgeous suit you ever saw.
Is that right?
Yeah, the coat is red with green stripes. It's got pink lapels and orange buttons.
Wait a minute. A red coat with green stripes, pink lapels, and orange buttons?
Yeah.
I suppose you're going to wear yellow pants?
What, and have people stare at me? What do you think I am, Abbott, a dope? Yellow pants.
Yeah.
They clash with my purple shoes.
Your purple shoes?
Certainly, I never heard of such a thing. Yellow pants.
All right. Drop the pants.
I can't.
Why not?
My red underwear won't match my lavender vest.
Now, don't be ridiculous. I wouldn't let you meet Lynn Barry in clothes like that. You'd better wear one of my suits. Here, I'll lend you my dress suit.
That old thing, it's full of moth holes.
Oh, there isn't a single moth in that suit.
You said it. They're all married and got children.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. We don't have any moths in our clothes closet.
No moths, eh?
No.
Just open that closet door and see.
Okay, I will.
No moths, eh?
All right, so there's one.
One? That was the mother. Here comes the children. That last one was just hatched. That's a brand new baby moth.
All right, forget about the moths. Here, look. I'll lend you one of my other suits. Now, let's see. There's the worsted, a plaid, a tweed, and that dark one is a twill.
A twill?
Certainly. Didn't you ever have a twill?
Oh, sure. I get a big twill when I ride on the roller coaster.
No. Don't be silly. Wait a minute.
Uncle Twilly.
Here's just the suit for you. It belongs to my father. It's his dinner suit.
There's a little breakfast on it, too.
No, you dummy. This is his soup and fish.
It looks like egg to me.
Listen, Costello. When you lived at home, didn't your family dress for dinner?
Why, certainly we dressed.
Oh.
What do you think we did? Come to the table in our underwear?
Look,
What's the matter with you? Didn't you ever wear dinner clothes?
Yeah, I always wear pajamas.
Pajamas are not dinner clothes.
They are if you eat in bed.
That isn't what I mean. You see, as long as I can remember, the men in our family have always worn their tails to dinner.
That's a very pretty picture.
Yes, it is. Where I come from, a man with tails is called a gentleman.
Where I come from, we call 'em monkeys.
Oh.
I mean, after all, that's what they call 'em.
Come in. Oh, it's Ken Niles.
Ken
Say,
Niles.
Ken, Costello needs a suit in a hurry. Can he borrow yours?
I'll have to go outside and ask a little woman.
Little woman. Her neck alone is 3 feet long.
I heard that remark, Costello. I'll have you know my neck is not long.
Oh, no? Last time I saw a neck like that, a jockey was bending over it. Am I insulting you?
Woo! How dare you compare me to a horse? Why, I have an aristocratic face. My grandfather was a count.
You're right, Count Fleet.
Kenneth, are you going to stand there and let Costello compare me to a horse?
Nay.
That was a very snappy part.
Costello, with your appearance, you're a fine one to talk about Mrs. Niles.
Certainly. Just look at yourself, fat boy.
I'm not fat.
Oh, no? I saw you fall down yesterday and you rocked yourself to sleep trying to get up.
Oh, now, look, let's stop this fighting. Look, Mrs. Niles, Costello has to borrow a suit for the broadcast tonight.
Yes, dear. May I lend him mine?
Kenneth Niles, before I'd let you do that, I'd lock you up in the attic.
But, gee, dear, you just let me out.
Come in.
Hello, boys. Oh, it's my friend Meyer, the butcher. What's going on, Meyer?
Oh, boy, Louie, am I excited. What is happening to me today shouldn't happen to 2 dogs. One dog couldn't handle it.
Why, what's the matter?
Oh, it's my wife, Sophie. After 10 years, it's going to happen. Today is the day, and I got to be by her side. So you got to come over right away, Louie, and take care of my butcher shop, huh?
Now, wait a minute, Meyer. I can't do that. We're going to broadcast. I'm going to do a love scene with Lynn Barry.
But, Louie, would you rather do a love scene with Lynn Barry than mine butcher shop?
Can a duck swim?
That's a silly answer.
You ask silly questions, you get silly answers.
Costello, come on. We have to get to the studio.
Wait a minute. Think of my wife. Louie, you never do anything for me.
Meyer, you shouldn't say that. Now, I do. Now, 5 years ago, I gave you the money to open up the butcher shop. And when you were sick, I paid for the operation. Then when the government was going to put you in jail, I paid your income tax. And 6 months ago, when your house was on fire, I ran into the burning building and saved your life. And you say I never do anything for you.
Yeah, but what have you done for me lately?
Freddie Rich plays a Cole Porter favorite, I've Got You Under My Skin.
Well, Costello, you had to open your big mouth just because you want to help Meyer. We're stuck here in a butcher shop. But come on, we might as well get the orders out. You dress the chickens.
Me dress the chickens? Why should I? They're old enough to dress themselves.
No, I'll dress the chickens. You bring me the other fowl.
What fowl?
Duck.
Why should I duck? I'm not ashamed to help Meyer.
No, I mean duck. Duck in the icebox.
Why should I duck in the icebox? You duck in the icebox, you big sissy.
Now, here, take it easy.
I'm glad to help my friend Meyer and his wonderful little woman.
All right.
I know what they're going through. Why, only last week a little stranger came to live at our house.
Really?
Yes, my sister married a midget.
Oh, come on. Costello, you're impossible.
Hello, Meyer's Butcher Shop.
Hello? This is Meyer on the wire.
Oh, Meyer, how's the wife? Anything happened yet?
No, Louis, it's a very slow process. How's things by the shop?
Oh, listen, Meyer. Mrs. Jones sent back the Christmas turkey you sold her. She says it only has one leg.
What does she want to do, eat it or dance with it?
Oh.
Well, did Meyer say when he's coming back? Do you realize that Lynn Barry's probably at the studio now waiting for us?
Now, Abbott, this is more important. Let her wait. I got plenty of women waiting for me. 50, 60, 70.
50, 60, 70?
Yes, and I wish I could find some a little younger.
Oh, come on.
Now, Abbott, women and beautiful women always chase me. I don't know why. You think I don't know. At any minute, a gorgeous girl is apt to walk in that door.
Oh, there you are, Costello. Oh. So you want to borrow my Kenneth suit, eh? So you were going to make love to Lynn Barry, eh? And now I find you in a butcher shop, eh?
You're going to run out of coupons.
Costello, for your information, Mrs. Niles is one of Meyer's best customers.
Yeah.
Now take her order.
Huh?
Yes. I said take her order.
Take her order where? Did you come in with an order?
Never mind that.
Where do you want me to take it?
Just take it. Listen
Somebody is lost.
Mr. Costello.
Yes, dear.
I want 20 cents worth of dog meat.
Shall I wrap it up, or do you want to eat it here?
No, that's the last straw.
Now, you see? Now look what you've done.
Oh, I've never been so insulted in all my life. After all these years of trading with my eyes, I have to come in here and be humiliated, insulted.
Costello, don't stand there. Apologize.
Okay.
Come on.
Mrs. Niles, if I said anything to offend you, I'm glad of it.
Costello, I said apologize.
Okay. Mrs. Niles, I'm sorry I suggested that you eat the dog meat here. Is that better?
That's much better.
Wait until you get home.
Costello.
Oh, that's all. Cancel my order.
Well, you lost Mrs. Niles' order, Costello. You'll have to change your slip.
I can't, Abbott.
What do you mean you can't change your slip?
I'm not wearing any. Oh, pardon me. Where do I find Lou Costello? That ain't me.
That's me. Pardon me. Where do I find Lou Costello?
Here I am, over by the pickle barrel.
Well, raise your hand so I'll know which one is you.
Hey, Abbott, who is this fresh dame?
Costello, don't you recognize her? Lynn Barry.
Gee, Miss Barry, how did you ever know, and how did you ever find me in this butcher shop?
Where else would I look for a fat meatball? See here, Costello. I'm supposed to do a play on your program tonight. Where do you expect to put it on? In this butcher shop?
And why not? Lots of plays were done about butcher shops. Did you ever hear of Hamlet, the merchant of venison? You ever hear of Abe's Irish roast?
Oh, come on. That's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah? Ridiculous, huh? How about the story about a hog? Pygmalion.
That's crazy.
Crazy, huh? They even wrote a great picture about cows.
What picture?
Guadalcanal Dairy. Boy, did I milk that one.
Come to think of it, how about your last picture? Hit the eyes.
There was no meat in that one.
I don't know. I saw 2 hams in it.
Now, wait a minute, Lynn. Don't pay any attention to Costello. He isn't very B-R-I-G-H-T.
Yes, he does appear to be rather S-T-U-P-I-D.
I heard that. What do you think I am, a D-O-P-P?
Listen, Mr. Abbott, what about this play?
Well, Lynn, it's an original play, and Costello will be your leading man.
Costello? He could never play that part.
Why not?
My leading man must be able to brush me into his arms, sweep me off my feet and carry me away.
You don't want a leading man. You want a street cleaner.
Costello, that's no way to talk to our guest. Can't you be nice?
Yes, Miss Barry, if you'll do this play with me in the butcher shop, I'll take you out after the broadcast. We'll go for a drive.
But, Lou, there's no more pleasure driving.
Yeah, but there's still pleasure parking.
Who wants to park in a coupe with a droop?
Your technique is all wrong, Costello.
Is
If
that
you want
so?
to take out a beautiful girl like Lynn Barry, the first thing to do is hire a limousine and chauffeur.
A Rolls Royce, of course. Then you buy me flowers.
Orchids, naturally. Then cocktails at the Windsor House.
Dinner at Romanov.
With caviar.
And champagne.
Then tickets for the theater.
First row.
After that, you make the rounds of the nightclub.
Winding up at the Trocadero.
Then you get into your limousine again and drive down Wilshire Boulevard.
Stop the car! Stop the car!
What for?
I want to stop at the finance company and make a loan.
Johnny Haynes sings the lovely ballad, My Ideal.
Will I ever find the boy in my mind, the one who is my ideal? Maybe he's a dream, and yet he might be just around the corner, waiting for me. Will I recognize the light in his eyes that no other eyes reveal? Or will I pass him by and never even know that he is my ideal? Maybe he's a dream, and yet he might be just around the corner, waiting for me. Will I recognize the light in his eyes that no other eyes reveal? Or will I pass him by and never even know that he is
Now, Camel cigarettes do have more flavor, and if you've ever tried one, I think you'll say, yes, I know. And yet, you may not be a steady Camel smoker. Well, here's the difference between trying just one or two Camel cigarettes and trying a couple of packs. Camel's extra flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos, is what helps them to hold up, keep from going flat, no matter how many you smoke. Give your second pack of Camel cigarettes a real test in your T-zone, your taste and throat. You'll find out about flavor, and I think your throat will give you the last word on Camel's smooth, extra mildness, too. And remember, your Camels will stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camel cigarettes. They're first in the service. They've got what it takes.
Well, Costello, we're all ready to do your play. What's it all about?
Oh, it's a great story, Abbott. It's about Buffalo Bill and the Wild West. Can you play a Western gal, Miss Barry?
Can I play a Western gal? Why, where I comes from, they all call me Tex.
Where you all come from, Tex?
Oklahoma.
Just a second, Costello. Since when are you a Western character?
Are you kidding, partner? Well, they used to call me Six Gun Costello, but I had to change it to Two Gun.
Why?
Of course, with 6 guns, every time I took a step, my pants fell down. Yuck, 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 yuck. That's another character for you.
Well, Six Gun, I'll agree to play the part. Sounds fun squaw to me.
What's that?
I said it sounds fun squaw.
Oh, fawn squaw. I used to hunt boar down there every year.
All right, look, I don't believe all this, Costello.
Oh, yeah.
No. You don't know anything about the West.
Oh, no, I was raised on a dud ranch.
You mean a dude ranch?
I said dud, no women.
Must have been near No Gals, Arizona. Har, har.
Orange squaw.
Lou, this is ridiculous.
Must be a couple of southern
All right, never
cowboys.
mind. Go ahead, Ken. Set the scene. Go ahead.
Oh.
And now,
somebody better set the scene.
And now, our play of the evening, a saga of the adventurous West, the life of Buffalo Bill, brought to you direct from Meyer's Butcher Shop, and starring the Abbott and Costello Pickled Pig's Feet Players. And as an extra special attraction, Meyer has goose liver at 10 cents a pound. As the scene opens, Buffalo Bill Costello and Buckskin Abbott are on the trail. Suddenly, a shot rings out.
Hello.
Hello? This is Meyer on the wire.
Hello there, Meyer. This is Buffalo.
What have I got in my store? Talking buffalo?
No, Meyer. This is Buffalo. I'm talking from Indian Heights.
Please give him my butcher shop in Boyle Heights.
Now, Meyer, will you stop bothering me? I got to go out and kill some Indians.
What's the matter? We're running out of meat.
Oh, never mind that. What's new with Sophie?
It's still a very slow process.
Look, I can't talk to you now, Meyer. Call me back.
This is the craziest play I ever heard. When do I come in?
In just a second, Lynn. Costello and I are still on the trail approaching the camp of your father. Read your line, Costello.
Oh, yeah. Buckskin, Bud, it's getting dark, and we're going to run into a heap of trouble.
Yes, Buffalo. If we don't reach the stockade by sundown, the Indians will massacre us in the dark. They'll scalp us alive. Well, what are you going to do?
We got to get word through to Gene Autry.
Gene Autry? Shh. Buffalo, look. Here comes an Indian chief. He's going to speak to us.
How? Hula, gala, pala, mula.
How? Mila, pula, ganda, munda, malabala.
Costello. I didn't know you spoke Indian.
I don't. Something went wrong with my typewriter.
Me welcome you. Me Chief Flatfoot.
Who gave you that name? Great White Father?
No, Great White Draft Boy.
Chief Flatfoot, I come to marry your daughter, Moon Eyes. The one over there.
Moon Eyes could not come. I am her sister, Cross Eyes. Me glad to meet you. Greetings, White Fish.
Not fish, face.
Greetings, Fish Face.
I don't think she likes you, Buffalo.
Now let me handle this. Look here, Cross Eyes. I want to marry you. Now what do you say, gal?
No marry you. Me marry the bicarbonate kid.
The bicarbonate kid?
Yes. Wild Bill Hiccup.
I used to know him as Hopalong Acidity.
Then everything is settled. White man, you go.
What's that? I've been an Indian scout for nigh on to 20 years. And you're the most despicable, obnoxious, incorrigible renegade that I've ever encountered.
Them's hard words, Buffalo.
Hard words? You're right. But I said 'em.
Buffalo Bill, you be careful what you say to my father. He's strong in this.
I smell him.
Yes, no. Me strong. Me not wear shoes. Me not wear clothes. Me sleep in wind, rain, and snow. No roof. Me eat raw corn, raw meat, raw fish.
You do all that?
Yes, and I'm sick and tired of the whole thing.
Oh, boy, what a play.
I'm glad you like it. Well, Indian girl, I want you to marry me.
It's no use. You cannot marry me unless you get my mother's consent.
I've taken care of that, Cross Eyes. I married your mother, so now I'm your father. So listen, daughter, you have my consent to marry me as soon as I can get a divorce from your old lady, your mother.
Now, wait a minute, Buffalo. The Indians are going to attack us.
Me afraid, Buffalo.
Don't worry, Cross Eyes. Get behind me. If you hear a shot, get in front of me.
Look out. Here they come. Run for your lives.
I'm back.
Oh, boy, what a play.
Costello, Abbott, Miss Barry, I want to thank you you sincerely for watching my butcher shop while my wife Sophie is having a crisis.
Gee, Meyer. Well, tell me, what happened?
Such a day. Girls with white uniforms are rushing in and out. I'm walking up and down. I'm biting my nails. I couldn't eat nothing. But everything turned out wonderful. Sophie is resting up. I am so excited.
Gosh, what a lucky fellow.
Congratulations, Meyer.
Yeah. What was it, a boy or a girl?
The most beautiful permanent wave you ever saw.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Liberty Ship Captain Henry A. Fritz of Detroit, Michigan, whose freighter was docked between two Allied vessels at a North African port. During an air raid, both the adjoining vessels began to burn and explode, tearing huge holes in the American ship's hull. Captain Fritz ordered his men to abandon ship, but went himself to the bow, and though seared by flames, chopped the bow lines and enabled the ship to be moved to safety. In your honor, Captain Henry Fritz, the makers of camels are sending to merchant marine men on the high seas 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 4 Camel shows honors a Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, our shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, Monday to Blondie, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guest, Mr. Edward Arnold. And here's a special message to all young men of 17. Listen to this. Right now, you can join the Army, Navy, or Marine Corps, Aviation, Enlisted Reserve. If you want to be an Army flyer, join the reserve now and continue your school or job until you're 18. And then you'll start training to become a pilot, navigator, or bombardier. Talk to your parents about this. You must have their permission. You can receive full information and printed literature by writing or visiting your nearest Army Aviation Cadet Examining Board or Naval Office of Procurement. Any Army, Navy, or Marine recruiting station will tell you how to find it. Here's Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Lynn Barry, thanks for being our guest tonight.
Just a minute, Bud. Look, Costello, I want to know how that play ended before Meyer came in.
Oh, it was a terrific finish. I'm standing on a hill, all alone. 10,000 blood-curdling Indians are coming at me.
How many?
1,000 screaming redskins.
How many?
50 ferocious savages.
How many?
So I killed the old squaw. Fire and squaw!
Let me out of here.
Let us all out of here!
Good night, folks. Good night, neighbors.
Good night to everybody in Patterson, New Jersey. Woo-hoo! Good night, Uncle Marty.
Tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with our guest, Edward Arnold. And remember, Camels for Christmas. Yes, Camel cigarettes make a wonderful gift. Wherever you send them, you can be sure that they'll be fresh when they arrive. Because Camels are packed to go around the world. This is Ken Niles wishing you all a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole world. Remember that if you're looking for just the thing to give that pipe smoker for Christmas. Prince Albert comes in special Christmas-wrapped pound or half-pound containers. Get a Christmas-wrapped pound or half-pound container of...
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Transcribed.
Now listen to Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Crosley, makers of pace-setting products for happier living.
Crosley automatic television. Oh, boy.
Beautiful Crosley Shelvador refrigerators, the world's most convenient. Wonderful Crosley automatic electric ranges.
Crosley Shelvador freezers, color-style radios, and many other leading home appliances. If an old Elizabethan poet named Anonymous had thought of it, he'd probably have written something that goes like this. Fashion is a fickle dame. She's not to be relied on. Sometimes she says a skirt should drape. Sometimes it should be tight on. But women bow and scrape to her. They treat her like a duchess. But heaven help the husband who is caught within her clutches. Agree? Well, maybe you will after a half hour spent with the Andersons in Springfield. Like this.
Margaret!
Mom's in the living room, Dad.
Oh, hello, Bud.
Did you want her for something?
Just want to ask her a question.
Whoa.
Maybe you know where it is.
Where what is?
Where does your mother keep the machine oil?
In the machine, I guess.
In the... Bud.
I'll be back in a minute. I gotta get something out of the attic.
I don't know. Anybody else could ask a perfectly normal question like, where do you keep the machine oil, and get a perfectly normal answer, but not the Andersons. Margaret, Ed Davis wants to
dear, look at my new permanent. It's absolutely awful. I told the man I wanted soft, curly ringlets. What did I get? Frizz. Did you ever see anything so horrible in your whole life?
Oh, sure. I mean, no. I mean... Margaret, I don't see why you're so upset.
Well, I guess I am upset over nothing. After all, a permanent isn't permanent, is it?
Exactly. Now, Margaret, if you'll just tell me where the machine... Betty, please.
Oh, hello, Father. Are you home?
Am I home?
Jim.
Well, what kind of a question is that?
Mother, I'm absolutely desolate.
Betty, if you don't mind, I'd like to finish talking to your mother.
But, Father, this will only take a minute, and I just can't wait. But just a minute, Jim. Betty, what is it? Look at this formal. I just got it at Gorman's, and what am I going to do with it?
Well, considering the fact I advanced you your June allowance to buy it, you might wear it.
But, Father, it's so old-fashioned.
Oh, of course. You've only had it a full 45 minutes.
I bought it on the sale rack, but I didn't know it was so out of date. It's got a 4-month-old hemline.
Tragedy.
Janie Liggett says everybody who's going to the weekend party in Middleton is going to take a white formal, and this is the only white formal I have.
I can't believe it.
How do you think I'll feel in a formal 2 inches longer than anybody else's?
Warm?
Go get my sewing box, Betty, and I'll see what I can do. Oh, thanks, Mother. You're a doll. Thanks a million. Now, Jim, what was it you wanted?
Ed Davis is going hunting, and he wants to borrow...
Mom, where did you say that box was?
Bud.
I thought it was in that old green trunk.
Bud.
I turned everything inside out, and I couldn't find it.
Bud, I was talking to your mother.
I know, but the basketball team is leaving in half an hour. The coach will say I'm a poor sport. You don't want me to get kicked off the team, do you?
Bud.
Now, Jim.
Margaret, I've been trying for 5 minutes to find out where the machine oil is.
Let me think a minute. I know now. You stored it.
The oil?
No, the box Bud is looking for. It's one of the things you put up in the attic when Bud was born. You remember it.
Margaret, that was 15 years ago.
Jim, you could at least try to remember.
Why?
Because I gotta find it, Dan.
What for?
Because of the skit.
What skit?
The one the basketball team is going to put on at the varsity club camping trip this weekend. It's about the long, long ago. You know, when you and Mom were young.
Oh, not that long ago.
Everybody on the team plays a part. We all drew straws.
So?
So the box is where they are.
Why, what are? It is.
The bloomers.
Bloomers?
I got the short straw. I have to play the girl. That's why I have to find the costume where the coach will say I'm a poor sport.
He's going to wear my old gym mittie and bloomers.
But I know you'll be lovely. Just lovely.
I don't even know what bloomers are.
Bud, you know the shorts the girls wear for their high school gym classes?
Sure, Dad.
Well, you go back up and look in the attic until you find something that doesn't look anything like them. Those are bloomers.
Gosh, thanks, Dad.
Now, if it's not too much to ask...
Kathy, darling, what is it?
Here we go again.
Everybody's going to have
Kathy, what's the matter?
I'll just be here all day.
Jim, can't you do something to stop her?
Kathy, tell us what the trouble is. Kathy, Daddy wants to help you. Kathy, I just raised your allowance to 50 cents a week.
Really?
Well, temporarily. Now tell us what's wrong.
Patty Davis said I'd be a wallflower at the square dancing class, and I don't want to be a wallflower.
Why does Patty say you're going to be a wallflower, dear?
Because my skirt doesn't twirl. Everybody else looks like sunflowers, and I just look like a petunia.
Well, don't worry about it, Angel. Mommy will get some more material and make you a real full skirt.
You will, Mommy?
Yes, dear.
Oh, boy! Oh, you want me to get the door, Daddy?
Never mind, I'll go.
Kathy, get out of my way. Daddy, I'm going to be a sunflower.
Oh, hello, Ed. Come in. Hello, Jim. Margaret.
Yes, Jim? Oh, hello, Ed.
Hello, Margaret. Betty, Kathy.
Hello, Mr. Davis. Hello, Mr. Davis. Do you really think you can shorten the dress, Mother?
It doesn't look too difficult, dear.
Well, I'll get the phone, Mother.
Look, Mom, I found them. Here they are. Oh, hello, Mr. Davis.
Hello, Bud.
Hello? Oh, I'll call her. Gosh, what are those?
Bloomers, dear. That's what I wore when I took gymnasium.
Margaret.
Don't you think they're kind of roomy?
That's the way they're supposed to be, Bud. Maybe I can take them in a little at the waist.
Margaret, Ed doesn't have all day.
The phone's for you, Mother.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Margaret.
Betty, will you help your father for me?
What do you want, Father?
Well, it's a little number about 3 inches tall, and it has a little plastic cap.
Jim, all I want is the can of machine oil for my gun.
That's what I said. Well, Betty, where is it?
You'll find it in the kitchen, Father.
Where, in the broom closet?
No, in the sugar bin.
With the sugar?
Of course not. The sugar's in the bread drawer.
Oh, naturally.
Jim, if it's too much trouble...
No, Ed, we'll find it out here somewhere. Come on. Well, it's not here. No? Ah, here you are, Ed.
Oh, swell. Thanks, Jim.
Priceless, wonderful little oil can. In the vernacular of the Andersons, did you ever see anything so demure or in better taste? Such a silhouette?
You sound like you've been reading Harper's Bazaar.
Ed, with this family, I don't have to read the fashion news. I just walk through the house and inhale it.
You know, Jim, what you should do is go hunting with us this weekend.
I thought you already had a car full from your office.
Oh, I just got a call. We're going to have one extra place.
Guy changed his mind?
His wife changed hers.
Oh.
It's almost the last of the season for ducks. You better take your chance when you can.
I'd sure like to. Betty and Bud are both going away tonight. I hate to leave Margaret here for a whole weekend alone.
Well, won't Kathy be here?
Well, alone with Kathy.
Well, maybe you can get Bud or Betty to stay home.
Well, that's worth a try.
I'll just go out the back door. Call me if you can make it. We'll be leaving about 3.
Okay, Ed. Let's see now. Maybe Betty would stay home if I bought her a dress with a 3-month-old hemline. Oh, Betty, how would you like to...
All right, then, children. I'll just call her and tell her not to come.
What's going on in here?
We're going to have company.
Nothing, Jim. Nothing at all.
Well, I'm sure of that, but tell me anyhow.
Mother's phone call was from Cedric Crane, Jr.
Who's he?
It's a she, Dad.
You know her, Jim. She used to be Marcella Crane.
Oh, her.
She dropped the Marcella when she went to New York.
I remember her when she lived in Springfield.
Jim, Marcella was a very nice girl.
Yes, I suppose so, if you like her type.
You seem to forget that Marcella and I were once very close friends. She's just passing through town, and I'm very flattered that she wants to come out and spend the weekend with me.
Margaret, she was a bird brain, and this weekend?
Yes, Jim. She's on her way to the coast, and she thought it'd be fun to come out and talk over old times.
Spend the whole weekend with you?
Yes. We'll have a real old-fashioned gab session.
Well, it sounds like a great idea. I'm sure you two girls will have a wonderful time together, alone.
But, Dad, that's just the trouble. Mother says Betty and I have to stay home, too.
She wants to show us off.
Well, it isn't that exactly. It's just that Marcella's had a career, and I've had a family. We're both proud of our accomplishments.
I'm one of them.
Some accomplishment. I haven't seen Marcella in 20 years, and naturally I want to put my best foot forward.
Oh, naturally.
Go ahead, Jim. Side with the children. It's all right. I'll just call her up and tell her not to come.
Oh, now, Margaret, I'm sure the children don't really mind staying home.
Father, I've looked forward to this weekend for months. Ever since Sally invited me 2 days ago.
Dad, the guys will think I stayed home on purpose.
I'll be glad to stay home. Where else could you go?
Now, Betty, Bud, this may be a little inconvenient, but your mother has given up many things for you, and the least you can do is give up one weekend for her.
But, Dad...
If she wants Marcella to meet her happy little family, then that's what you're going to be. A happy little family.
But, Father, Janie Liggett's on her way over here to pick me up, practically.
Well, go call her up and tell her not to come, practically.
Jumping creepers.
When you finish telephoning, put on your blue dress, Betty.
Yes, Mother.
And, Bud, you go comb your hair.
Yes, ma'am.
Shall I put on a clean dress, Mommy?
Later, dear. She won't be here for an hour, and there's no point in dirtying 2 dresses.
All right, Mommy.
And, Jim, I think you should take Marcella on a drive around the city tomorrow.
Me?
It's Saturday. You won't have to go to the office.
But Margaret, Ed Davis has invited me to go duck hunting with him. With all the children and Marcella here, you won't need me.
Jim, I want her to meet the whole family, and you're part of it.
Yes, Daddy, you're the head.
Margaret, you showed me off to Marcella 20 years ago. And I was in better shape then than I am now.
That's not the point, Jim. I want her to see us all together. You can go duck hunting next month.
I can go to jail, too.
Jim, if you don't want me to have my friends to the house...
Margaret, I think it's wonderful that Marcella's going to visit you.
Father, I just talked to Janie Liggett.
Betty, please. What can I say to Marcella except hello? After 20 years, what could we possibly talk about?
Father, that's what I wanted to tell you. I've just been talking to Janie Liggett, and she knows all about Cedric Crane, Jr. This is going to be the most scintillating weekend this family's ever had.
Why?
She isn't just anybody. She's a New York fashion expert.
Oh, no.
A brilliant new play opens on Broadway. A new champion is crowned in Madison Square Garden. You're there. Yes, night after night, television brings you the world's finest entertainment. And you'll want to see it all on the world's finest television set, Crosley Automatic Television. But don't take my word. Look at Crosley before you buy any other set. See for yourself how Crosley sets the pace with automatic television. Television that's 5 ways automatic. 1, see how Crosley Power Control automatically brings in even the most distant station with clarity and strength you never dreamed possible. 2, see how the Crosley Picture Lock automatically gives you the steadiest picture in all TV. 3, see if the Crosley Interference Control doesn't automatically give you the most disturbance-free picture you've ever watched on any set. 4, see how Crosley's Special Antenna Selector automatically tunes to the channel you select. 5, judge for yourself if the Crosley Unituner doesn't automatically match picture and sound more perfectly than you'd believe possible. Yes, examine Crosley Automatic TV feature for feature before you buy any other make. We believe you'll say that Crosley is the leader, both in performance and styling. You'll agree, too, that Crosley Automatic Television sets the pace for the best values, the biggest dollar savings ever offered. See your Crosley dealer tomorrow.
When the Andersons are alone, they sometimes eat supper in the kitchen. When the minister comes to call, they eat in the dining room. But when a fashion expert like Margaret's old girlfriend, Cedric Crane Jr., comes to visit, they do it upright. And even have after-dinner coffee in the living drawing room, like this.
Margaret, why can't I have my coffee now?
We're waiting for Marcella, Jim.
Waiting for Marcella. That's all I've done since she got here. First, she couldn't play ping pong till she changed into something comfortable. Then we couldn't eat until she changed into something for dinner. I'll bet you $1 to a donut she's changing her clothes so she can drink her coffee.
Jim, she just went to get her stole. She was cold.
And the dress she's wearing, I wouldn't be surprised if she got pneumonia.
Jim.
Margaret, I never heard such drivel as she hands out.
She says I should always wear clothes with a future.
Kathy, the way you wear out clothes, they don't even have a present.
They don't?
And the questions she asks.
Jim, it's part of her job. She's making a coast-to-coast survey.
You should have heard what Dad told her.
Never mind, Bud.
What did you say?
Margaret, it's not important.
Jim?
And she asked me what I thought about women's clothes. And I said I was in favor of them.
Oh, dear.
Well, that's better than not being in favor.
Jim.
All right.
You could have been courteous.
Well, how do I look?
Betty, what's that stuff you've got on your eyes?
Green eyelashes. Miss Crane said I could wear them.
Well, your father says you can't.
I think they make me look wonderful.
They make you look poisonous. Go take them off.
It'll only take you a minute.
Yes, Mother.
Margaret, when I think of 3 whole days wasted here with Marcella, when I could be out hunting ducks with Ed Davis...
Jim, shh, here she comes.
Darlings, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting, but I looked everywhere for my red stole, and I simply couldn't find anything but my white one. And white is so drab, don't you think? So there was just nothing to do but change.
I told you so, Margaret.
Here's your coffee, Marcella. Or should I call you Cedric?
Darling, an old friend like you can call me anything you like. You too, Jim.
Jim, here's your coffee.
Thank you, Margaret.
You know, darling, I've thought of the most exciting thing for us to do tomorrow.
Well, I thought you might like to go for a drive and see how Springfield's changed. We could take you to the new library, the new park.
And the new railroad station.
Well, darling, of course that would be nice, but I had something else in mind. I'd just like to follow you around, Margaret, through a perfectly normal day with your family.
This family doesn't have any normal days.
We'd just go around the clock together.
Gosh, how do you do that?
Skip it, lunkhead.
That way I can get a first-hand idea of what a woman in your position should wear in every situation. It would be terribly helpful for my survey, darling.
Well, if you really want to.
Oh, I do, darling. We'd start with breakfast.
Have some coffee.
Thanks, Jim. I have some.
Oh, yes.
Now, for that, of course, you'd need a brunch coat, and then you do the housework. For that, you'd need a morning dress. What do you think of the idea, darling?
It's fine with me, Marcella, of course.
And what do you think, Jim?
Well...
Jim, will you please get some more cream?
Oh, all right, Margaret. Bud, you come help me.
Sure, Dad.
Jim, you don't need Bud to pour 1 pitcher of cream.
Well, he can tie my apron.
Gosh, Dad, I don't know how to tie aprons. Maybe you better call Kathy.
But I don't need you for anything. I just wanted to get you out here where your mother can't hear us talk.
Oh, you want to put one over on her, huh, Dad?
Well, that's one way of putting it.
You can count on me.
Good. You know I can't go hunting tomorrow because your mother wants me to stay home with Marcella.
Yeah, Dad, but I don't see why you're beefing. The guys on the team won't even speak to me when I don't show.
Look, Bud, I've helped you out a great many...
Okay, Dad. What's the dope?
Now, what would your mother do if I wanted to stay home with Marcella?
I don't get it.
But the idea is this. I want to make her jealous.
Say, that's pretty good.
And you'll help me?
Sure. How are you going to do it?
Well, that's where you come in. You can suggest to your mother that you think Marcella might be very attractive to men.
Dad, she's old enough to be my mother.
Then she's the right age for your father.
Oh, yeah. I never thought of that.
You kind of hint to your mother that you think I really like Marcella, but I'm just covering up.
I get it.
Tell your mother you think Marcella's got something.
Okay. What?
Well, I don't know. You make up something.
Okay, Dad, I'll try.
Good. Now, come on. Well, Margaret, is the coffee still warm? Where's Marcella?
She's upstairs for a minute helping Betty with her eyelashes.
Betty used the wrong kind of glue and they won't come off.
Oh, fine. How about some more coffee, Margaret?
Of course, Jim.
Cream, too?
You didn't bring it back.
I didn't? Well, what do you know? I didn't. I'll go back and get it. It won't be a minute. Bud?
Oh, sure, Dad. I'll come help you.
No, Bud. You wanted to talk to your mother, remember?
Oh, I get you, Dad.
What was it you wanted to tell me, Bud?
Mom, do you think Dad is a wolf?
What?
Do you think you can really trust Dad around Marcella?
Oh, I think so.
Oh, I don't know, Mom. Maybe he's just pretending that he doesn't like her. She's pretty sharp.
Bud, that's no way to talk about Miss Crane.
Oh, I know, but I promised I'd say something nice about her.
Promised who?
Whom, Mom? Not who.
Bud, whom did you promise?
Well, Margaret, here I am with the cream, Johnny on the spot.
Jim, Bud seems to think you're smitten with Marcella.
Margaret, where did he ever get an idea like that?
I assume from his father.
Oh.
About 2 minutes ago in the kitchen.
I tried, Dad.
Jim, if you're still thinking about that hunting trip...
Oh, back door, Daddy. I'll go.
No, I'll go. Good night. I assume, Margaret, that you won't care if I at least look outside. Oh, hello, Ed.
Hiya, Jim. I brought your oil can back.
Thanks, Ed.
All set to go with us?
Oh, sure. I've got my gun oil in a bag packed with 6 pairs of pajamas, 3 suits, and 2 razors.
Razors? We aren't even going to wash on this trip.
Well, I'm not even going to go.
You couldn't get one of the kids to stay home, huh?
I got all of the kids to stay home, plus an old girlfriend of Margaret's that I have to stay and entertain.
That's tough.
Well, Margaret insists that I be nice to her.
I had the same problem with Ethel one time, but I figured out a plan to get out of the house.
What did you do?
Oh, I pretended I really liked the girlfriend so Ethel would get jealous.
I tried that.
Didn't work, huh?
Nope.
Didn't work for me either.
Margaret says everything is going to be just the way Marcella wants it the whole weekend.
Hey, I got an idea.
Well, I could use one.
What if the girlfriend insisted on you going duck hunting?
She doesn't even know I've got a gun, which is just as well for her peace of mind.
But if she knew you were missing a good time on her account, she'd probably be upset, wouldn't she?
Say, Ed, maybe you've got something there.
Well, sure. The only way Margaret could make her happy would be for you to go hunting.
Well, it's worth a try. She just came downstairs.
All right, you introduce me. Now, don't worry, I'll fix it up.
Well, Ed, thanks for coming over.
Oh, sure, Jim.
Oh, say, before you go, I want you to meet an old school chum of Margaret's. Come on in. Miss Crane, our neighbor, Mr. Davis.
How do you do?
Oh, glad to know you, Miss Crane. Margaret.
Hello, Ed.
Look at Betty's eyelashes now, Daddy.
What eyelashes?
Kathy, mind your own business. Miss Crane says they'll grow out in 2 or 3 weeks.
Well, I got to be running along. Glad to have met you, Miss Crane.
Good night, Mr. Davis.
Good night, Ed.
Night, Margaret. Sorry you can't go tomorrow, Jim.
I'll catch it another time. Miss Crane being here and all.
We'll sure miss you.
Oh, Jim, I hope you're not staying home from something because of me.
Oh, no, Marcella. Just some of the boys going hunting.
And before I came, had you planned to go with them?
Oh, we talked about it a little.
4 or 5 hours last night. Yesterday. Day before.
But, Jim, that's ridiculous. You shouldn't give up a wonderful hunting trip because of me.
Marcella, I can go hunting lots of other times.
Even though we do have a short season.
After all, Margaret and I haven't had a chance to visit with you in 20 years. Have we, Margaret?
No, Jim.
And who knows? It might be another 20 years before we'll see you again.
But, Jim, that's no reason for you to stay home.
Oh, I don't mind. Really?
No, Jim, you're not going to miss your hunting trip.
Well.
We'll pack our bags and we'll all go with you.
Remember, before you buy any television set, be sure to see Crosley Automatic Television. Yes, look at Crosley, and you'll see how Crosley sets the pace with automatic television leadership. Compare any other set at any price with Crosley's 5-way automatic performance. See how Crosley automatically brings you the clearest, strongest picture from even distant stations. What other set automatically gives you a picture so steady, so automatically free from electrical disturbances, you never have to jump up and fiddle with the controls? See Crosley, and we're sure you'll say no other set automatically gives you such easy tuning. See if any other set gives you Crosley's automatically matched sound and picture. And remember, only Crosley gives you all these leadership features. Yes, see Crosley Automatic Television at your Crosley dealer. You'll agree that here is the finest television, priced to make you doubly happy.
It's Monday at the White Frame House on Maple Street. In fact, it's Monday next door at the Davises, too, where Ed calls to his neighbor, Jim Anderson, who has put his car away in the garage and is headed for his house, like this.
Hey, Jim.
Oh, hello, Ed.
Jim, you should see the ducks we got.
Yeah?
Everybody in the party took the limit.
Hey,
what happened? I thought we were going to meet you and your gang up there.
Well, we stayed home.
How come?
Marcella checked over my hunting outfit and decided we couldn't go.
Why not?
I didn't have a thing to wear.
Add exciting new beauty to your home and enjoy radio reception that is setting the pace for 52 with one of Crosley's glamorous new color-styled radios. The gay color of these Crosley radios adds to the charm of any room, and they're unmatched for their full, rich tone quality. Automatic volume control prevents fading and blasting. An extra-sensitive built-in antenna brings in stations near and far. For that radio you need, get a pace-setting new Crosley color-styled radio.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson with Roy Bargy's orchestra. In our cast were Norma Jean Nilsson as Kathy, Gene Vanderpyle, Rhoda Williams, Ted Donaldson, Sally Creighton, and Barney Phillips. So until next week at this same time, good night and good luck from the Crosley division of the Avco Manufacturing Corporation, America's leading manufacturer of today's pace-setting refrigerators, television and radio sets, electric ranges, home freezers, and many other products for happier living. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Paul West and Virginia Lindsay.
Transcribed. Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons, brings you Mystery tonight on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft cheese Three's Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Well, Christmas is still a few days away, but I imagine in most of your homes the festivities have already started for the youngsters. Yes, with the kids on vacation, there are probably plenty of parties and occasions when friends drop in. Now, that calls for a well-filled cookie jar. Yes, and a big bowl of popcorn now and then. So here's a tip. For cookies that fairly melt in your mouth, try making them with parquet margarine for the shortening. You see, besides being grand for table use as a spread for bread and seasoning for hot vegetables, parquet, when used as a shortening, adds delicate extra flavor to all baked foods. Try parquet melted over popcorn, too, and just watch the youngsters go for it. Best of all, these Christmas treats aren't expensive when you use economical parquet. So get your holiday supply of parquet margarine tomorrow and surprise the youngsters with the best holiday cookies and popcorn they ever tasted. Just ask your dealer for parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's join our friend, the Great Gildersleeve. With December almost gone, he's been working like a beaver the past few days trying to get out the annual report of the water department. That's why we find him now in his office asleep at 9 o'clock in the morning with his head buried in the annual report and his arms sprawled across the blotter, while through his troubled dreams run thoughts of this happy holiday season.
You must get at that Christmas card list, Uncle Mort.
All right, Marjorie.
Model airplane. That's all I want for Christmas, a model airplane.
I know, Leroy, I know.
How about that annual report, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Right away, Miss Fitch.
How many for Christmas dinner, Mr. Gildersleeve? Can't order till I know how many.
Give me a chance, Bertie.
Just because I'm giving you a present, Throckmorton, I don't want you to think you have to give me a present.
Oh, Leela, I almost forgot.
Have you bought the tree?
Tree?
Have you bought the mistletoe?
Wait a minute.
Have you forgotten anybody?
Wait!
Mr. Gildersleeve,
what do you want?
we regret to inform you that federal regulations require payment for all charge purchases on or before the 10th of the month.
Oh, go away, all of you. Christmas, I hate it.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve. Oh, my goodness, what's happened? Mr. Gildersleeve. He's still warm.
Go away, go away.
Wake up.
Miss Fitch, let me see, where were we? Afraid I dozed a little there. Dear sir, read that back to me, will you?
Mr. Gildersleeve, it's morning.
Morning? Is there anything strange about that?
Only that you slept here all night.
I did? Oh, I must apologize, Miss Fitch. I'm afraid I need a shave. Oh, and the suit looks as if I'd slept in it. Oh, well, let's finish this report and get it over with, huh?
But you haven't even had breakfast.
Breakfast can wait, for once. Will you check these figures as I read them off?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thank you. Statement of financial status. Cash on hand, $386.52.
Check.
Accounts receivable, $2,873.38.
Check.
Interest, $139.10.
Check.
Marjorie, negligee, and slippers. Leela Ransom, passion flower. There must be something wrong here.
I think there must.
Yes, I guess I must have got to thinking about something else during the night. Silly, wasn't it?
Yes.
Perhaps I should explain, Miss Fitch. I was thinking about my Christmas list.
So I assumed.
Yes. Perhaps I should explain further, Miss Fitch. Passion flower is the name of a perfume.
I know. I use it exclusively myself.
Oh, maybe I better give it a little more thought then. You know, Miss Fitch, I had the most awful dream last night.
I don't wonder.
Yes, I dreamed that I hadn't done a bit of Christmas shopping, which I haven't. But I also dreamed that it was the day before Christmas. I want to tell you I was frantic.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't want to spoil your dream, but it is the day before Christmas.
What? It can't be.
But it is.
What happened to all those other days? There's a whole week I've lost track of.
You've been working too hard. You've been going around here in a fog.
Oh, but I haven't bought a single present. I haven't had breakfast. Haven't even had a shave. Oh, this is really going to be one of my bad days.
right in, Mr. Gildersleeve. You're next. No waiting.
Good morning, Floyd.
Gee, Mr. Gildersleeve, you look like the grapes of wrath.
Yes, I had a hard night last night, Floyd.
What happened? Did you run into some friends?
No. I worked all night at the office.
That's what they all say.
I told you, Floyd, I worked all night at the office.
Okay, you worked all night at the office.
I haven't had any breakfast either, so let's skip the conversation and make it a quick shave.
All right, Mr. Gildersleeve, if that's the way you want it, that's the way it'll be. This is one place where the customer is always right.
That's fine.
If a man comes in here and doesn't feel like talking, that's all right with me. I can take a hint.
Good.
One thing I know how to do is hold my tongue.
Good.
I'm not like some barbers. You go into their shop and they talk your ear off from the time you get into the chair to the time you get out of it.
Good.
I want people to feel they can come in here and just relax and not have to listen to a whole lot of stuff.
Fine.
Not that I haven't got my troubles like everybody else, but I keep them to myself.
Good.
Now, like last night, I came home after a long day and my wife had dinner waiting for me, ham hocks and sauerkraut. So we had that and some apple pie, and after dinner I took off my shoes and turned on the radio. I was just getting comfortable, and my wife's sister calls up. And what do you think she wants? Come right over and play pinochle. Well, if you know my wife's sister. So I said to my wife, I said, nothing doing. I said, I'm all set here, I'm comfortable, and right here is where I'm staying.
Good.
I said, you couldn't move me out of here with a 10-ton truck. So we went over and played pinochle for a while, and then come in, Judge, come in. Just finishing up with Mr. Gildersleeve here.
He hasn't even started on me yet.
Why, I'll have you shaved in 2 shakes.
See that you don't, brother.
I thought I'd find you here, Gildersleeve.
How are you, Judge? What's on your mind?
I just dropped in to serve notice on you, Gildersleeve, that after your recent performance, I'm not giving you any remembrance this Christmas. And please do not embarrass me by giving me any. Good day.
Good day. Wait a minute. I don't know what you're talking about, Horace. I haven't seen you in a week. I've been very busy.
Yeah, I'll say you've been busy. Busy over at Mrs. Ransom's.
Judge, I haven't even had time.
Don't deny it. The minute I told you I'd bought a ring, you went scurrying over there to try to cut me out. Was that the act of a friend?
Well, Judge, the best laid plans of mice and men gang after glay. Yeah, that's Scotch. What's the matter? Did she turn you down?
Wouldn't you like to think so? Well, she didn't. She merely asked for time to consider.
It's the same thing. If she considers it, she won't do it. When is she giving you her answer, Judge?
As soon as she gets back from Savannah.
Savannah? Now, that'll show you how innocent I am, Judge. I didn't even know she was going to Savannah.
Now, don't try to give me that. You know as well as I do that she's going home to see her brother.
On my word, Judge, I told you I've been busy this week. I haven't seen anybody.
I don't know what your game is, Gildy, but this time it isn't going to work. I know all about Leela's plans, and I intend to be out at that airport today at 12 sharp to see her off.
So do I, Judge, and thanks for the tip. 12 o'clock at the airport, is it? Well, if it hadn't been for you, I might have missed saying goodbye to her.
Gildersleeve, I've borne a lot from you, but this is the last straw. You now place me in the unpleasant position of having to ask you hereafter to do me the favor not to speak to me.
Oh, anything for a friend, Judge. You know that.
Floyd, Merry Christmas.
Bye, Judge. Same to you.
Floyd, get going. I got a lot of ground to cover between now and Christmas. I wonder if I'm in time. I wonder if she's left yet. Leela, have you left yet?
Well, of all people, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Leela, why didn't you tell me you were going away?
I didn't suppose you'd care whether I came or went after the way you treated me last Saturday.
I can explain that, Leela. You see?
Pray, don't bother. I'm hardly in the habit of having gentlemen run out on me without so much as a by your leave.
Leela, let's talk this over. Aren't you going to invite me in?
Well, if you're going to break my door down, I suppose I'll have to.
Thanks.
But I'm leaving right away. I've got all my bags packed, and I'm expecting a gentleman to call for me any minute.
I know. Hooker.
I'm not saying who it is, but he's more of a gentleman than you are.
Leela, about last Saturday, Bertie came back unexpectedly, and I had to go down to the station to meet her.
Did you ever come back?
But Leela...
Did I ever hear word from you all week?
But I haven't had a minute. I've had to get out the annual report of the water department. And if you know what that means...
I know what it means. It means you care more for your old waterworks than you do for me. All I can say is I'm glad I'm going away.
Oh, now, Leela.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
Leela, don't be like that. Leela. Oh, help. Somebody help. Look, Leela, I bought you a present.
You brought me a what?
A present. A Christmas present. You see, it's got Santa Claus on it. You see, he's waving to you. Go on, wave to Leela, Santa.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're such a fool. And you didn't forget, did you?
Forget? How could I forget after what happened the last time I saw you?
What happened, Throckmorton?
Don't you remember?
Certainly. I just wanted to see whether you remember.
By George, if there were any mistletoe around here, I'd show you whether I remember or not.
You have to have mistletoe? Oh, gracious. It must be time to leave.
Oh, Leela, don't go to Savannah. It's not patriotic to travel now.
Oh, but I have to, Throckmorton. My only brother Marvin is leaving for the Navy.
Oh.
Leela, we haven't got any time to lose.
Come in, George. Oh, you were so sweet to call for me, Judge.
Not at all, not at all. A pleasure.
My bag's already here, and I have a nice surprise for you. Throckmorton's coming to the airport with us.
Yeah.
Well, I hope he's got his car. I'm afraid there won't be room in mine.
Tell the judge we wouldn't think of crowding him, Leela. You can come with me, and he can take the bags.
Oh, yeah? Well, you tell Gildersleeve for me.
Nonsense. Now, we can all ride in one car. We'll put the bags in back and all ride in the front seat.
Leela, you either overestimate my seat or you underestimate Gildersleeve.
All right, let him take the bags up front with him. You and I'll ride him back, Leela.
Oh, no.
Now, we're going to be late. Who's going to carry out my bag?
I've got him.
Have not. I got this one first. Now, let go.
Boys! No fighting now, you hear?
I did.
Throckmorton gets to carry the suitcase and the hat box, and Horace gets the overnight case.
Oh, Throckmorton gets everything.
Say, don't forget your present, Leela.
Oh, gracious, Throckmorton's present. Pick it up when you come, will you, Judge?
This thing?
Be careful of that, Hooker.
Come on. The plane leaves in half an hour.
Flight 37 to Savannah. All passengers aboard, please.
That's you, Leela. That's your plane.
Oh, my goodness, I'm so excited. You know, I've never been in a flying machine before in my life.
I've got a good notion to come with you, Leela.
Oh, I wish you could.
Yeah, I think I'll stow away on the plane.
I'll bet you would, too, Throckmorton.
That blimp? There isn't room to stow him away on the B-19.
No, look here, Hooker.
Boys. This is Christmas Eve. Peace on earth, goodwill toward men.
Well, he started it.
I don't care who started it. I want you both to promise me one thing before I go.
What's that?
Promise me you'll both be friends while I'm gone. Come on now, shake hands. Shake hands, Throckmorton. Come on.
Well, all right.
That's better. Now you write to me every day, you hear?
I will, Leela.
I'll write twice a day.
So will I.
No, you won't.
I will, too.
Now. Oh, you're so impulsive, you boys. I want you to do me another favor.
Anything you say, Leela.
I want you both to spend Christmas together just thinking about me.
Mrs. Ransom?
Yes?
They're holding the plane for you.
For me? Oh, how nice. I'll be right along. Oh, my, isn't he handsome in his uniform and all? I wonder if he's going, too.
Goodbye, Leela.
Oh, goodbye, Throckmorton.
I'll be waiting for your answer, Leela.
My answer? Oh, yes. Now, remember, you two, you're going to be good friends, and don't you dare open your present till Christmas, you hear?
Mrs. Ransom, the plane is waiting.
Oh, my goodness. I'm in such demand here, I hardly know what I'm doing.
Just come with me, please.
With you? Oh, you know, Captain, this is my first trip on a flying machine.
Captain, I'll bet he's not even a sergeant.
Have a pleasant trip, Leela.
Yes, she will.
Well, there she goes.
Yeah, she'll soon be 5,000 feet in the air.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, dearie me. Now, isn't that too bad?
What?
Something I forgot to give her.
Huh?
Your Christmas present for Leela I'm still carrying.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Nowadays, it's really a homemaker's duty to see that her family gets the right kind of foods. Yes, and it's just as much her duty to keep her food budget in line. Well, there's one important food that helps you do both these jobs. And that food is economical Parquet margarine, the delicious, nutritious spread for bread made by Kraft. Parquet margarine is one of the kinds of foods that our government recommends for good nutrition. That's because it's so wholesome and nourishing. Actually, Parquet is one of the best energy foods you can serve. What's more, every pound of Parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of vitamin A, making it a really dependable source of this important vitamin the year round. Economical Parquet, you know, is widely known as the margarine that tastes so deliciously good. So why not start serving it to your family tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow, sure. Ask your food dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet, the delicious vegetable margarine made by Kraft. Now let's see what's happened to the Great Gildersleeve. After a frantic 3-hour battle in Hogan Brothers department store, he bursts out of the store with his arms full of bundles and his hat over his ear.
Christmas. There ought to be a law against Christmas.
Oh, there, Gildersleeve. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Dr. Pettibone. If you see anything the matter with me, please keep it to yourself till after the holidays.
But you're looking fine, old man. I was going to remark on it.
Oh, do you think so?
Never saw you looking better. Maybe those old arteries are beginning to soften for a change.
Pettibone, I'm in no mood for the humor of the dissection room.
Oh, come, Gildersleeve. A cheery smile will do more for your digestion than all the Epsom salts in the world. Come on, Gildersleeve. Let me hear you say ha-ha.
Ha-ha.
Oh. You can do better than that. Come on. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. That's better. That's enough now. That's fine. Just keep smiling, and your gastric juices will thank you.
My dear. Let me see now. I got a present for everybody except Judge Hooker. That's fine. Well, hi, George. It's beginning to feel like Christmas. Yeah. Hooker. Da-da-dee-da-dee-da. Well, I wonder if I should break down and get Hooker a present. After what he pulled on me this afternoon, I know, but maybe he really did forget to give Leela that package. After all, this is Christmas. No time to bear a grudge. He isn't going to give me a present, though. I heard him say so. Yeah, but you can't trust him, Gildersleeve. He's just sneaky enough to go and do it. I could give him a little present, not a very good one. I could stop in here and get him something kind of cheap at the drugstore. I think I will.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas just like you are. Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Phoebe. I didn't know that you were musically inclined, Phoebe.
Well, no, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. I do find myself humming a tune occasionally when I'm alone here in the shop.
Oh, you know what they say. It's music makes the world go round. Or is it love?
Did you ever listen to this fellow Crosby, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Crosby? Oh, yes.
Quite a singer.
One of the best. As a matter of fact, I've been compared to him once. Well, I was.
Usually I like to listen to him on Thursday night. So does Mrs. Peavy.
Oh, Mrs. Peavy's a music lover, too, huh?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, one of the things I'm giving her for Christmas is an album of records. Selections by John Philip Sousa. He happened to be playing at the Steel Pier when we were on our honeymoon.
Oh. Well, between Crosby and Sousa, you can't go wrong. Hey, maybe you can help me out, Peavy. I came here to find a Christmas present.
Oh, something for a friend?
Well, I don't know that he's a friend, but I got to get him something.
Well, I dare say we can find something suitable, Mr. Gildersleeve. Now, let's see.
It doesn't have to be too suitable.
Well, what sort of thing does your friend like?
He doesn't even have to like it. It just has to be a present.
Well, that makes it rather difficult. If you could give me some idea.
Well, I'll tell you. I'm buying it for Judge Hooker.
Judge Hooker? Well, it's a small world, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, is it, Peavy?
Would you believe it? Judge Hooker was in here not over an hour ago selecting a present for you.
Oh, so this is the kind of place he comes to buy me presents, is it?
I think you have a pleasant surprise in store for you, Mr. Gildersleeve. This gift is not the sort of thing you'd expect to find in a drugstore.
I'd like to know anything you wouldn't expect to find in a drugstore. Tell me, Peavy, what did he buy me?
Oh, well, no, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. Professional ethics, you know.
But I want to know how good a present to buy him. At least you can tell me how much it cost.
No, but I believe I can say, without betraying any confidence, that it was under $5.
Good. Yeah, now we're getting someplace. What have you got for an old goat that costs less than $5?
Well, I've got a special on a fountain pen set here. You see, it says double-barreled, self-filling, iridium point, streamlined lucite case, special patented clip, indestructible, guaranteed to last till eternity.
Is it any good?
It's all right. You can't expect everything for $3.98.
Yes. You say it's guaranteed to last till eternity. Well, how long is that? 10 years?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
5 years?
If you don't drop it. Of course, if you don't care for the fountain pen, I have other things. I have an 8-day clock here, but the thing about that is...
I know. You have to wind it too often. Now, I'll take the fountain pen. May not last forever, but neither will Hooker.
I suppose you'd like it wrapped as a gift.
Wrapped as a gift? What does that mean?
Take the price tag off.
Oh, yeah, wait a minute. Does this pen cost more than the present the judge is giving me, or less?
Well, the pen is slightly more expensive.
Then leave the tag on it. I'll just take it as it is. Charge that, will you, Peavy? Hogan Brothers got all my money.
Well, glad to, Mr. Gildersleeve. I hope you have a Merry Christmas.
Same to you, Peavy, and the same to Mrs. Peavy. You know, Leroy, maybe it's this green bulb that's making the trouble.
It do look a little tired.
Why don't you unscrew the bulb and stick the screwdriver in there?
Oh, never do that, my boy. You could blow out every fuse in the house. Besides, you can get a nasty shock that way.
Well, that's what the electrician did when he fixed the lights last year. I saw him.
Well, those electrician fellows are immune to electricity. Let me have that other bulb there, will you, Bertie?
Yes, sir. You know, Mr. Gildersleeve, when my vacuum cleaner starts acting up, I got a sure cure for it.
Well, a vacuum cleaner is not like a light circuit, Bertie.
Well, maybe not, but to me, all them electrical things is about the same. Goes in there and comes out here, and you better stay out of the way.
Well, the trouble here doesn't appear to be the green bulb. What is your cure, Bertie?
Well, sir, I pull the plug out, and I turn it around, and I shake the bag 3 times and put the plug back. It ain't never failed yet.
Well, we've tried everything else.
Yes, I can remember when we didn't bother with these electrical gadgets on Christmas trees. We just used candles. Set the house on fire every year, but it was a lot simpler. Well, go ahead and let's try your system, Bertie.
All right. Stand back, Leroy. Now, pull the plug, turn it around, shake the cord. 1, 2, 3. Put the plug back.
Well, I'll be. Bertie, you're a genius. Marjorie, come on in and see the beautiful tree.
Oh, it's beautiful. Let's turn off all the other lights and see how it looks.
Hey, that's super.
Oh, it's lovely. Isn't it, Uncle Mort?
Yes, it is. It's lovely.
That's the prettiest tree I ever saw in my life. Reminds me of the World's Fair.
Well, it's not as big a tree as we've had other years, but when you think of all the people who aren't going to have any Christmas tree at all this year.
You know what gets me? Every year, Uncle Mort says, well, don't expect much this year, kids. We're going to have to cut down and just have a very small Christmas.
I know.
And every year seems like there's more presents than ever.
Oh, Uncle Mort, you've been so good to us. You've been like Santa Claus and Daddy and our favorite uncle, all rolled into one.
Yeah, you're a swell, Unc.
Now.
I made some of them Christmas cookies special for you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Shall I bring them in?
Well, I can't think of a better time for Christmas cookies than right now, Bertie.
I'll go get them.
Yeah, cookies. I think I'm going to like this Christmas.
Hey, Unc, can we open just one present? Can we, huh?
Well, don't you think you ought to wait till Christmas, my boy?
Oh, but you always let us open just one. I'll pick a little one.
Well, all right then. Just a little one.
Come on, Marge. You pick one of yours and I'll pick one of mine.
Now, let's see what you got first.
Gee, thanks, Unc. A war bond. Just what I needed.
Not what you needed, maybe, but what the country needed. I know it may be something of a disappointment to you.
No, I think it's swell. I don't care if I didn't get a Model P-47 with a motor in it.
Well, it may mean that somebody else will get a real P-47 with a real motor in it. You have to think of that, my boy.
Yeah, I just wish I was the fellow who's going to fly it, that's all. Open yours, Marge. Let's see what you got.
I think I know. Is it, Uncle Mort?
Well, you open it and see.
You remembered.
What you got there, Miss Marjorie?
Every year he gives me one. Listen. Oh, it's a darling one. I love music boxes, and I love Christmas. Merry Christmas, Uncle Mort.
Merry Christmas, my dear. Who's that?
I'll go. Maybe it's Santa Claus. Well, for goodness sake, come in, Judge.
Good evening, Bertie. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, Judge.
Hello, Leroy.
Hi.
Hello, Marjorie.
Merry Christmas, Judge.
Would you be good enough to ask your uncle, Marjorie, whether he's in?
Ask the judge whether he's blind.
Oh, so that's your attitude. Well, you may recall, Throckmorton, that we gave a certain lady our promise that during her absence we would be friends.
Yes, I recall it vaguely.
Well, I, for one, am a man of my word. It's customary for friends to exchange tokens this holiday season. For that reason, and for no other, I have brought you a slight gift. Here.
Oh. Well, now that you mention it, I have one for you. There.
Throckmorton. You old son of a gun.
Yeah. Horace, you old goat, you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. By George, now it is a Merry Christmas.
Throckmorton, what do you say we open each other's presents, huh?
Okay, let's do it.
I just can't wait. Oh. That everlasting fountain pen.
Ooh, that 8-day clock.
Throckmorton, I think Brother Peavy unloaded something on us.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that. On behalf of the Kraft Cheese Company and the cast of our program, I'd like to wish all of our listeners a very Merry Christmas and the happiest possible New Year. There are many of us for whom it'll be difficult to be merry this Christmas, with loved ones far away and families divided. But let's try to keep up the Christmas tradition for the sake of the men who are fighting to preserve it. And to those men also fighting in foxholes and slit trenches, on the sea and in the air, northeast, south, and west, we also send our Christmas good wishes. God bless you all. Good night, everybody.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Ken Carpenter speaking to the makers of Kraft Cheese and inviting you to tune in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
You lovers of macaroni and cheese will get a thrill out of the new-fashioned way of making this grand dish with Kraft Dinner. A package of Kraft Dinner contains special macaroni which cooks up fluffy and tender in just 7 minutes. And the Kraft Dinner package also contains some Kraft Grated, which supplies the grand cheese flavor. You just boil the Kraft Dinner macaroni for 7 minutes, drain it, and stir in the Kraft Grated. Your macaroni and cheese is ready to serve. Now, because Kraft Dinner is so simple to make, so good and so economical, it has become tremendously popular throughout the country. So popular, in fact, that sometime a dealer's supply is exhausted by the end of the week. You can help your dealer and yourself, too, by ordering Kraft Dinner early in the week. Then you'll have it on the pantry shelf, ready for grand macaroni and cheese you cook in 7 minutes. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
It's moisturized, the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, different, moisturized Rolly 903. New blend, new taste, new freshness. It's the new, all-new, moisturized Rolly 903. Program starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular show-off and the popular comedian and star of the Rolly Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, all my relatives who gathered here this evening. We're happy to see you. 903, Rod.
903, Red. You say, I like that tie you're wearing.
Oh?
Is it a Christmas present?
You ought to know you forced it on me.
Just a minute. The tie I gave you is green. That one's red.
I know. I haven't taken it out of the paper yet. I like the color of the paper better than I did the tie, you know.
Say, did you have a good time New Year's?
So they tell me, yes.
Well, how'd you like those tickets I got for you for the Rose Bowl?
Oh, say, they were wonderful. They had Swiss Alpine climbers for ushers over there. I was so high up that I bought my program from the guy in the Goodyear blimp. And on top of that, the lady sits in front of me. She had on a hat. It looked like two chickens fighting in a plate of spaghetti. I'm kidding. Feathers about 3 feet high. For a minute, I thought it was David Forrester.
Obstructed your view, huh?
Yeah, I said to her, I said, look, lady, take off that hat or this community is going to have a new Jack the Snipper.
Well, did she remove her hat?
Huh?
Did she remove her hat?
My case comes up Thursday. Hey, by the way, it's not there. It's all right. Hey, by the way, here's the $5 I bet on the game. I hear.
Oh, forget it, Red. I wouldn't take your money. I don't want it.
No, well, then let go of it. You're breaking Lincoln's neck.
Say, I understand you and your gang from the California Country Club chartered a bus to go to the game. Huh?
Yeah, oh, it was wonderful. 38 members sat on one side of me and 48 on the other side of me, right in the middle. Huh? That felt like a club sandwich. You know, ham between well-bred people, you know.
Well, say, Red, one of the club members told me that you did a show all the way over and all the way back on the bus. Is that right?
Yeah, I tried to keep everybody from getting bored, see, so I told jokes and did all my comedy routines from vaudeville.
What'd they enjoy the most?
Getting off the bus. While I was doing my act, the members threw pennies at me, you know.
Why was that?
Well, they figure if Hope was on the float, they ought to have a little charity on the bus.
Well, tell me, Red, didn't you like the game?
Well, no, I didn't. It was a shame about that poor UCLA, you know. I think they made only one mistake, though.
Well, what was that?
Showing up for the game.
Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to stay fresh longer. It's moisturized to taste better. It's moisturized to smoke milder. Yes, this new Rolly 903 is moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process. That fresh, clean, beneficial moisture penetrates every leaf, every fiber of Rolly's choice tobaccos, brings you new mellow taste, new mildness, new freshness. It's the new, all-new Rolly 903.
And medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. Smokers, smoke this new Rolly 903. New blend, new freshness, new taste. You'll see the number 903 on the government stamp. This Rolly 903 is new. All new.
Smoke the new, all new Rolly 903.
It's moisturized.
And now our lovely Anita. Oh, by the way, congratulations, Anita, on winning the Al Jarvis 5th Annual National Make-Believe Ballroom Popularity Poll last night. And now Anita will sing I See Your Face Before Me. Okay, go ahead, honey.
I see your face before me, crowding my every dream. There's your face before me. You are my only theme. It doesn't matter where you are. I can see how fair you are. I close my eyes and there you are. Oh. Share the magic. If you could see me too, there would be nothing tragic in all my dreams of you. Would that my love could haunt you so, knowing I want you so. I can't erase your wonderful face before me. I see your fabulous face before
The stories and poems from the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire are about education and school.
Clem had a head in which nothing would stick, neither reading, writing, nor arithmetic. The source of his trouble was a head that was double, and as a result, twice as thick. Chapter 1, Clem Cadiddlehopper at School.
Vacation is over. Back to school, back to school. A dealer, $1, a 10 o'clock. Better go to school so I can learn to read this thing. Yes, sir, boy, I may not be bright, but I'm always at the head of my class. Standing in the corner, of course. I hate wearing that dunce cap, though. It don't fit me very good. The point ain't long enough for my head. If I could only learn to write my name, you know. That's what... Clem is all right. I can spell that, but... Cadiddlehopper, I wear out 6 to 8 pencils.
Well, Sarah do. Howdy doody to you, too.
Do you want to carry my books to school for me?
Don't care.
Well, Clem, it's 1947. Did you make any resolution?
Yes, I did. I made up my mind I wasn't going to breathe anymore. No, I gave that up last year. Breathing, living.
You should have resolved to try and be smarter. And I'll bet you if you wanted to, you could cultivate your mind.
She ought to know better than that, huh? Cultivate it? Who could I get to have it plowed under?
Well, if you don't get promoted pretty soon, I ain't going to be your girl. I don't want a beau who can't get out of the 3rd grade.
Oh, you don't, huh?
No.
Well, a man that's smart enough to get out of the 3rd grade is too smart to be your girl.
Oh.
He's too smart to be your beau. You see, I fell in my mother's wash tub and I got a little bluing in my gray matter.
Ashamed to be sitting in the 3rd grade with all them little kids?
Well, I don't know why I should be. My rompers is as nice as theirs. Although it is kind of annoying when they pull my pigtails all the time. Well, I can stand it, though. I'm in love with my teacher, you know. I got a crush on her.
Your teacher? Why, she's old enough to be your grandmother.
Yeah, and if my grandpappy had any sense, she would have been. Hey, there's old Harry Anger's storehouse over there. I think I'll sneak over and get Marilyn Reinhardt, my teacher, an apple.
Well, an apple won't make that old grouch like you.
Old grouch?
Yeah.
Well, I'll get her a crab apple. It's too fast for her. She didn't get it. Oh, boy, I'm hotter tonight than a $2 smudge pot.
You'll take a shot at you.
Well, I don't care. I'm wearing my bulletproof vest.
Oh, Clem, are you all right?
Yes, but I sure wish this vest had a shirt tail on it.
I do declare, Clem, you're the #1 moron.
Well, thank you. And I hope Mortimer Snurd heard that. He's been getting a little too cocky lately, you know.
That's because he's smarter than you.
Mortimer Snurd smarter than... How come he calls me Professor, then?
Oh, Clem.
Good humor?
No, that's school bell. Come on, let's hurry. We're going to be late. Come on, let's run.
Okay.
Clem, you're going in the wrong direction.
Oh, darn. I got on the wrong side of bed this morning and screwed my feet on backwards. Look, you go ahead, Sarah. I don't want to go to school. I didn't do my homework last night.
Well, what were you supposed to do?
Well, everybody in the class was supposed to write an essay about their ambition, and my ambition is to be a great scientist.
Well, why didn't you write it?
I couldn't figure out a way to get the top off the inkwell.
No. There's the last school bell. We're going to be late.
Well, I don't care. Whenever I do get to school on time, nobody else shows up.
When have you ever been on time?
Every Saturday.
But there's no school on Saturday, Clem.
There ain't?
No.
Boy, it didn't take them Republicans long to change things around.
You just don't want to go to school today because you know you're not going to get promoted.
Oh, you don't think I will? I'll bet you my frog sticker I will.
Clem, there's a teacher.
Yeah.
All right, children, hurry up.
A Vassar girl. Don't stand there. You heard her. Good A.M., teacher.
Clem, put that cigarette out.
It's a rolling.
Oh, well, that's different. Clem, you're just the boy I'm looking for.
Yeah?
Would you clean the blackboard? Here's a bucket and a rag. Thanks a lot.
Didn't have much choice, did I? I often wondered what happened to them wax sergeants. Now I know. Well, they just cleaned this thing off. Oh, it's quite a job, though. Oh, fiddlesticks. I give up.
What's wrong, Clem?
Oh, that blackboard. I just can't get it clean. The more I wash it, the blacker it gets.
Oh, sit down. How did you ever get out of the kindergarten?
Well, one of the kids I started with wound up teaching, and they let me out, you know.
Boys and girls.
Good humor.
Boys and girls, I know you're anxious to get your mid-semester promotion cards so you can move on to your new classes. Sarah Do Hoppenfetchit,
Yes, teacher.
your card, and congratulations.
Oh, gee, a double promotion.
Yeah, one for each head.
Clem Hopper,
Yes, ma'am.
your card, and congratulations.
Well, I'll be. Well, you know, this is the happiest day of my life. Not only do I win my bet from Sarah Do, but I won't have to sit in this old third grade for the rest of the term. I'm kind of proud of myself.
Oh, Clem. Clem, I'm so happy.
Yeah.
After 4 years, you got out of the 3rd grade.
Yep, they're putting me back in the second.
Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to stay fresh longer. It's moisturized to taste better. It's moisturized to smoke milder. Yes, this new moisturized Rolly 903 is unlike any Rolly cigarette you've ever smoked before. It's new, all new. New blend, new freshness, new taste. And remember,
medical science offers proof positive. According to tests certified by a jury of 14 doctors, no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars.
The new Rolly 903 is moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process. That fresh, clean, beneficial moisture penetrates every leaf, every fiber of Rolly's choice tobaccos. Brings you new mellow taste, new mildness, new freshness.
Smoke the new, all new Rolly 903.
It's moisturized.
And now for our amigos in Mexico who call me Chiquito Hombre Skeleton, David Forrester and his Rolly Cigarette Orchestra play Chochita, Jesusita, rather, from the Gay Caballero.
Chapter 3, Never Too Young to Learn. Junior got tired of nothing but play, so off to school he skipped one day. Inside his lunchbox he hid some large rocks. If you want to donate new windows, you may.
Yoo-hoo, Namor! The atomic yearling is home.
Oh, darling, is that my sweet little angel? Heaven's little bundle of joy.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm in the wrong house.
So you are. Come here, Junior. It's time for your... Good heavens. Where did you get that bloody nose and that black eye?
We were playing football, and I was UCLA.
You've been fighting again.
No.
Did you run into that little bully down the street?
No, I didn't run into a little boy. Just he fist is all. Just he... You know, I think them Wheaties you've been feeding me backfired on me.
Now, get yourself upstairs.
No? Okay.
Oh, wait, Junior. What are you doing with those books under your arm?
I'm teaching myself how to read.
Oh, that's impossible.
Oh, you think so? When you heard me read?
Yes.
What now, what? The man of and ye it and... Of course, there's some words in between there. I hadn't figured out what they mean.
Well, it's nice of you to try to learn.
Yeah, and such nice books to read from, too.
Let me see those books.
Yeah.
How to mix drinks. Yearly racing form. Junior! How many times have I told you to stay out of your grandfather's library?
Well, then, kiddo, how about let me go to school? Huh?
You wouldn't know what to do in school.
Yes, I would. First thing you do is you take the teacher a nice, big, juicy apple.
Then what?
And then you let her have it right in the mud. Can I go to school?
Honey, you can go to school when you're a little older.
Well, now, I'm going to go to school now.
You come back here.
Let go of me arm. You're breaking me arm. No. Let go. You're pulling it out of his socket. You're pulling it out of his socket.
Oh, he wants to go to school.
Yes. Yeah, Blade.
When you get older, you can go.
No, you let me go to school now? Oh, I'm going to tell.
You'll tell what?
I will tell everybody that you is a bookie on the side.
Why, Junior, I'm no such thing.
Oh, no? Hey, Queenie, $2 on triplicate.
Okay, Bud. Win, place, or show.
I'm warning you. You'd better behave. Maybe if you went to kindergarten...
You mean with a lot of little boys and girls,
yes.
though? Where they sing and play?
Yes.
Ring around the rosy?
Yes.
And string beads and draw pictures on your blackboard?
Yes.
Wouldn't waste me spitballs on them.
Maybe if I talked to the principal, Clarence Stout, he'd overlook your age and let you visit the kindergarten today.
Candy garden?
No.
You said candy garden.
Not.
Do you want to go to school with me?
I'm going to let you visit the kindergarten today.
You want me to spoil it for the rest of them, huh? Well, I'm not going.
But just a minute ago, you said you wanted to go to school.
Yes, cool, yes, but not kindergarten. Kindergarten's for the little babies, you know. I'm more interested in the girls about 7 or 8.
Junior, do you think you're ready for real school?
Well, the real question is they ready for me?
You've no school supplies.
Sure I has. I got me slingshot, me tacks, me spitballs, and me shillelagh.
What about your books?
I'll throw them when I run out of the other ammunition.
I give up. Come on, I'll take you to school.
Oh, good. You're going to school. I'm going to learn and read and write.
Don't run into the street.
Right.
You might get hit by a car, and then traffic would be held up.
Yes. Sure does love me, don't he? Here, Grandma, here, let me open the schoolhouse door for you. Oh, boy, ain't you big in these halls,
Junior, be quiet. The students are studying.
Well, they might as well get used to me now, you know. Hey, Grandma, look, there's a broken statue. Look at that. Boy, what a fight that must have been. Look, nothing left but the head, look.
Oh, that's George Washington. It's a bust.
It sure is, boy. And remember, it was busted before I got here. Hey, look at the kids in there studying. Oh, a whole room of them. Look at them, all asleep. Look at them. Hey, there's one kid over there. Look, he's reading a book. U.S. history. On the outside it says. On the inside it says Flash Gordon. I don't think it's going to take me very long to catch on around here, you know.
Well, here's the principal's office.
Oh?
Go through that door, Junior.
Oh.
Junior!
Well, you said go through the door.
Then wait till I open it.
Now she tells me.
What happened? Oh, Vernon Jr. Hello.
Ah, shut up. This guy's in a rut, you know. Hey, quiz kid, are you an absent-minded professor?
Why, no, Junior.
You know?
No. What makes you say that?
Well, you writing with a cigarette and you smoking a fountain pen.
You know, I wondered why, when I blew a smoke ring, I had to blot it. Here. Well, what can I do for you, Junior?
Well, I want to go to school. Who hires the kids around here?
Oh.
I want to get hired.
You want to go to school?
Yes, I'd like to, if I could.
Verna.
Yes.
We teachers don't get much money. Of course, we are hoping for a raise, but not that kind of money.
Well, I wouldn't be too much trouble. Now, look, Skinny, me head is burning for learning. Sign me up, will you?
Why?
Was that your line? Oh, did I read your line?
No. Do you really think that you're smart enough to go to school?
Sure, I'm smart.
You
Ask
do.
me a question.
Well,
make it a good one.
Well, all right. Now, let me think of a good one. Yes, what is 2 times 2?
That is a good one, isn't it? Now, ask me another one.
Well, you haven't answered that
Oh,
one.
yes.
Now, 2 times 2.
2 times 2.
Yes.
Well, I don't claim to be a genius, you know.
You see, you don't even know what 2 times 2 is.
Yes, I does. 2 times 2 is 903.
Junior, do you expect me to accept that answer?
If you smart, yes. I does better when I don't read what's here, you know.
Mr. Stout, I thought maybe if you let him sit in class with the children for a while, he might stop being so destructive.
Well, Verna, that might be a good idea, but if he sits with the children, the question is, who will influence whom?
Who will influence whom?
Yes.
Well, that's easy. Just tell me which is who or whom.
Junior, I really
Either
think you're
isn't.
too little.
Either or either. This or that. Hit him on the head with a pussycat. What's your name? Couldn't name. Ask me again, I'll tell you the same.
The man is talking.
Yeah?
Do you see what I mean, Mr. Stout?
Yes, I certainly do, yes. But I'm sure that a day in our school would do him a world of good. And what's more, Verna, where did the boy go?
Oh, Junior!
The door is open. Come on, let's look in the hall.
Okay.
Oh! Look at the writing on all those walls.
Junior was here.
Goodness mercy. Oh, here he comes with one of the teachers. Yes.
Madam, I must say this child has great imagination. He came into my chemistry class and wanted to know if there was a way to mix uranium with bubble gum. He wanted to make it worthwhile when it popped.
Why did you go to the chemistry class, Junior?
I don't know. I just do it. Oh, it sure was interesting in there. All the way the students was pouring things out of one bottle into another bottle. Some of them smell good, some of them didn't. Some of them fizz and bubble all over the place. You know?
Oh, he wasn't any bother.
No bother at all. What's the matter, Grandma? You mad at me?
No, dear. I must be getting old and cranky. I was all set to punish you. I was so positive you were being bad.
Oh?
And all the time you were being a good, sweet boy.
Oh?
And behaving like a little gentleman. Will you forgive me, dear?
Well, if you'll do something for me.
What is it, dear?
Overlook that.
Remember, we'll all be back in the next year at this same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester, Nick Orchestra, Nita Alice, Verna Felton, G.G. Pearson, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now. Thanks for listening, and thanks for buying Rollo.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. deep down satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio. Rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. WENR, the voice of service in Chicago. WENR now leaves the air in favor of WLS, whose programs follow immediately.
Good evening, everyone. You are now listening to WLS, the voice of Prairie Farmer, America's oldest farm paper, Chicago.
The makers of Johnson's Wax present another polished period of music and merriment with Rico Marcelli's orchestra, Lynn Martin, Audrey Cole, the Johnson Merrymen, and Marion and Jim as those hucksters of hilarity, those heterogeneous horizon hunters, Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Marcelli and his men start out on a syncopated search. They're going to page Miss Glory with the Johnson Merrymen singing
Just
the
a mite there, Harpo, before you get all tangled up.
My name is Harlow, and will you stop interrupting me?
Yes, I know it, and no, I won't. Listen, Harpo, I got a phonograph record here I made of you announcing last week. You want to hear it?
Why, yes, I'd like to hear it.
Okay. Put on that there record, Manny.
If you want your car to have a beautiful, gleaming finish which will keep its luster through rain and sun and storm, see your dealer right now for a special introductory offer on Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Johnson's new Auto Wax. Remember the name, Johnson's Auto Cleaner at 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 Johnson's Auto Cleaner. now back to Highway 79, where Fibber and Molly are cheerfully chugging past a house with a sign in the window. A sign that says palmistry.
Stop the car, McGee.
What for? We ain't anywhere near.
Stop the car, I tell you.
Okay. Gotta get them brakes fixed. What are we stopping for, Molly? Chuck's wheel?
I want me fortune told, McGee, in that fortune teller's house.
Oh, go on with you, Molly. That there stuff is just a lot of baloney.
Well, if you don't believe in it, McGee, you can wait in the car. But don't be asking me later what I found out.
Hey, Molly, wait a minute.
Well, McGee, I thought you thought it was all baloney.
I do, but I thought I'd come along and see how thick they sliced it. How much it gonna cost?
Well, look at the sign, Niggernit. Madam Astralo.
Oh, yeah.
Ham's red, horoscopes cast, stars red, the future foretold in love, marriage, and business. 50 cents.
Shucks, she probably don't even know when it's gonna rain.
Oh, be quiet, McGee. Don't be always scoffing at what you don't understand. My, I hope this Madam Astralo is home.
She probably told herself she was going on a long journey and had to make good.
Hush, McGee. She's in a trance, she is, maybe.
A trance, huh? I should have sent her a wire and told her to save the last trance for me. Don't you get it, Molly? I says save.
Ah, it ain't funny, McGee.
Okay.
Good day. And the same to yourself, ma'am. Is Madame Astralo to home?
Madame is conducting a seance at the moment.
See, Molly, she's got seance in her...
McGee!
What was it you wished to see Madame Astralo about?
We wanted to find out the future of the left rear tire on the old bus.
Oh, be quiet, McGee. Sure, ma'am. I wanted me fortune told.
Step in, please. I'm sure Madame will consult the stars in your behalf.
I hope she starts with the Big Dipper. I'm kind of thirsty.
Oh, McGee. Excuse him, ma'am. 'Tis real ignorant he is about science.
I understand. We are quite familiar with the skeptical attitude. Perhaps we can convince Mr. McGee that the key to the future may be held in human hands.
Oh, shucks. Hey, how'd you know my name's McGee?
Will you sit down, please?
My, it's real dark in here. Smell the incense, McGee?
I do. But it don't hide that there corned beef and cabbage perfume.
Madame will see you in just a moment.
Hey, Molly.
What?
How in Tunket did she know my name?
'Tis one of the minor mysteries, McGee.
What you mean?
Why, I've mentioned it half a dozen times in her hearing, Niggerlet.
Oh, say, you suppose...
Quiet, McGee. Here comes Madame Astralo.
Madame Astralo, the seventh daughter of the seventh daughter.
One of the 49ers.
Quiet, McGee.
Madame Astralo, who foretells the past, present, and future, to whom the human mind is an open book. Enter Madame Astralo. Salam.
I was wrong, Molly. It ain't baloney. It's salami.
Sailor.
Sailor? Who'd you think I am, Popeye? Take your veil off, ma'am, and sit down. Build yourself a lap.
Who wishes to consult with Madame Astralo?
Oh, shucks, that's the same gal that met us at the door, Molly.
Quiet, McGee. I want me future told, ma'am. Me husband here don't believe in it himself.
Perhaps we can convince him that the hand holds the secret of the past and future. May I see your hand, sir?
You betcha. But remember, that there smudge there ain't no dark woman crossing my path. That's just some cut grease.
Your hand is extremely interesting. I see that you are fated
to what?
But you're not interested, sir.
Well, shucks, if you started, you might as well get on with it.
If you wish. But you must cross my palm with silver.
Oh, okay. But if it ain't right, I'll cross the street with a copper.
McGee, he'll do nothing of the kind, man. Go on with the fortune.
Here's 4 bits. Now, what was you saying?
I see by the line of Mars, in conjunction with the base of Saturn, that you've been a wanderer, a traveler. But your journeys are drawing to a close.
Is that so? Well, what's going to happen then?
Sure, we was planning on driving through California and Mexico through the winter, man.
Yeah.
You mean we won't?
It is not written. I see you in a frame building, a home. There's music, laughter. The house has 8 rooms.
Say, you ain't selling no real estate on the side, are you, sis?
Be still, McGee. Pay no attention to him, Madam Australia.
You have a most remarkable lifeline.
Oh, where's his lifeline?
Here, across the pond, from here to here. He tells me that this man will come in from money, large sums of money.
That's it, Molly. Can't you be serious? Well, what's so funny, Molly?
That lifeline, McGee. Sure, that's not his lifeline, man. That's where he cut himself opening a can of sardines last summer.
I knew there was something fishy about this here.
Please. The accidents of life leave their marks to guide you in the future. As for the line of Jupiter and Venus, I see a man with dark hair.
You mean a dark man getting in my hair? That's Harpo, Molly.
Now I shall consult my crystal.
Hey, did you ever try Johnson's auto cleaner to polish up that there glass ball, lady? That'd make the future brighter for a lot of
Oh,
folks.
McGee, be quiet. Fortune telling is a serious business.
Oh, shucks, is that so? Well, anybody can tell fortunes if they got the right feeling for it.
Are you psychic, sir?
Yes. They used to call me Psychic McGee, the scientific seer of Saratoga.
Oh, why, McGee, they
Let me
never
see
did.
your hand, mite, ma'am, and I'll show you.
Here it is.
Real interesting mitt, sis. It's an odd-looking ring you got there.
That's an old ring.
You're telling me. I can see you as a small girl, kind of a tomboy you was. At the age of 8 years, you had the chicken pox.
Gee, that's wonderful.
McGee, how in the world?
At the age of, let's see now. At the age of 14, sis, you had a bad fall, and you still got a scar onto the left knee.
Listen, Fibber,
Am I
McGee.
right, sis?
Yeah, you are right. Say, tell me, how'd I get this scar?
You got it falling off the handlebars of a bicycle. When you quit high school, you run off and got married to a feller named Hermie Hexmusher. Your initials now is E.H.
Say, who are you?
Shucks, man. You know my name. McGee. McGee.
Oh, I get it. You're Freckles McGee from Peoria.
Right, Freckles McGee. Class of 1913, Peoria High School. Meet the wife, Lizzie. Molly, this here's little Lizzie Hexmusher. Me and her used to always...
McGee, let go of that woman's hand.
Well, shucks, Molly, you ain't jealous, are you? Why, me and Lizzie
On
here...
your feet, McGee, and let's be going. Pleased to have met you, man.
Well, thank you.
Hey, Molly, wait till I...
We've no more time to waste, McGee.
Oh, well, shucks, if it hadn't have been for that class ring you had on, Lizzie, I'd have never... Hey, Molly, wait a minute. Molly!
Well, it looks as though everybody around here is going psychic. Even little Lynn Martin, our pinpoint prima donna, is going to tell us about every little moment. Lynn Martin.
Every little moment, when I walk, when I talk, when I dream, you're the song, you're the words, you're the theme, every little moment. Though I love a garden, I could still get a thrill at the zoo. Anywhere, I don't care, give me you, every little moment. If there were 40 hours a day, I would want 42. Time flies by in the craziest way when I'm looking at you. Every little moment, just as long as my heart has a beat, you're the one that I need to complete every little moment. When I walk, when I talk, when I dream, you're the song, you're the word, you're the theme, every little moment. don't care, give me you every little moment. If there were 40 hours a day, I would want 42. Time flies by in the craziest way when I'm looking at you. Every little moment, just as long as my heart has a beat, you're the one that I need to complete. Every hour of the day at 9 or 4 or 7, you're the top, the one I need. You're my idea of heaven. Every little moment.
Every week, hundreds more car owners try Johnson's Auto Cleaner and are amazed at the way it restores original beauty to a car that is dull and faded. Because Johnson's Auto Cleaner is twice as easy to use as the ordinary cleaner. It's entirely new in principle, a creamy white liquid that is quickly rubbed over the surface of your car, dries in a few minutes to a soft powder, and when you wipe off this powder, off comes all the dirt, grime, and dullness in the twinkling of an eye. Behold your car gleaming like new. And further, Johnson's Auto Cleaner positively will not harm the finish. It does its work without the use of harsh abrasives. Try it. You will be amazed at the complete transformation of your car. Now we're going to put in a call for Audrey. Yes, sir, little Audrey Call. Martelli's feature violinist, who will play her own original transcription of When a Gypsy Makes His Violin Cry. Well, I guess the sound effect man has the scenery shifted by this time, so we'll rejoin Fibber and Molly as they stop in a filling station for some gasoline. Here they are talking to the attendant.
How much gas y'all say you wanted?
Fill it up, boy.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Molly. Don't get so dead rather hasty. How far's it to Whimperton, Bud?
I reckon it's about 97 miles as the flow cries.
He means as the fly crows, McGee.
No, he means as the cry flows, don't you, Bud?
No, sir. I mean in a straight line, only y'all can't drive in a straight line on account of the road curve pretty bad, so maybe you better figure on about 120 miles. Yes.
Oh, 120, eh? Well, in that there case, Bud, you better put in 3 gallons.
3 gallons?
Yep.
Y'all get 40 miles on a gallon?
40? Shucks, Bud. One place down in Caroline, we got 80 mile on a gallon and a half.
Sure. Including coasting down 60 mile a hill and 3 pushes and a tow-in.
Say, Bud, what's that there factory over there?
That one over there?
Yeah.
That little old furniture factory, boss. It ain't running no more down now, though.
Oh, I wonder if that's one of the factories I put out of business.
Oh, now, McGee, you never...
Is you a furniture man, boss?
You betcha.
Sure. You should see him go to work on a dining room table.
You betcha I'm a furniture man, Bud. Used to have a furniture farm up in Washington State.
Furniture farm?
Yep, furniture farm. Used to raise furniture for the whole state of Washington. Used to call me Woodwork McGee, the walnut wizard of Walla Walla.
Woodwork or wouldn't work, McGee?
Just a minute, mister. Y'all say you raise this here furniture?
Yep. You believe it? You see, Bud, I discovered one day that if you carve a walnut into the shape of a chair or a table or something, then plant it under the right conditions, in 4 years' time you'll have a full-grown chair or table or whatever you carved it into the shape of.
Is that so?
Yes, sir, Bud. I had me a 200,000-acre farm all planted in furniture. I had me a nice crop of piano stools one year, so the next year I plant kitchen cabinets. Crop rotation.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose you planted thatch weights to raise windows, McGee.
Nope. And I remember I had me a bad time trying to match walnuts.
Match walnuts?
Yep. You see, I had to get walnuts exactly the same size, weight, and shape, so as I could carve them and plant them for twin beds. Even then, you never knew when you'd plant a Queen Anne shipper robe and have it come up 4 years later as a Louis XIV bookcase. Oh, well, I suppose every business has its risks.
You mean all you had to do, boss, is go out and gather yourself a van load of furniture? All finished and everything?
Yep. Oh, of course, we had to cut off the roots and leaves and give it a swipe with a dust cloth.
How'd you keep the finish on them in the ground all that time, McGee?
Used to take me a hypo needle and inject 2 drops of Johnson's wax into every walnut.
Oh. It was all walnut, boss?
Yep, all walnut. Well, sir, I'll never forget the time back in 1908, no, 1910, no, 1908, or was it? No, it was, let's see now. Cutthroat Cammon's peanut stand blew up in 1909. Shortwave Jackson got that there message from Mars in 1908. Well, let's say it was back in 1907.
Well, say, wouldn't it be more fun to pretend it never happened at all, McGee?
Listen, Molly, the boy here is real interested in the furniture trade. Ain't you, Bud?
No, sir.
See, Molly? Too modest to admit it. Well, sir, Bud, as I says, back in, when did I say it was?
You says 1907, boss.
Oh, yeah. Well, sir, that year we had pretty heavy rains, and I had me a bad crop failure in end tables. I had 40,000 acres planted in end tables, and that there rainy season warped them in growing so much, I had to cut them up and sell them for novelty umbrella handles.
I suppose the year of the big wind you raised winds or tears. Don't you get it, McGee?
It ain't funny, Molly. But I did notice that in 1906, when we had that there cold winter, the dressers all sprouted extra thick drawers. McGee! Well, sir, as I said. Well, sir, Bud?
Excuse me, sir. I gotta get them autographs down in the storeroom,
So you want to hear the rest of the story, eh? Shucks, I don't blame you, Bud. But there ain't much more. I left the farm idle in 1931 when the government asked me to plow under every 3rd acre of upright pianos. I hadn't planted any grand pianos for 8 years on account it was hard to get me walnuts the right shape and size. Well, it kind of busted me all up, plow under all them swell Heppeldale and Chipping White pianos. But I had to be patriotic, so I sold out to a truck farmer.
Truck farmer?
Yeah, truck farmer. He's raising truck bodies. He lets the rest of the farm grow up any old way. And they say that some of the tables and chairs I planted are 90 feet high by this time.
McGee, stop your nonsense and let's get going.
Okay. Next time you're up Washington way, bud, ask about Woodwork McGee, the walnut wizard of Walla Walla. They'll show you the famous Fibber McGee furniture forest that grew up from the stuff that I just abandoned. You'll know the place by them 5 big Forest Ranger lookout towers.
Oh, did you plant them lookout towers, too?
Oh, shucks, no. I originally planted them for high chairs for them twin couplets, but they grew too fast for me, so I sold them to the government.
Who, the twin couplets?
No, the high chairs. See you later, bud.
Kelly and his tempo tycoons giving you Hallelujah with the Johnson Merrymen unloading the lyrics. And if we may say so, you'll go slightly lyrical yourself when you see your car gleam and glisten under a shiny protective coat of Johnson's Auto Wax. A moment ago, I told you how to clean your car with Johnson's new easy-to-use auto cleaner. Let me tell you now very briefly how you can keep it that way and why you should protect the finish of your car with Johnson's new Auto Wax. Wax, you know, gives the finish a hard, protective coat that keeps off the rain, dirt, and road grime and prevents destruction by the summer sun. An occasional rubbing with a cloth over the wax finish, and your car stays gleaming for months. Here's why you'll like Johnson's Auto Wax once you try it. First, it's easier to apply. It saves work. Second, Johnson's Auto Wax gives longer-lasting protection. Third, it saves many car washings. And fourth, it greatly increases trade-in values. Now, dealers in the United States and Canada are now offering a special introductory offer. A regular 40-cent can of black touch-up enamel free with every purchase of Johnson's Auto Wax and Auto Cleaner. $1.50 value for only 98 cents. Now, whether you clean and wax your own car or have the job done at a garage or service station, insist upon Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner. Don't forget now, tally with the dials next Monday night at this same hour for another half hour of Holcomb and Hotjaw. Remember, Monday the 19th for the 19th night of nifty notions and neat numbers.
Yes,
when
folks, next Monday, me and Harpo here will...
The name is Harlow. Comprenez-vous?
Who, me?
I said comprenez-vous.
Oh, Swedish, huh?
That was French.
I know. You talk German, too?
9.
9?
9.
9 what?
9 words. Johnson's auto cleaner positively will not harm the finish.
McGee, you led with your chin that time.
That's the way with them polo players. Always riding you off. I always say.
At this same time, next week then, don't forget, on NBC. And when you think of NBC, think of nice, bright car, which makes you think of Johnson's Auto Wax, which makes you think that possibly, this is Harlow Wilcox speaking. Good night. Among the selections heard on our program tonight were Take It Easy from Every Night at 8. This program came to you from our Chicago studio. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
I'd like a private word with pipe smokers. Listen, remember this name, Revelation. It's a pipe mixture, a true blend of 5 great tobaccos cut 5 different ways to get from each tobacco its richest taste and flavor. So don't throw away your pipe if it gets hot and sour. You're smoking the wrong tobacco. For cool, sweet, marvelous smoking pleasure, just try Revelation. Only 15 cents. Johnny presents the Ginny Simms program with the Bombardiers, Edgar Fairchild and his orchestra, and the greatest guest stars in the world. Tonight, it's Naval ROTC cadet Jim Hardy, quarterback of the Trojans who made football history in the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day. Also, Private First Class Richard Lockman, one of...
Duffy, that feud's just on the surface. Sure, down underneath they hate each other. Well, Alan's jealous, you see, because Benny steals all his stuff. Why, sure. Alan was cheap long before Benny. Hey, look, Duffy, I'm just thinking, St. Patrick's Day is coming up. What about a guy like Alan to MC the pig roast? Huh? Not enough contrast, huh? Well, I don't know. Maybe we could distinguish them. Maybe we could get Alan to wear a blue suit. Okay, I'll talk to him about it. So long, Duffy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, Benny Venuta, Peter Van Steeden and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Fred Allen, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Brought to you by 2 products that will pay you to remember. Minute Rub when you have a cold, Sal Hepatico when you need a laxative. Minute Rub, Sal Hepatico.
Eddie.
Yes?
Eddie, you want to hear a real funny joke?
No.
An absent-minded professor slammed his wife and kissed the dog goodbye.
Okay, I'd like to hear a joke.
Look, Eddie, I'm rehearsing to be one of them. What do you call them guys that tells jokes like the one I just told there?
A ghoul?
No, a monogamist. I'm learning these gags so when Fred Allen gets here, we can bandage a few ab-libs at each other.
You gonna be pitching or catching?
Eddie, you never heard me at a party. Honest to goodness, every place I go to, people say, "That Archie, what a convulsion." Yeah, wait till me and Alan gets together. Boy, it'll be a real battle of wits.
The trouble with this battle is he's got you outnumbered.
Listen, Eddie, I got just as many intelligence as he has. Especially with somebody helping me.
Huh?
Well, for instance, say me and Alan are standing here, throwing witty sisms at each other. Now, somebody might ask me, why does the chicken cross the street?
Who might ask you?
You might.
Why might I?
Because you might want Sunday off.
Yeah, I might at that, huh?
Now, why does a chicken cross the street?
Because there's a rooster on the other side.
Eddie, you ask the questions. I give the answers. That is, if you want Sundays off.
What happens if I don't ask you the question?
Then you get Sunday, Monday, and always.
Well, shake hands with a straight man.
Okay.
Hi, Arch.
Oh, hiya, Finnegan.
Hey, Arch, it's Fred Allen here. I'm dying to see him.
Do you know him, Finnegan?
No.
No? Well, do you listen to his program?
No.
Then why are you so anxious to meet him?
I always like to make new friends.
Well, Finnegan, why don't you listen to him sometime?
Maybe I will. When is he on?
He's on Sunday nights.
Oh, I can't, Dodge. Sunday night, my father listens to the Texaco show.
Finnegan, that is the show that Fred Allen is on.
Dodge, just that, Dodge. How come me and my father both listen? It's on the same station.
Yeah, that would be tough at that one. Why don't you listen some Sunday night when your father ain't home?
I even tried that, but I just tuned in at the finish of the program. When the announcer said, tune in the same time next Sunday.
Well, did you tune in the same time next Sunday?
Yep, and once again, they were just finishing. Hey, Art, what does this Fred Allen do?
Oh, he's a comedian. He tells jokes.
For instance?
Oh, for instance, he says, why is a streetcar like a woman?
What else does he do?
Finnegan, you're supposed to ask me.
To ask you what?
Why is a streetcar like a woman? Finnegan, ask me.
So why should I ask you? You don't know. You just asked me.
Oh, forget it, will you, Finnegan? Miss Duffy, maybe you'll do me a favor, huh?
I can't, Archie. I'm too busy.
You're too busy.
Certainly. Here it is the 4th day of leap year already, and I haven't got my circulars printed yet.
Circulars? Miss Duffy, is that in good taste?
In very good taste. They're printed in Old English type.
Well, in that case, maybe you'll get an Old Englishman. Oh, boy, I'll murder that, Alan. Leap year, huh? Have you found any suckers yet?
Well, there's just one fella. Goldsworthy Harkle Road.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Goldsworthy, where did you meet Goldsworthy?
In a restaurant. He wrote me a note on the back of a menu.
So then what?
So then I wrote him a note.
You mean you picked up a guy just like that?
I did not pick him up. I just told you we corresponded first.
Oh, I forgot that. Well, then what happened?
Well, he invited me for an automobile ride in the country. And he wanted to borrow Papa's car.
Oh, well, did you go with him?
Of course not. He was a total stranger. You think I trust a total stranger with Papa's car?
Well, don't worry, Miss Duffy. There's still 361 days left in leap year. Hey, Danny Seymour, you are very lax.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, you know what Harry Von Zell would have said when I said leap year.
What?
Well, he would have said, leap is the time of the year when people get colds.
Oh, that's pretty corny, isn't it, Archie?
Yeah, but Von Zell's that way. How would you go about it?
Well, I'd point out that even though this is a new year, there's certainly nothing new about the colds that brought many of us. Same old stopped-up nose, same old aching feeling in your muscles. Well, why not get after those annoying cold symptoms with something modern? Minute Rub Famous Chest Rub. Just massage it briskly on your back and chest. Yes, that's all you do. And soon, in fact, even before you've finished, you feel a gratifying sensation of warmth as Minute Rub begins to soothe the discomfort and tightness caused by your cold.
And meanwhile, Minute Rub gives off active menthol vapors that help relieve that stuffed-up feeling in your nose and throat.
Minute Rub won't harm clothes or linens. It's greaseless, stainless, seems to disappear as you rub it on. So get after your cold symptoms with this nationally famous chest rub that takes only a minute to use, that helps bring such fast relief. Minute Rub, M-I-N-I-T-R-U-B. Minute Rub. And now, folks, we present the new singing star of Duffy's, Benevenuta, who, before she sings,
rubs her throat religiously with Minute Rub.
Archie, what goes on here?
Oh, I'll do better for you, Benny. Please, Danny. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the great honor of presenting that distinguished female vocal chanteuse, the singing vocalist of such vocal hits on Broadway as By Jupiter, Kiss the Boys Goodbye, and etc., etc., etc. Tonight she vocalizes a song she made famous. Everything I Got Belongs to You. Miss Benet Venuta. Wasn't that better, Benet?
Oh, yes.
That's fine. Everything else satisfactory? You like your dressing room?
Yes. Except that I have to get out every time somebody wants to use the telephone.
Oh, we'll have that fixed immediately. Eddie, put an out-of-order sign on Miss Venuta's dressing room. Go ahead and sing, Benet.
I have eyes for you to give you dirty looks. I have words that do not come from children's books. There's a trick with a knife I'm learning to do, and everything I've got belongs to you. I've a powerful anesthesia in my fist, and the perfect grip to give your neck a twist. There are hammerlock holes, I've mastered a few, and everything I've got belongs to you. Share for share, share alike. You get struck each time I strike. You for me for me. I'll give you plenty of nothing. I'm not yours for better, but for worse. And I've learned to give the well-known witch's curse. I've a terrible tongue, a temper for two, and everything I've got belongs to you. Don't stamp your foot at me, that's impolite. To stamp your foot at me is not quite right. All I discover is you're not so fine. I fear my lover is a swine. You're a living proof that Frank Buck's still alive. You haven't brains enough for any child of 5. But I'll never let go. You'll never be free till everything you've got belongs. Everything you've got belongs. Everything you've got belongs to me.
Terrific. Feel the sawdust falling out of your mouth. May I say that when television comes in, you'll be a big star?
Oh, thank you, Archie.
It's a lucky thing television ain't here now.
Why not, Miss Duffy?
Look what's coming in the door.
Fred Allen. Thank you. Well, Mr. Allen, Duffy's is indeed prideful to have its portholes preempted by such an unmitigated personage as your distinction itself.
Dr. Fadderman, I presume.
Yeah, Fred, I'm glad you're surprised to find out I bet you're surprised to find out I ain't no bum, huh?
I'm sure I'm going to be, Archie, yes. You're looking ahead a little. So this is the famous Duffy's, eh?
Yeah, this is it. What do you think of it,
Well, I have been in a lot of dumps, Archie. But frankly, this joint is to architecture what Jack Benny is to the human race. Who is responsible for the decor here?
The decor,
Capital D, decor.
Yeah. Oh, I am responsible.
South
with that little narrow nose, I didn't think you'd smell it. But tell me, what do you think of the decorating? What do you think of that wallpaper job?
The wallpaper? It looks as though the one-arm paper hanger still has the hives,
Mr. Allen, I personally hung that wallpaper myself.
Well, you couldn't have picked a better paper.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. There's nothing like the New York Times. And, Archie, I must say that you showed good judgment in putting the obituary column next to the kitchen there.
Thank you. And look at the rest of them antiques. Duncan Fife cuspidors.
Barely see those.
Look at them Chippy Dale tables. Genuine oil paintings. That one up there, by the way, is a portrait of Duffy, the proprietor himself.
Say, he looks like Sitting Bull looked before he sat down, doesn't he? And these cracks in the wall, Archie, what are these? Air conditioning for the termites?
Mr. Allen, Duffy's does not cater to termites.
You mean even termites refuse to eat in here?
Please, no cracks about the food. We may not serve partridge on peasant, but the food is very nourishing.
It's nourishing, eh?
Do you know who eats here?
Who?
Frank Sinatra.
That I can believe. He is a real disciple of malnutrition.
Yes, sir, and he's got us to thank for it. Yeah, a lot of big shots eat here. You see that guy over there? That's Crudface Clifford, the safecracker, strictly Park Avenue.
Oh, a Ritz cracker, hey?
Yeah, great dynamite man, very delicate artist, too. I have seen Crudface take a pinch of TNT and open a can of sardines.
And when the can of sardines were opened, there were the little sardines laying there with that joke alongside them.
With eggs.
That reminds me, I knew a safecracker once, Archie. One Halloween, purely as a prank, mark you, I put a little bicarbonate of soda in with his nitroglycerin.
What happened?
That night, but don't anticipate. You heard it the first show. Now you're laughing before we get it.
It's better as it goes along, I hope.
I put a little bicarbonate of soda in his nitroglycerin, and that night, for the first time in history, a bank burped.
It must have been very embarrassing. The bank naturally couldn't say, pardon me.
No, it was just one of those corny exchange banks, you know.
Couldn't have been no cornier exchange than this.
Oh, Mr. Allen.
Well, as I live and breathe, if it isn't... Archie, what is it?
This is Miss Duffy, Fred. And take a tip. Watch out.
Well, what do you mean, Archie?
This dame carries around a marriage license made out to her and to whom it may concern.
Miss Duffy, Archie tells me that you've entered yourself in the leap year derby for fillies.
Yeah, and the way she's been running, you'd think she was owned by Bing Crosby.
You two talk like I was a horse. Now listen, Archie, if I was to tell you
Now, little lady, don't get excited. You might pull a tendon. Save your wind for the track.
I will have you two know that I am no horse.
What do we do with her, Fred?
Slap a saddle on her and put her in a claiming race.
That's the trouble with her. Nobody will claim her.
Oh, you.
Well, so you're Fred Allen.
That's right. By her relatives, I'm called Portland Hoffer's husband. And you are?
Clifton Finnegan.
Clifton Finnegan.
So you're Fred Allen. Boy, no wonder you make so many people laugh. Look at you.
Finnegan. Please, that is ill-mannered.
Yeah.
Mr. Allen is not responsible for his ghastly looks.
Thank you, Archie.
Say, that's a good trick you got.
What's that?
Talking through your nose like that. It must be hard to slip the words past your adenoids. How you do it?
I use small words. Of course, if I feel a big word coming on, I give it both nostrils. And then I push it through with hyphens on occasion. It's very simple, really.
Excuse me, Fred.
Sure.
Hello? Hello, Duffy. Huh? Yeah, Alan's here. The bags? Brother has he got 'em. Yeah, looks like his eyes is waiting for a red cap. No, I ain't asked him about the pig roast yet. Okay, I'll approach him, Duffy. Call me back. Fred, I'll be blunt. How would you like to make a fast buck MC in a pig roast?
Sounds like a greasy buck to me, Archie. What is this pig roast?
Well, it's Duffy's spring semi-annual St. Patrick's Day music call and pig roast.
Sounds gala.
Oh, yeah, sure, all Irish. Now, how about you MCing it?
Now, wait a minute. Don't rush me into it. What about the salary?
$5 and all the pig you can stomach.
$5. Now, let me see. 10%, that's 50 cents goes to my agent out of the $5.
Don't forget the pig.
Don't worry. He'll be around to collect his commission in the morning.
Well, Fred, $5 ain't nothing to be sneezed at.
$5? I can make more money than that peddling Wilkie buttons to Roosevelt.
You could, huh? Just a minute. Hello? Hello, Duffy. You won't take the $5. Duffy, I don't blame that guy. He's a big radio star, a picture star, a famous stage actor. Well, how high can we go? Well, it's a little more like it. So long.
What's the offer?
$6.50.
Well, look, is that European plan or with pig?
This American plan. You eat before you get there.
Oh, I see.
Now, Fred, when would you like to audition for this pig roast?
You mean I have to audition for this swine soiree?
Well, not for me. It's for Duffy. You know, he always chooses his own pigs and messes the ceremonies. So what do you say, Fred?
What do I say?
Yeah.
Oink.
What did you say?
I said oink.
Let me take a look at your knuckles, Fred.
$6.50.
Oh, say, Mr. Allen, didn't you once work for Sal Hepatica?
Yes, Mr. Seymour, and it looks as though I'm going to work for even less here in a minute.
Oh, Mr. Allen, weren't they wonderful people to work for?
Well, now as I
know you loved it.
What's that? Tell me, what do you do for the Sal Hepatica people?
Go ahead, Danny. Show them.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's certainly true that sometimes the best-laid plans can go astray when something unexpected happens. And yet, if on a day when you've made special plans, you wake up feeling headachy because you need a laxative, don't think your plans need be upset or that it's necessary to put off taking that laxative till bedtime. Simply take Sal Hepatica Famous Saline at once. For then, speedy Sal Hepatica brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So you can see you don't have to wait till night to take the laxative needed in the morning, and consequently don't have to continue feeling miserable all day. And Sal Hepatica, don't forget, has this additional advantage.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So before another day goes by, stop at your drugstore for a bottle of Sal Hepatica. Remembering this, caution, use only as directed. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see if you don't feel better, faster, when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Hello? Hello, Duffy. Huh? First, you want him to fill out the questionnaire? Okay. Fred, would you mind answering some questions?
All right.
First, your name?
Fred Allen.
Uh-huh. Occupation?
Part-time gasoline salesman.
Uh-huh. Social Security?
I'm already collecting it.
Obviously. Next, any hobbies?
I can spin a yo-yo.
Can spin a... how do you spell yo-yo?
Y-O.
Well, that's just the one yo. How about the other one?
Likewise, I'm sure.
Any other talents?
Juggling.
Juggling will be handy. The MC has to wait on tables, too. Anything else?
Well, I sing and play the clarinet.
Sing and play the clarinet, huh? Excuse me. Hello? Duffy, you all ready for the audition? Well, he says he sings and plays the clarinet. Okay, listen in. Van Steeden.
Yeah?
Loan Mr. Allen the end of a clarinet, will you?
Okay. Here you are, Mr. Allen.
Thank you. Say, isn't that strange? I have a clarinet just like this one at home. Mr. Van Steeden, didn't you used to have the band on my program?
Yep, and I quit.
Why did you quit, Pete?
Some rat swiped a clarinet.
Well, I'll see that you get this one back. Okay, Fred, leave us start the audition. What song do you think would be apropos for a pig roast?
Pig roast? How about something from Porky and Bess? Or So Sweet You Are? Or While Strolling Through the Park One Day?
Duffy don't mind what you sing, you know, as long as it's When Irish Eyes Are Smiling.
All right.
When Irish eyes are smiling, all the world seems bright and gay. And the
Hello? Just a second. Huh? Okay, Duffy. And now, Fred, for the clarinet.
But I hardly sang.
You ain't kidding. But maybe you should rest your nose a bit, huh? Leave us have the clarinet.
Well, what'll I play, Archie?
Well, I wrote a song called Leave Us Face It, We're in Love.
Archie, I heard that song. What do you want to do? Turn this clarinet into a plunger?
Look, what do you want to play?
Well, something from Oklahoma. And frankly, I wish I was there at the moment.
He even plays this through his nose. If Beethoven was alive, he'd wish he was dead. Better hold it, Alan. Hold it a second. Hello? Stinks, huh? Look, don't worry. It'll be over soon. Go ahead, friend.
Was that Duffy again?
No, this time it was Portland.
Oh, I see.
Go ahead. Fred, maybe Fred, couldn't you control... The guy is berserk. He's nuts. He thinks he's spending... Just a minute. Fred. Hello? Well, he stopped, didn't he? Uh-huh. Oh, Fred, Duffy wants to talk to you.
Oh, hello. Hello, Duffy. Say, what did you... Huh? Well, I can't. It's Van Steeden's clarinet.
Duffy, well, what'd you think? Duffy, such language. Okay, I'll thank Fred for you. Hold on wire just a minute, Duffy. Look, Fred, do you know any jokes?
Well, there's one joke about the absent-minded motorist.
Maybe it's better tell it to me first.
Clear it through you,
Yeah.
huh? But this is an audition within an audition. Well, there was once an absent-minded motorist who sat in a bar for 3 hours in front of a stuffed olive waiting for the red light to change. Tell the sardines to move over, huh?
Look, Duffy, what do we need a writer for? I mean, Look, don't forget these days a pig is a pretty big attraction by itself. Okay. Look, Fred.
I know, Archie. This happened to me one time in Newark with a trombone.
Oh, look, Fred, don't worry. I guarantee we won't hire nobody else. We'll Just take the $6.50 and buy a heavier pig.
Say, wait a minute, Archie. A heavy pig is pretty hard to find these days.
Well, I'll have to start looking.
Say, just a sec. Does it matter if the pig comes from the Midwest?
No.
Does it matter if he wears a toupee?
Fred, you ain't suggesting that...
No. I guess I'd better not spoil a high-class pig roast with him around, Archie. Good night.
Good night. Hello, Duffy's. Hello, Duffy. Guess what? I'm going to be on the radio. Yeah, next Sunday night, Fred Allen's invited me to be on his program. Yeah, that's right. And next Tuesday, we're having Jimmy Cagney. Yeah, Duffy, and Cagney's got that same Irish wit that Fred Allen has. Hello? Hello? He hung up.
Mothers, nowadays when cold strikes so often, so unexpectedly, why not make sure that you're ready to get after your child's cold symptoms with that famous modern chest rub, Minute Rub? Keep Minute Rub always handy, for rubbing Minute Rub on your youngster's back and chest quickly helps relieve cold distress. And Minute Rub's menthol vapors aid in relieving congestion in nose and throat. Minute Rub is greaseless, stainless, won't harm clothes or linen. Be prepared to get after your boy or girl's cold symptoms with that famous modern chest rub, Minute Rub. Keep Minute Rub always handy, for rubbing Minute Rub on your youngster's back and chest quickly helps relieve cold distress. And Minute Rub's menthol vapors aid in relieving congestion in nose and throat. Minute Rub is greaseless, stainless, won't harm clothes or linen. Be prepared to get after your boy or girl's cold symptoms with that famous modern chest rub used by thousands of mothers, Minute Rub.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The makers of Campbell's Soup present George Burns and Gracie Allen, Tony Martin and Ken Niles, and Henry King in his music. My sugar takes me with a grain of salt. Just a minute, George and Gracie will be with us. Meanwhile, this is Ken Niles. You know, I've been getting a lot of letters lately since I've been telling you about my extra special favorite, Campbell's Chicken Soup. I get many that read like this. What you say about Campbell's Chicken Soup is absolutely true. I'm through making chicken soup at home now that I can have just as good, if not better, soup by asking for Campbell's. True? Why, of course it is. And I know good chicken soup myself, so I can tell you why Campbell's has been the soup sensation of the year and why women are buying 3 times as much as they did a short while ago. Now, this is why. It's that glorious, delicious chicken flavor, the through and through chicken richness, the golden glistening color, the snowy rice and delightful seasoning, and the pieces of tender chicken meat, too. Just like the best homemade chicken soup you ever tasted. That's why. And you can have it any time you wish simply by asking your grocer for Campbell's Chicken Soup. Why not do that tomorrow? And here are George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Thank you very much. Well, Gracie, say hello to everybody.
Yeah, hello, Tony.
Hello, Tony? That's everybody?
Well, everybody that matters, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I think I know what you mean.
Well, never mind saying hello to us, Gracie. I know you're very busy these days. By the way, have you got your Christmas shopping done?
My Christmas shopping kit? Oh, sure, it's all done except buying the presents.
Gracie, why don't you buy your Christmas presents after Christmas?
Well, that's what I'm going to do. On account of you don't know what people need until the day after Christmas.
I know I'm heading for a headache.
Now, for instance, after I get a present from a girlfriend, I can tell what she needs. Now, if she gives me a handbag, then I know she doesn't need a handbag. Because if she needed a handbag, then why did she give it to me?
That's a good idea.
I know, I made it up.
You ought to have it stuffed.
Ought to have it stuffed what? The handbag?
No, your head.
Oh. I don't get it.
You don't, Henry.
You look at my face and you do not know who she is?
Henry, that was last week, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Can't
Say,
step out of
Henry.
character.
Henry, what are you going to give the boys in your band for Christmas?
Oh, I don't know, Gracie. What do you suggest?
Music lessons.
Not a bad idea. It's a good idea. Gracie, what are you going to give me for Christmas?
Well, George, did you see those star sapphire cufflinks down at the jewelry?
You mean the ones set in platinum?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you think Tony Martin would like them?
You're giving Tony Martin star sapphire cufflinks? What about me?
Oh, I think he'd rather have cufflinks.
Cufflinks?
Cufflinks.
You mean cut glass? You do,
It's awfully sweet of you, Gracie. But Alice Faye bought me some cufflinks for my birthday.
Copycat.
Hello. Who? Oh, just a minute. Gracie, a phone call for you, and the party said it's very important.
Oh, well, it's probably the sponsor.
Oh, the sponsor.
I guess he wants to know whether Tony Martin is through this week or next week.
Never mind about Tony. Just answer the phone.
All right. Hello, Mr. Chicken Soup.
Mr. Chicken Soup?
Quiet,
It's a
George.
cute first name.
What's that?
Sam Chicken Soup.
It's who? Now, you have to speak clearly. I don't recognize your voice. No, I don't remember meeting you. No, you must have the wrong party.
Gracie, will you let me answer the phone? Hello. Who? Just a minute, Gracie, it's your mother.
Oh, hello, Mother. I didn't know you were sponsoring this program.
If it's your mother, she's probably sponsoring a pat itself for your daddy.
Now, please, Judge, Mother can't hear what she's saying.
She's lucky.
What? No, that was George Burns, Mother. George Burns. No, Burns. Look, Mother, if you light a match to the gas stove, what does it do? Oh, nothing? Oh, the gas is shut off?
Gracie, find out what she wants.
What, Mother? Oh, you're wrapping the Christmas presents. Oh, goody. What's that? Oh, you want to know whether you should wrap them now or wait until you buy the presents?
Gracie, don't make a quick decision. That takes a lot of thought.
Well, not for me, George. What, Mother? Oh, you don't know whether to buy the presents now or wait until you get money?
That's an idea. I think she'd better wait a little bit.
Well, Mother, why don't you borrow the money till Daddy gets home? What? Oh, nobody will loan you the money for 20 years.
Why don't you tell her to ask the warden, Gracie?
Well, goodbye. Oh, by the way, Mother, how's Unky today? He's still dead, huh? Well, that's good. Goodbye.
Well, that was a nice hunk of dialogue.
Now, where was I?
You were in a jewelry store picking up cufflinks for Tony Martin that Alice Faye has already picked out.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
George, the next time I see Caruso, remind me to ask him if he'd like to sing on this program.
Gracie, Caruso is dead.
Well, all right, then you ask him.
Look, there's one thing I'd like to explain to you. Tony Martin doesn't feel like coming up here at night and making love after making love at the studio all day.
Thanks, George.
You're welcome.
Now, Gracie, this morning I spent the entire morning kissing Simone.
Oh, the poor kid. You must be tired. Take me in your arms and tell me all about it, Tony.
Yeah, he's all in, yeah.
Well, I rehearsed a love scene with her 20 times.
Oh, what you need is a rest, Tony. Let me sit in your lap.
Tony, so Simone kissed you 20 times. I'd like to do that.
Well, go ahead, George. I'll hold them for you, and then you can hold them for me.
Tony, why don't you get Gracie into one of your pictures?
I'll bet I'd be great as a heroine.
Yeah, because heroin is a dope.
Please, Judge.
And after kissing Simone all afternoon, I did nothing but hug and kiss Janet Gaynor.
You spent all morning making love to Simone, and all afternoon hugging and kissing Janet Gaynor?
Yeah.
Oh, just my luck to be out the night shift.
Sing for me.
Day is ending and the sun's descending in the west once more. Night is falling, I can hear love calling on the dear old Mississippi shore. Everybody knows that it's just a muddy river, but it seems like heaven on high. When the moon is shining bright, let me dream away the night where the lazy river goes by. Go away, let us be just the river, you and me. Everything is still all along the Mississippi. Ain't no one as happy as I. Oh, I never want to roam. Let me live and make my home where the lazy river goes by. Sing on out, Henry. Come on, get on those blacks and whites. Truck me on down. Yes, yes. Everybody knows that it's just a muddy river, but it seems like heaven on high. When the moon is shining bright, let me dream away the night where the lazy river goes by. Get you away and let us be just the river, you and me. Everything is still all along the Mississippi. Ain't no one as happy as I. Oh, I never want to roam. Let me live and make my home where the lazy river goes by. Where the lazy, lazy river goes by.
Where the lazy river goes by from the picture with a banjo on my knee. Tony, you're swell.
Thanks, George.
Well, Gracie, how did you like Tony Martin?
Oh, I think he's beautiful.
Yeah, he's pretty. You know, Gracie, what do you want Santa Claus to give you for Christmas? Would a stocking hold all you want?
Well, no, but a pair of Tony Martin socks would.
I say, well, that's if he's got a pair of socks. Yeah.
Well, now just think. 2 more days and it'll be December 25th.
Yeah.
And a week later, New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
7 weeks from then, Washington's birthday. 5 months after that, 4th of July. Well. Half of next year gone already, and it isn't even Christmas yet. Time certainly flies, don't you think so?
Yes, I think so. Gracie, you forgot April Fool.
I'm coming to you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you. Some people like Christmas, but personally, I like Labor Day much better than Easter on account of the Christmas trees.
You have Christmas trees on Labor Day? Mm-hmm. Then what will you have on Christmas?
Well, I'll take the same as you do, George, only more ginger ale in mine.
I don't know what you're doing for Christmas, but I'm having a poor family for dinner.
Well, that's nice. We're having turkey.
Well, it's kind of different. With stuffing, yes.
Yeah.
Love that turkey stuffing.
You know...
Take it easy. Just give it
Isn't...
Just speak later. There you go, Chrissy.
Oh, George, let me talk.
Yes.
If it weren't for one thing, I could sit under the mistletoe and kiss Tony Martin to my heart's content.
And what's the one thing?
Well, who wants to spend a dime for mistletoe?
Well, Tony, Gracie's got a man on.
Gracie, let's cut that out. I don't want to start talking about kissing the minute I get down to work.
Well, that's what I say. Let's cut out the talking and get down to work.
In the first place, kissing is unhealthy. Isn't that right, Henry?
I don't know.
You don't know? You've never been kissed?
I've never been sick.
Is that so? Well, you certainly fooled me, because you look bad.
Tony Martin, I'm going to teach you a lesson.
You mean you're going to fire me off this program?
Oh, worse than that, I'm going to make you act in my Christmas play. And I'm going to do it sometime pretty soon, right now.
You going to do a Christmas play sometime pretty soon, right now?
Yeah, almost quicker than immediately.
Well, let's not act hastily.
Oh.
Well, I think that's going to be swell, Gracie. Is it another historical play?
No, Ken, it's a sort of a kind of a special Christmas play I wrote called Dickens' Christmas Carol.
I must be wrong. I thought Dickens' Christmas Carol was written by Dickens.
That's what he thought, too.
That's what who thought, Dickens?
No, Carol, Christmas Carol.
Oh, yeah, I know him very well. A tall fellow with a face. He's a...
Well, don't be silly, George. Christmas Carol isn't a him, it's a her.
A her?
Belle Carol's sister.
Oh, Carol's sister, yes. Very cute, too. Gracie, who's who in the screwy play of yours?
You, George. You're playing the part of Scrooge, the stingy old miser.
Well, I don't think I'll be able to read the script because mine's sore. I knew it was bad. I didn't like it. Oh, I guess so. Okay. All right, so I'm Scrooge.
Yeah, but we'll call you Scroogey Poogie.
Scroogey Poogie.
And boys.
Yep.
Boys, you play the three ghosts.
The three ghosts, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know. Because this is a ghost-to-ghost program, huh?
That's right, Ken. The Pacific Ghost, the Atlantic Ghost, and it just goes to show you.
And we all act in this play, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know the play, Gracie. We're the three ghosts that come to haunt Scrooge.
Right, Tony. Ken,
Yep.
You're the ghost of the past. Henry?
Yep.
You're the ghost of the present. And Tony?
Yes?
Yeah, oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, Tony, you can't be the ghost of the future.
Why not?
Well, it's because the way you've been behaving, I'm afraid you haven't got a future on this program.
Oh, I see.
Do you follow me, Tony?
Yes, I follow you, Gracie.
Well, you better stop following me, Alice. They'll get awfully angry.
All right, Gracie, and what part do you play?
I'm Mrs. Fezziwig.
Mrs. Fezziwig?
Yes.
Who is Mrs. Fezziwig?
Well, she's the wife of Mr. Fezziwig and the mother of all their fuzzy little toupees.
Fuzzy little toupees. Hair. And what do you do in this play?
Well, as long as the boys are ghosts, I have to be the ghostess.
Ghostess? You mean you're a lady ghost?
No, a dance hall ghostess.
Henry, the music.
Henry King at the Steinway. Mr. Steinway's younger son.
Glad to talk on my favorite subject, Campbell's chicken soup. And if you could see the way Campbell's make it, you'd know why it's so extra delicious, just like the finest homemade chicken soup you ever tasted. Now, Campbell's use all the good, tender meat of plump chickens, the kind of chickens you'd select for your own table. And they simmer the broth slowly until it's outstandingly delicious with chicken goodness. Outstandingly delicious flavor. That's what has made Campbell's chicken soup such a great favorite in so short a time. So much so that women everywhere are buying 3 times more than they did a short while ago. And the minute you taste it, I know you're going to be captivated, too. If you want to make an extra special hit for the family, just place before them Campbell's chicken soup. Don't put it off. Why not ask your grocer for it tomorrow? And now for Gracie Allen's masterpiece, Dickens' Christmas Carol. Conceived, written, directed, produced, released, presented, and sponsored by Gracie Allen.
Yeah, and I'm pretty, too.
Quiet.
Now remember, George, you're Scrooge the miser.
Yes.
All your life you've hoarded jokes. And on Christmas Eve, the ghosts of the past, present, and future of radio come back to haunt you.
I see. They're still haunting for their jokes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I'm Mrs. Fezziwig, the widow lady. And when the scene opens, you're at home in the attic, and I'm trying to get you to donate some jokes to the starving masters of ceremony.
Well, this is going to be a nice play.
Yes. Ken the cat.
All right. Ebenezer Scrooge, the mean old miser of the airways, George Burns. Mrs. Loudspeaker Fezziwig, the nitwit of the network, Gracie Allen. The ghost of the past.
Something he ate, I guess.
Ken Niles. The ghost of the present, Tony Martin. The ghost of the future, Henry King. Time, midnight, Christmas Eve. Curtain.
Are you ready, Ghost?
Yeah.
Music.
A haunting we will go. A haunting we will go. A haunting we will go.
Go ahead, George.
So this is Christmas Eve. Bah. And everybody is happy. Bah. I am not happy. They call me Ebenezer Scrooge, the joke miser. What fools people are to be happy on Christmas Eve. I sure feel sorry for all the poor masters of ceremonies on a cold night like this without a joke on their backs.
Scrooge, let me in. Let me in. This is Mrs. Fezziwig.
Come in and close the door. Close the door. It's chilly outside.
Well, Scroogey Poogie, if I close the door, will it make it warmer outside?
It's a nasty snowstorm outside. I'm chilled to the bone.
Well, it serves you right for going without a hat.
That's very funny, Mrs. Fezziwig. I'll put that away with the rest of my jokes. Shades of Al Jolson, Mrs. Fezziwig. Do you see this ghostly figure wrapped in a sheet?
Oh, yes, Scrooge. It's either Mahatma Gandhi or a man without Mahatma coat and the vest.
Quiet. Speak, ghostly guest. Who are you? What brings you here?
Who am I? Where I play folks packing to hear my wife cracking on radio. I won renown. There's no use in guessing. My name I'm confessing. The mayor of Mexico.
Well, what brought you here?
I've come to haunt you, Scrooge, for stealing my jokes, you know?
I don't believe you're a canter. All I can see is an empty sheet.
Yeah, Eddie, where did you park your carcass?
Don't haunt me, Eddie. I'm Ebenezer Scrooge. Oh, Eddie, I'm an old man. Look at me. I'm all bent over.
Yeah, from lifting everybody's jokes.
Oh, that's Ted Lewis? Hush.
You've stolen my best joke. I've got a goat in my house who hasn't got a nose.
Sleepy Hollow. And who are you?
Hello again. I'm the ghost of Jack Benny. Yeah.
Sounds like the goat of Jack Benny. You don't look like Jack Benny.
Well, George, if you were dead as long as Tony Martin, you wouldn't look like Jack Benny either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
Eddie Cantor. Well, Eddie, what are you doing all dressed up in a sheet?
Well, it's like this, Jack. This sheet has cut down the high cost of living. By wearing a sheet, I don't have to buy a suit, a collar, or a necktie. When I come home at night in a sheet, I'm ready for bed. When I wake up in the morning, I'm already in a sheet. And instead of expensive cleaning and pressing bills, I can have my sheet washed for 22 cents a pound. Ha! And don't I have to look for a collar button? No. Ha ha! You get it, Jimmy?
Silly Cantor, isn't it?
Oh, that was wonderful, Ken. You ought to be able to give an imitation of Harpo Marx.
Well, Gracie, Harpo Marx can't talk.
I know.
Gracie, what's Eddie Cantor got that I haven't got?
5 daughters.
Well, Buck Benny, what do you want?
Scrooge, I'm here to haunt you. You stole my joke, a joke that I originated, a joke that made me famous. We've got a goat at our house without a nose. How does it smell?
Terrible, Jack. I used it on my program, too.
Quick, Mrs. Fezziwig, the pencil. It sounds like a new one. Jokes. Ha, ha, ha. Well, sort of a tacit. Well, who are you?
Good evening, folks. Welcome to Town Hall tonight.
Miss
knocked me down with an elephant, as the man in the kosher butcher shop used to say. I hope to kiss a pig if it isn't Portland Fezziwig.
Nice work, Henry.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised myself. I must be a mimic.
What?
You must be a mimic.
You're a mimic? You mean you haven't any red corpuscles?
Well, Freddie Allen, have you come to haunt me about the goat at your house that hasn't got a nose?
No, not only am I a comedian, I'm a clever writer. I switched that joke. We've got a nose at our house that hasn't got a goat.
Some twist. A nose that's a nose without a goat?
Well, maybe it's Jimmy Durante.
Jimmy Durante, the nose miser.
Oh, wait. We've got a goat that's got a nose, but we've got a house that hasn't got a yard.
Well, if you've got a house that hasn't got a yard, how does the goat play?
Like Henry King.
The pencil. Jokes. What's that?
The ghost of Major Bo's gong.
Well, it didn't have a very good ring.
Well, you miser, what do you want for nothing? The Westminster chimes?
Oh, that's a very good joke, Mrs. Fezziwig, for this chime of the year.
Oh, careful, Scrooge. Giving away those jokes, they'll be calling you Good Chime Charlie.
Good Chime Charlie. That's a beauty.
Scrooge, before I go, you can do me a few favors.
Yes, Jack Benny. What favors would you like?
Strawberry, raspberry, orange, lemon, lime.
And Campbell's chicken soup.
Thanks, Gracie.
You're welcome.
Well, goodbye, Jack Benny.
Goodbye, and a Merry Christmas to you.
Goodbye, and a Merry Livingston to you, too.
Well, Eddie Cantor, I've got every joke you ever used. I'm living on the fat of the land.
The fat of the land? Well, you must have Jack Bernard, too.
I've got him.
Well, I can't expect a joke from a miser like you, but I thought you might at least give me a little pun. Goodbye.
Oh, isn't that cute, George? Eddie Cantor's got 5 daughters, and now he's looking for a little pun.
Jokes. Well, Freddie Allen, aren't you going back to town hall?
No, I'm going nuts.
Well, you're lucky, Fred. Everyone else has a long trip ahead of them.
Goodbye, Freddie.
Goodbye.
Tally ho! Tally ho!
Henry, the music. Now Gracie will sing I Love You from Coast to Coast. Sing it, Gracie.
I love you has been said in so many ways, it's hard to find something new. Still I tried and I managed to coin all praise in praise of you. It's my ambition to audition for a swell radio post, just to tell you I love you from coast to coast. It's not the money in it, honey, that I keep thinking of most. It's the chance to romance you from coast to coast. Sometimes I start to pour out my heart in writing, but through a mic the words sound more exciting. So if I get work on the network, honey, I'll sing you a toast when I broadcast I love you. I don't mean high pitch. I don't mean Armstrong. I don't mean Henry. I mean from coast to coast.
The makers of those fine campbell soups invite you to listen in and laugh with George Burns and Gracie Allen again next Wednesday. Meanwhile, remember that you can have the finest chicken soup you ever tasted simply by asking for Campbell's Chicken Soup. You'll find it to be the delicious, nourishing, old-fashioned kind.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Your station is KHJ, Don Lee, Los Angeles. Time signal courtesy Schaefer Pen and Pencil Company. Settle that perplexing Christmas gift problem with the genuine Schaefer dry-proof fountain pen desk set.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Your station is KHJ, Don Lee, Los Angeles. Time signal courtesy Schaefer Pen and Pencil Company. Settle that perplexing Christmas gift problem with the genuine Schaefer dry-proof fountain pen desk set.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
J-E-L-L-O
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Johnny Green and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with It's No Fun. Country today, lovely ladies have been parading their latest spring finery. It's one of the highlights of Easter, this display of new fashions, this brilliant array of colors. But in all their springtime brightness, the colors of Easter cannot surpass the glowing colors of Jell-O. However, Jell-O is much more than just a gay, good-looking dessert. It's a downright delicious one as well. It was always delightful, but nowadays Jell-O tastes twice as good as ever before. That real fruit flavor is put there by a modern secret process and sealed right in so that it can't get out. That's why every one of Jell-O's 6 grand flavors has the keen, refreshing goodness of fresh, ripe fruit. No other gelatin dessert can equal Jell-O's extra-rich fruit flavor. So accept no substitutes. Always ask for Jell-O by name. Always insist on the one and only genuine Jell-O. And now we bring to you from Cleveland the pride of Waukegan, the idol of California, Ohio's favorite son, Jack Benny of New York.
Thank you. Well, Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny coming to you from all over the country. Listen, Don, as long as we're here in Cleveland, why did you let on that I come from New York?
Well, don't you?
Yes, Don, but I had a swell gag all worked out about Cleveland. You nearly spoiled it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack.
Look, Don, now look. There's a famous street here called Euclid Avenue, see? It's known all over the country.
Euclid Avenue, eh?
Yeah, now you ask me how I like Cleveland.
All right, Jack. How do you like Cleveland?
Well, Don, I love my wife, but oh, Euclid.
Oh,
boy.
Wow.
Boy, am I hot tonight?
Yes, sir. Are you killing you?
Well, anyway, folks, we're here in Cleveland and having a great time.
Oh, by the way, Jack, how are you doing at Low State Theater this week?
How am I doing? Why, Don, haven't you read the reviews, the notices? They're terrific. Look, I just happen to have this write-up. I usually throw them away, you know.
Where is it?
Right here, pinned to my pocket.
Well, let's see it.
Oh, it's nothing much, Don. The usual stuff. You know. Here, read it.
Oh, yes. This week, Low State Theater offers the outstanding show of the season. On the screen, Myrna Loy gives a magnificent performance in that sparkling romantic film, Petticoat Fever.
Read on, Don.
However, for sophisticated comedy, debonair personality, and gay
That's nonchalance, Don.
Gay nonchalance, we also have that smooth, suave comedian, Robert Montgomery.
Read on, Don. Read on.
The stage show this week includes the Yazid Arabs, the Stuart Morgan dancers, and a man with a violin.
That's me. That's me.
Congratulations, Jack.
Oh, Don, it's the same everywhere I go. It means nothing, really.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. I was just showing Don the write-up I got in the paper.
Can I have it, Jack? I want to give it to my father.
Why?
He's got a hole in his shoe.
Oh, yeah? Well, my shoes come first.
Say, Barry, you should read that write-up.
Well, what's so funny about it?
It's a knockout.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah? You leave Jack alone. He's got more talent in his little finger than you'll ever have.
I don't believe it.
Neither do I, but that's what he told me.
That a girl, Mary.
Shut up.
Oh. It's a nice way to talk on Easter Sunday. But you look swell, Mary. Is that a new spring outfit?
Uh-huh. Do you like it?
I sure do. Who gave it to you?
You did.
I did? Say, that was darn sweet of me. Did I give you anything else?
I haven't decided yet.
Oh. Well, if I do, let me know, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Hello, Jack. Here I am, large as life and twice as tempting.
Well, hello, Kenny. Say, where's your Easter outfit?
Oh, I'm wearing it.
You look the same to me. Mary, do you notice any change in Kenny?
Sure, he had his hat blocked.
Oh, yes. Now I notice it. Look, Mary, he's got a flower in his buttonhole, too. Get it?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, is it funny looking? What is it, Kenny, a violet or a carnation?
Oh, I don't know. It fell off a lady's hat.
Well, anyway, Kenny, you look fine. You're some dresser.
Oh, thanks, Jack. You know, you wear swell clothes yourself.
Oh, I don't know. Of course, I do pride myself on the way I take care of my suit, Jim.
That suit looks like you forgot to take it off the hanger.
Yeah, you nearly killed that joke, too. Oh, well, anyway, folks, it's Easter, and I want to tell you it's nice to see people out in their new spring finery, new hats, new dresses, new suits.
And don't forget Jell-O's new extra-rich fresh fruit flavor. Remember, it tastes twice as good as ever before.
Well, that's a nice Easter greeting. Yeah.
Hey, Jack, that reminds me. I wrote a poem about Easter.
Mary, will you stop writing those poems? That's the only trouble with this program.
Well, just listen to this one.
All right, all right.
Easter's here but once a year, even as you and I. A rag, a bone, and a hank of hair. A laugh, a tear, a sigh.
Well.
Easter bonnets soon appear in the rain or fall.
Playtime.
And after that, we put them back. So the man worthwhile is the one who can smile on a happy Easter day. Hey, hey.
That was Mary Livingston by Johnny Green and his orchestra.
That's the last poem I'll ever write.
You see? They like that, huh? Well, anyway, that was Goody Goody, played by Johnny. But really, that was swell. I don't know, Johnny. You know, your music does something to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way. You know, Johnny, there's something about you when you stand there leading that orchestra that, oh, I don't know. There's a word that fits you, and I just can't think of it. It's,
How about genius?
Well, that's cute, yes. I really had another word in mind, but genius will do. I mean. Mary, what are you laughing at?
Imagine a genius with a haircut.
Mary, listen, don't forget the struggle behind Johnny's musical education. Night after night, with the wind howling and tearing at his clothes, he trudged 6 miles through blinding snow just to get to his piano teacher's house. Is that right, Johnny?
No, he came to our house.
Well, you don't know the struggle that piano teacher went through. After each lesson, fighting every inch of his way back through 6 miles of blizzard and snow, didn't he, Johnny?
No.
Well, anyway, Johnny, you deserve your success.
Oh, thanks, Jack. You're white.
It's all right, Johnny. You're green.
I'm Livingston, monkey with that.
Well, that finishes this routine. Say, Johnny, how do you like Cleveland? Are you having any fun here?
Oh, sure, Jack. I have lots of friends in town and relatives, too.
Oh.
Yeah, by the way, where are you stopping?
Stopping? Oh, I got a little room at the Statler. It's nothing pretentious, but it's comfortable, you know. After all, I just sleep there. Where are you living, Johnny?
Oh, I'm there, too. Of course, I've got quite a large room.
Well, you've got quite a large orchestra. I mean, how do you all get in there?
We checked the drums downstairs.
Oh, you could have checked that joke downstairs, too, I think.
Say, Jack,
Yeah?
I have some relatives here who are great friends of yours, and I'd like you to meet them right after the broadcast. Do you mind?
Oh, of course not, Johnny. I'll be glad to. Are they distant relatives?
No, they're right outside.
You could have checked that one, too.
Yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that tonight we are going to offer you a real treat. You remember in the past we gave you the best plays that money could pass by. We gave you Noel Coward, George Bernard Shaw, and we have also given you the works of Shakespeare. Well, maybe not Shakespeare, but we have given you the works. And this evening, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present Eugene O'Neill's stage and screen triumph, Our Wilderness, with a cast that needs no introduction. I, Jack Lionel Bennymore, will play the part of the father. Miss Mary Livingston, who used to live near Catherine Cornell, will play the part of the mother, while Kenny Baker, who was once hit by Clark Gable's car, will play the part of the son. Don, do you like the part of the uncle played by Wallace Beery?
Yes, and I like strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Just for that, you can't be in it. Nah. Oh, Mary, while Kenny is singing his number, you better rehearse a little bit. You know, that's a pretty important part you've got there.
Oh, yeah? I don't need rehearsing. I was in a stock company for the past 3 months at the Princess Theater in New York.
Mary, the Princess Theater has been closed for 2 years.
Oh, no wonder I didn't get any applause.
Well, anyway, folks, tonight we are presenting Our Wilderness. The scene is the home of the Bennies, the time right after Kenny Baker's song. Oh, by the way, Kenny, do you think you can play the part of...
I don't know, but I'll try.
Sing, Kenny.
Let me ride on a trail in the hills of old Wyoming, where the coyotes wail in the gloaming, for it's there that my heart's at home. In the night, let me rest with a blue sky for my stealing, till the wind's lullaby comes stealing from the hills where my heart's at home. Wake with a song, wake with the sun, saddles to mend, cattle to tend, plenty to be done. Let me live on the range, where a man has learned to roam in, and dream of old Wyoming. Let me ride on a trail in the hills of old Wyoming till the wind's lullaby comes stealing from the hills where my heart at home. In the hills, in the hills, in the hills.
That was Kenny Baker singing in the hills of old Wyoming. And now we bring you our version of Eugene O'Neill's masterpiece, Our Wilderness. The scene is a small town in New England years and years ago, when children were seen and not noticed. Now, as the scene opened... what was that noise, Mary?
O'Neill just turned off his radio.
Oh, well. Curtains. Music, John.
Oh, Forrest. Forrest,
Yes, Teresa.
where's our son Wilderness?
He ain't home yet. Here it is, 8:27, and that boy of ours is still gallivanting around.
Well, don't worry. He's a good boy and smart, too. He got the biggest marks in his school and stood at the head of his class.
Well, where he got the marks, he had to stand. I tell you, Teresa, I don't know what this younger generation is a-coming to. On the way home tonight, I actually saw a young couple holding hands before it got dark.
Well, what's the matter with that?
Well, when I was young, boys never thought of doing the things they do today.
That's why they didn't do 'em.
Never thought of that.
You know, Pa, I've been thinking, you really got to talk to Wilderness and tell him the facts of life. He's going on 29.
Guess you're right, Ma. He ain't a child anymore. Has he got a shaving mug?
Yes, but he never shaves it.
You know, I have a suspicion he's a-raising a beard.
Are you sure, Pa?
No, but when he comes in, I must stash him. Ooh.
That hurt me, too.
Yeah. But that boy's at the age now where he must be protected.
Yes, Pa, and it's up to you to talk to him.
Gosh, Ma, I don't know what to tell him.
Why don't you ask the voice of experience?
No, not tonight, Teresa. I feel kind of drowsy.
Drowsy?
Yes.
My mistake.
Come in. It's Uncle Ferncliff.
Hey, give me a glass of water, please.
Well, what's the matter, Uncle?
Make it 2 glasses.
Why, what's wrong?
First, I got something to tell you. I got bad news for you.
You don't mean you come to live with us?
It's worse than that. Do you know that Simpson girl who wears high heels and smokes cigarettes?
You mean Annabelle Simpson?
That's the bimbo.
How do you know she smoked a cigarette?
There was lipstick on it when I picked it up.
What, lipstick, too?
And that's not all, Forrest. Would you believe it? Your son has been writing her letter.
He has?
Surprised, eh? I just found the love letter. Look at that fancy stationery. I feel that material.
Not bad. And you say my son wrote this letter?
Yes, indeed. Here it is. It says, Dear Annabelle.
Wait. I can tell from the beginning of that letter this ain't going to be fit for a woman's ears. You want to leave the room, Teresa?
Give me that letter and you leave the room.
Carry on, Ferncliff. I got to know what's in it.
Dear Annabelle, roses are red, violets are blue, sugar is sweet, and so are you. Yours truly, Wilderness.
My son wrote that? I can't believe it.
Well, here it is in black and blue.
Well, then I reckon it's true. I wouldn't have minded so much except for those last 4 words. And so are you. That's a going too far.
Now, don't be too hard on the boy, Forrest. Maybe he wasn't himself when he wrote it.
He must have been. Every word is misspelled.
That's exactly my conclusion.
Here he comes now. Forrest, you must talk to him.
Oh, Father. Oh, Mother. Oh, Uncle.
Oh, Wilderness.
Young man, do you realize what time it is?
9:13.
Exactly. You had your mother all upset coming in at this hour. She was a-walking up and down in her bare feet with tears in her eyes. And why?
There were tacks on the floor.
Yes, son, we were all worried. Where were you tonight?
Playing jacks.
Oh, gambling, eh? At Annabelle Simpson's?
Yeah.
You better be careful, my boy. I knew many girls when I was a young man. Ah, but your mother was different.
Sure, I was different. I said yes.
Wilderness, Uncle Ferncliff found a love letter you wrote to Annabelle. What do you say to that?
Oh, gingerbread.
Watch your language, son. Did you have a drink before you came home?
Yes, Father. A malted milk.
A malted milk, eh? Was there an egg in it?
Well,
Answer me, son. Was there an egg in it?
Yes, Father.
That's the last straw.
But I couldn't help it, Father. I couldn't help it. I was driven to it.
I don't care how you got there. It doesn't matter.
You don't know the ache of a lonely heart. I asked Annabelle for a lock of her hair, and she told me to jump in the lake.
Did you do it, son?
Yes, but it wasn't there.
Well, I can understand that. When your mother first turned me down, I drank a glass of iodine.
Was there an egg in it?
Leave the room, Teresa. I'm going to have a talk with Wilderness about the facts of life.
Well, I hope you learned something.
She infumigated.
Come here, son. You're getting at the age now when you ought to be told some of the facts of life. Sit down, my boy.
I am sitting down.
Then stand up. You're going on 29 and approaching manhood. There are a few things you ought to know.
Gee, it's a thrill. What is it, Dad?
Wait a minute. Lock that door and shut that window.
Yes, Pa.
Now close that transom.
Yes, and turn off the steam.
First, I'm going to read you that letter you sent to Annabelle.
I'm scared.
Listen to this. Dear Annabelle, roses are red, violets are blue, sugar is sweet, and so are you. Yours truly, Wilderness.
Gosh, did I write that?
It wasn't Eugene O'Neill.
Quiet, I'll handle this. Wilderness, how would you feel if you got a letter like that?
I don't know, Dad, but I can find out.
How?
I'm going to sit right down and write myself a letter.
Write yourself a letter, son?
And make believe it came from you.
Million soldiers across the sea fighting for democracy.
I'm going to say those things so sweet.
Hot doggy.
That will knock me off my feet.
Yeah, man.
With kisses at the bottom.
Gee, I'm glad I got 'em.
I'm going to write and say, I hope you're feeling better.
Sophisticated lady, you're a fascinating baby.
And sign with love the way you do.
My honey do.
I'm going to sit right down and write myself a letter.
And make it came Ciao. Now, son, and now I'm going to tell you the facts of life.
Well, tell him already. He's getting older.
Listen, my boy, it's like this. I can't go through with this. I got cold feet.
All right, I'll turn on the steam again.
You better tell him, Ferncliff.
All right, I'll do the honors. Wilderness, my lady boy. There's only one way to win a woman, quote. Always give them the cold shoulder, unquote. You see? Quote, never show them that you love them, unquote. Are you listening? Quote.
Stop. Your uncle is wrong, my boy. There's only one way to win a woman. Show her that you admire her, cherish her, go to see her, and make love to her.
Abbott, I can't listen to such a tamarats there. You're wrong.
I'm right.
You're wrong.
I'm right.
You're wrong, and I'm leaving.
Pay no attention to your uncle, son. You listen to me.
Tell me more, Father.
A woman needs love, affection, and caressing. I may be wrong about Annabelle, but if she's the girl of your dreams, go to her, my son. Go to her.
But I fear it's too late, Father. She can't see me from a hole in the wall.
Well, there is a resemblance. But I'll fix it. I'll call her up on the telephone. What's her number, Wilderness?
Spruce. Tree, tree, tree.
Did you hear that, operator? Well, get it. Don't worry, son. I'll fix everything, and I'll show you that I'm right. I'm always right. All a woman needs is love and affection. Hello? Hello, is this Annabelle Simpson's house?
Hello, Franza.
What, you?
Who else?
I can't understand this. What have you got to say for yourself?
Only one thing. You were right.
Play, Johnny.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Meat is the yardstick of protein foods because meat measures up to every protein need. The American Meat Institute presents The Life of Riley, a half hour with radio's friendliest family, and starring William Bendix as Riley. You know, you can't build a brick house without bricks. You can't build or maintain a human body without the right kind of proteins, building blocks of the body. Meat has a rich supply of protein, of highest quality and of the right kind for the body's requirements. Meat is called the yardstick of protein foods because meat measures up to every protein need. And now, The Life of Riley. We're ready now for another glimpse into the life of Riley. It's late afternoon, and Riley is not yet home from his job at the war plant. But Barbara has just come in and brought the afternoon mail. One of the letters is causing quite a little comment.
Mother, it's a V-mail letter from overseas.
For me, Barbara?
No, Uncle Baxter, it's addressed to Daddy.
Oh, it'll be exciting to hear from the front. I wonder who it's from.
What's the smudgy mark on it? Don't be so dumb, Junior. That means it was passed by the censor.
Oh, boy, a secret message from the front. I wish this had come by carrier pigeon. Hey, Mom, can I take a bus to Hollywood and send this letter back here with one of my pigeons?
Don't let him, Mother. It'll get lost.
Listen, Babs, my pigeons don't get lost. They're real homers. I'm going out to feed them. I got a new kind of racing food for them.
Oh, that lamb stew, my favorite aroma.
It does smell good, doesn't it? Oh, hello, Riley.
Hello, Peg. Hello, Babs.
Hello, Daddy.
Junior says there's a V-mail letter for me. Oh, got a kiss for the Lord and Master, Peg?
Well, you might have asked for the kiss before you asked for your mail.
Yes, Riley, you might also have spoken to me.
Nothing doing, Uncle Baxter. The last time I spoke to you, you answered me.
Here's your letter, Daddy.
Overseas. I wonder what General Eisenhower wants to ask me now.
We're dying to know who it's from, Daddy.
Hey, it ain't General Eisenhower. It's from my best pal, Herman Dugan.
Herman Dugan? Why, he's been in the Navy for over 3 years.
Yeah. The same guy that used to get seasick when we walked across the Brooklyn Bridge. Great guy, Herman. We've been pals since we were kids.
Daddy, isn't Herman the one who introduced you to Mother?
Yeah, but I forgive him for that.
Very funny, Riley.
Go ahead and read it, Daddy.
Dear Riley, I guess you've been wondering how I've been doing since I stopped punching cows in Wyoming and went into the Navy, so we'll tell you all the news.
Oh, I didn't think they were allowed to tell very much.
Well, the censor did mark out some of the words here.
Well, I hope it wasn't censored too much.
Well, when I come to a word that's missing, I'll just say missing.
All right, Riley, go on.
We'll tell you all the news. Well, pal, I'm stationed at Missin, which is right near Missin. And the weather here is missing. You'll never guess what I'm doing in the Navy now. Well, I'm missing. And the girls here, boy, are they missing.
Hey, Pop, who's the V-mail from?
Don't interrupt, Junior. It's from Herman Dugan.
Oh, what's he say, Pop?
Plenty. Let me see what else he wrote here. I can't tell you where I am writing from, but last night some of the guys and me seen a moving picture entitled Mission to Missin'.
You get it, Pop?
Well, sure I get it. He must be near Casablanca.
No. Moscow.
Oh.
What else does Herman say?
He says, will you do me a favor? Will I do him a favor? After what Herman done for me, pulling me out of the East River when I was going down for the first time? Why, I'd give him the shirt off my back. Anything he wants, I'll do it.
What is the favor, Riley?
He says here, when I was punching cows in Wyoming, I met a girl named Lily Mae Lightfoot. Her pa owned a big ranch, so we fell in love. Lily Mae is a swell kid, and I want to see her happy, and you are my pal, so would you do me a favor and marry her?
What? Why, Herman knows very well that you're married to me.
Looks like Herman's brains is missing, too.
There's a long P.S. there, Riley.
P.S. I know you got a wife and kids, Riley, so what I mean is, will you just be my proxy and marry Lily Mae in a proxy wedding for me until I get back?
Oh, a proxy wedding. Well, that's different. He just wants you to marry his girl in his name.
Why? Is he afraid to marry her?
Let me finish the letter. I have been going with Lily Mae for 5 years before entering the Navy, which makes 8, and she's beginning to think I'm stolen. So, Riley, if you don't marry her for me, I'm afraid I'm going to lose her.
Oh, Daddy, isn't this the most romantic idea?
Oh, it's ridiculous. Whoever heard of getting hitched by a proxy?
Why, a girl in Jersey City married a Marine in Australia by proxy. It was in the paper yesterday.
Pop, take my tip and don't get involved. With dames, there's grief.
Junior's right. How would it look me getting married to some strange dame? It's tough enough marrying somebody you know personally.
Hey, Pop, you're blushing.
I am not blushing. I got a sunburn last Sunday at the ballpark, and you know it.
Riley, all it would actually mean would be a 5-minute visit to any justice of the peace.
Suppose them gorillas I work with at the plant get wind of me tripping across a bridle path. What a riding I'd get. They'd most likely give me a shower with hot rivets. Well, you better get another boy for the bridegroom. I ain't playing.
Then you better send word to Herman. The poor fella seems to be counting on it.
Yes, Riley. Send a cable to this man who is risking his life in the service of his country, telling him that you refuse to do him a little favor.
Listen, Uncle Baxter, don't you go around saying I'm un-American. Don't I work on bomber planes? Don't I buy war bonds? Don't I allow them to withhold my tax?
Riley, no one's saying you're unpatriotic. But I don't see why you're so upset about a simple thing like acting as Herman's proxy.
Suppose something goes wrong and the justice of the peace gets mixed up. Bingo! I got an extra wife I don't even need.
Nonsense, Riley, my boy. This happens every day.
Not to me. I get married very seldom. But I guess Herman will be sore at me if I don't marry his girl.
Yes, Daddy. It may be a long while before he can get a furlough. He might lose the one love of his life because you failed him.
Well, gee, I don't want to wreck Herman's life. You think I should do it, huh, Peg?
I don't see what harm there is in it.
5 minutes at the Justice of Peace and everybody's happy. Okay, I'll do it.
That's the spirit, Riley, my boy.
It'll be short and sweet. Now, answer that, Junior.
Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Riley. Who's this? Oh, you must want the other Mr. Riley. Hey, Pop, it's for you.
Who is it, Junior?
It's your bride-to-be.
You cut that out, Junior. Hello? Yeah. Oh, hello, Miss Lightfoot. How are you? Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I got the letter from Herman. Oh, no, marrying you won't be no trouble at all. I'll tell you what. Sunday I don't work, see? So I'm going to the ball game. There's a doubleheader at the stadium. Lefty Belfer is pitching the first game, see? It starts at 1:30. He'll strike out 10 men easy, and the game will be over by 3. So I'll come out the side gate, and you'll be there with the Justice of the Peace, see? We'll get married in the hot dog stand, 1, 2, 3, and I'll be back in the bleachers for the second game. And I hope Herman and you will be very happy. Huh? Well, what other details are there to talk over? You can't tell me over the phone. Well, why don't we get together sometime? Yeah, you could drop over here for dinner some night next week.
Riley, be more hospitable.
Huh? Oh, okay. You could drop over for a hospitable dinner some night. What? Oh, well, now, wait a minute. Hello? Hello? Well, there goes my bowling game tonight.
Why, dear?
Because my bride-to-be is on her way over. What time is it?
Oh, don't be so nervous.
A taxi just pulled up in front. There's a little lady now.
Oh, I'm glad the kids are in bed. You let her in, Peg. Kind of break the ice first.
No, I'll let her in. Oh, good evening. Miss Lily May Lightfoot, I presume. Huh?
I reckon it is, sir. Oh, Mr. Riley. Herman never told me you were such a handsome man.
Thank you, my dear young lady. However, I am not Riley. That is Mr. Riley.
Oh.
Hello, miss. I know I ain't handsome, but I'm good-natured.
And I'm Mrs. Riley, Lily May. May I have your coat?
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Oh, Mr. Riley, I hope you don't mind Herman and me imposing on you this way.
Oh, no, nothing's too good for my pal Herman. Only I can't take off much time from work for this wedding.
Oh, it won't take much time. The actual ceremony takes exactly 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Well, even 4 minutes would be okay. What were them other details you said you couldn't discuss over the phone?
Well, Herman says in all his letters that you're his best friend, and you and Herman like the same thing, so I thought you'd help me shop for my trousseau.
No, thanks. I don't know nothing about torsos, and I ain't starting now.
Well, don't you worry, Lily May. I'll help you.
Yeah, leave me out of this shopping. All I'm going to do is be a pixie.
Proxy, dear.
Yeah, proxy. Now, Miss Lightfoot, why don't we get this over with right now? You and Herman been engaged for 8 years. That's long enough to know each other.
Well, I'd be willing to run right down to the preacher this very minute.
Well, that's fine.
Except for one little thing.
One little thing? What's that?
We got to get my father's consent to the wedding. Mr. Riley, you got to ask Papa for my hand.
Now, wait a minute.
Why, Lily, doesn't your father know about this?
Well, Papa's awful hard to explain things to. He's so absent-minded he don't listen. So Herman wrote me that Mr. Riley would ask Papa for my hand and then explain about the proxy part.
When a guy's a proxy for Herman, it's a career.
Papa's awful sweet, but he's old-fashioned and kind of set in his ways. He keeps wishing he was back on our ranch in Wyoming.
So do I. I mean, it must be nice there.
That's why Papa still wears the same clothes he wore back there, guns and all.
Well, old clothes are like old guns. Real guns? Don't he know it's against the law to carry guns in the city?
Don't the police ever question him?
Oh, my, no. They think he works in Western pictures. Will it be all right if I bring Papa here tomorrow night?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, of course, Lily May. You just bring your father tomorrow night.
Oh, thank you. And, Mr. Riley, I do hope you'll make him understand proxy weddings, because I can't. Well, I guess I'll be going now.
Yeah. I'll see you out, dear.
Good night, Prairie Flower.
Good night, sir. Good night, Mr. Riley.
Good night, Miss Lightfoot.
Oh, poor thing, her sweetheart overseas.
Well,
now, Riley, don't look so worried.
I know.
My goodness, it's little enough to do for a man who fished you out of the East River.
Maybe so, but if I'd have known it was going to lead to matrimony with the punchy daughter of a cowpuncher, I'd have made him throw me back in again.
While Riley is getting ready to pop the question to Lily May's pop, this is Ken Niles asking how many of you remember butcherin' time back on the farm. After the hams and bacon were put down to cure, the tenderloins and spare ribs put down for future use, and fats to the lard kettle, the folks got busy on that great American favorite, sausage. They chopped and ground those tasty bits of pork, seasoned and spiced them, and packed them away in links or cakes or in crocks. That good, thrifty farm way with meat, that honest respect for every choice bit of food, still endures in your meat industry, which is, after all, just the pioneer meat producer moved to town and equipped with modern sanitary methods. The delicious sausage meats that you find at your meat market in such variety are the fine, wholesome products of the meat industry's efficiency in getting all the good out of our precious meat supply. The American Meat Institute wants to remind you that it is out of such thrifty use of all good meat that your meat industry is able to bridge the gap between the farm and your dealer's store economically and in a most efficient manner. The meat industry is truly the bridge over which this meat moves to you. And because it was built so soundly on old-fashioned American thrift and efficiency in peacetime, this bridge is strong enough to carry the great added war load of meat. And now back to the life of Riley. It's the next evening, and at the Riley residence, Mom and Riley himself are preparing to make a good impression on Lily Mae's father. Riley seems a little nervous.
If it wasn't I promised my pal Herman I'd marry his girl, I'd stay a bachelor all my life.
What would you do about me?
And me and Junior.
I mean I'd stay a married bachelor.
Riley, I'm surprised at you. You didn't act this way when you had to meet my father.
Your old man was smaller than me. Suppose Lily Mae's pa don't like me.
Oh, Dad, why don't you explain to him that it's only a proxy wedding? It won't matter if he likes you or not.
Who's that?
Oh, it's only Uncle Baxter.
Right. Lily Mae and her father are approaching. You can see them through the window.
Yes, Dad, there they are.
My, he's a sturdy old man. Why, he's got a face like granite.
Granite looks softer. Look at that handlebar mustache. He could steer himself with that thing.
That Prince Albert coat he's wearing is a vintage number.
Is he, wearing his guns?
Yes, I believe so.
If he's absent-minded, he may forget to shoot me.
Now, Riley, remember, Herman is depending on you.
That Herman is a coward, running away to fight them Nazis and leaving me to handle Lily Mae's old man.
All right, Riley, reach for the sky.
Don't shoot her. Oh, it's you, Junior. Junior, if you ever do a thing like that again, I'll... Just for that, you go right to bed. Go on.
Oh, Pop.
Well, then go into the dining room. You too, Babs. Go
All
on.
right, Daddy.
Now, I don't want nobody to even look at them guns he's got. This guy is absent-minded. He might figure we was trying to beat him to the draw. Let everybody take cover.
I'll go.
Oh, good evening. Howdy, Mrs. Riley. I want you to meet my pa, Wild Pete Lightfoot.
Well, howdy, ma'am. Howdy. Proud to meet up with you.
Thank you. So am I. Oh, this is my Uncle Baxter.
Oh, so you're the dude that's aiming to marry my daughter, eh?
No, certainly not.
What? You changed your mind? You can't jump my Lily Mae, you flea-bitten old coyote.
Oh,
Hey.
Paul,
Yeah.
this is Mr. Turnbull. The man I'm marrying is Mr. Riley.
Oh, Riley. Is that the maverick yonder hiding behind that little gal?
That's me. Like we say in Brooklyn, howdy.
Eh? Well, look now, Riley, I'm a plain-spoken man. You don't look to me like you'd make my little gal happy.
Well, I don't have to. Herman will make her happy.
Oh, I see. Herman?
Yeah.
Herman who?
Oh, Papa, you remember Herman Dugan?
Why, dang right I do. He's a cowpuncher, but he run away to sea. Lily Mae ain't a man, no sea-going cowpuncher.
Yes, I am, Papa. I love Herman.
Oh. Well, then who's stopping the wedding? If it's his Turnbull, I'll give him lead poison, and that's what I'll do.
No, I assure you I'm not involved.
Look, nobody's stopping no wedding. While Herman's away, he wants me to marry Lily Mae for him by proxy.
Proxy? What does that mean?
Proxy? Well, it's like this. Proxy... wait a minute. I'll look it up in my vest pocket dictionary. Let's see now. Proxy. P-R... Oh, here it is. Proxy means deputation. Now we look up deputation. D-E-P... oh, here we are. Deputation. That means procuration. Now we'll have to look up procuration. Procuration. P-R-O... here, procuration. Procuration means proxy. You see, Mr. Lightfoot, proxy means proxy.
Proxy? What does that mean?
Look, it's like this. When Lily Mae gets married by proxy, it'll be me instead of Herman she marries, except it'll be Herman instead of me she's married to, because when it's me, it's Herman if Herman can't be there. Understand?
Why, that's as straight a story as I ever heard.
You hear that, Peg? He understands, okay? You just got to get at him right. That's all.
Well, then, come on, Lily Mae. We'll leave the men to talk things over.
I just hope Paul doesn't get absent-minded again.
Allow me to escort you, ladies. Miss Lightfoot, ma'am, the man who wins you is indeed the man.
That feller's a horse thief, sure as you're born. Reminds me of an hombre named Tin Horn Jack. They hung him in Buzzard's Gulch.
Well, now that we're alone, we can talk about the wedding.
Yep. Hold on there, son. Before we get to talking about the wedding, as Lily Mae's pa, I'm aiming to ask you a few questions. Now, tell me, how many head of livestock have you got?
Well, Junior's got a rabbit and 3 pigeons.
No cattle?
No, sir.
Well, I could buy you a couple of 100 head to get started on. You got enough grazing land?
Well, just that lawn outside. But the landlord would get sore if the cows chewed it up. Anyway, what difference does it make? I'm only a proxy.
Well, you know, Lily Mae's my only child, and she's going to have a wedding that'll be the talk of the range. We'll barbecue 12 whole sides of beef.
Oh, well, beef is easy, but there's a big shortage of barbecues. I mean...
Barbecue? What do you want with a barbecue?
Why, for the wedding.
Oh, wedding, Hank. Oh, anybody get married?
Look, Pa, your daughter's going to get married.
Well, yes, I suppose she will, believe me, one of these days. Going to marry an hombre named Riley this age. You ever meet up with him?
Yeah, Pa, I'm Riley.
Oh, you are, eh?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you won her, son. There was some talk of her wedding a cowhand named Dugan, but I wouldn't stand for it.
Well, Pa, now look. Junior, you stay out of here.
Who's this young feller?
I'm Junior Riley.
Riley? Well. Same name as the man my daughter's marrying.
Well, sure. He's my pop.
Hold on here, Riley. This long-legged yearling claims you for his paw.
Well, I am. What about it?
What about it? Why, drat your hide, Riley. Do you think I'd let my Lily Mae marry a full-grown family?
Lily
Mae! Lily Mae! Come down. We're lighting out for home. What's the row, Riley?
What's wrong, Paul?
You ain't a marrying this two-timing prairie dog, Lily Mae. Like as not, he's got a wife still living.
My goodness, what's happened?
Who's that woman, Lily Mae?
Why, it's Mrs. Riley.
Well, if she's Mrs. Riley, I wouldn't be one bit surprised if she's Riley's wife.
Well, certainly she's my wife.
Go! You hear that, Lily Mae? You was aiming to marry a man who knowed he's already hitched, and you call me absent-minded.
But, Paul, he's just a proxy.
Get going, gal.
Now, wait a minute.
Stand back, Riley. My trigger finger's itching.
Well, don't scratch it here.
See here, Mr. Lightfoot. Get out of my way, tin-horn Jack. Lily Mae, start traveling. I'm taking you home and I'm locking you up in your room. Locking you up till you get some horses into your head.
Oh, Pop.
Come on, gal.
Well, I'm certainly glad he's gone. And there goes Herman's wedding, too. All because I was married. That old coot will lock Lily Mae up, and I'll never hear from her anymore.
You'll hear from her, Pop, I'll bet.
Why?
I put one of my Homer pigeons in her knitting bag, and I told her to tie a message onto its leg.
Junior, you're a smart boy. Well, there's nothing to do now but go out and wait for that pigeon to get homesick.
My, it's getting late and no pigeon yet.
Maybe that Lily Mae don't know what is a carrier pigeon. It's chilly out here, ain't it?
Oh, Riley, dear, you better go in. You're catching cold.
No, Peg, I'll stick it out. I won't sleep good tonight until I know what happened to Herman's girl.
My pigeon ought to get here pretty soon.
We've been watching 2 hours. He must be coming by bus.
To think of so much human happiness depending on the wings of that little bird.
Oh, isn't it romantic, Riley?
Yeah, Dublin, it sure is. I think I'll give up my job and just hire out for proxy weddings.
Listen, Pop, I hear something flying.
Yeah, so do I.
You hear that, Pop? The pigeon's back in the coop.
Come on, Junior, let's get it.
Hold still, Western Union. I got him, Pop. He's got a note on his leg.
Give me the note, Junior, and hold your flashlight.
What does she say, Riley?
It must be directions for how we can rescue her, the poor child.
Well, what does she say?
She says, Dear Riley, achoo!
Oh, for goodness sake, Riley, every minute counts.
She says, Dear Riley, I will telephone you.
Now, don't go away because the Rileys will be back in just a moment. Do you remember how sparing you had to be with bacon just a year ago when sliced bacon was 8 points a pound? Remember how you had to save up points for a bacon breakfast? How you used the smallest possible amount to get bacon's fine flavor into other foods? Well, isn't it a grand and glorious feeling to be able to relax about bacon now that it's 1 point a pound? Just 1/8 of what it used to be. Now you can have a big platter of crisp bacon or bacon and eggs, not just for a special breakfast, but for any breakfast. You can put big husky chunks of bacon into baked beans, or add a liberal layer of slices on top of the ready baked beans when you warm them up in the oven. Make bacon a main dish meat in other ways, too. Serve extra thick slices baked in the oven with lima beans, or broiled with green beans so that you taste its smoky, flavorful goodness with every bite. Rediscover the goodness of a bacon sandwich or a bacon and egg sandwich for a hurry-up meal. Remember, the fat of bacon is a high-grade energy food. The lean of bacon, like all meat, contains the complete, high-quality proteins for which meat is called the yardstick of protein foods, because meat measures up to every protein need. All statements regarding the nutritional value of meat made on this program are accepted by the Council on Foods and Nutrition of the American Medical Association.
Hello? Yeah. Are you all right, Lily Mae? What? You're locked in your room.
Oh, my goodness.
But he wasn't rough with you, was he? Oh, well, that's all right then. Well, when he cools off in a few weeks, let's try and arrange I said... What? Hey, wait a minute, Lily Mae. There's some things you can't ask a guy to do, even if I am Herman's best pal.
What is it, dear?
Yeah, but suppose we get caught. Wait a minute. Hello, Lily. Hello? Now I can't go bowling tomorrow night either.
Why not?
Because I gotta elope. Me, married 17 years, and now I gotta elope.
Be with us next week at the same time when Riley tries to elope. The Life of Riley is sponsored by the American Meat Institute, and William Bendix appears by arrangement with Hal Roach. The program was directed by Don Bernard. Incidentally, in just a few hours over the same network, The Life of Riley will make a special appearance on the Hall of Fame program. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood saying goodbye for now. This is the Blue Network.
This is WENR at your service, Chicago 54.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Hey, Andy, did you hear that? Come on.
Did I hear what?
That whistle. That's the Rinso White whistle.
Oh, and Rinso means us.
That's right. Rinso gets clothes Rinso White, and Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, the star of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's production Hold High the Torch, Frank Morgan. A lady I know always hides her Christmas gifts for the children in the cupboard under the kitchen sink. She says that's one part of the house the whole family avoids. They're so afraid of having to help with the dishes. Well, if it's the same way in your house, ladies, you'd better switch to Rinso. Those swell, soapy, rich suds are all the help you need. They really go to town on grease and crusted food particles. Send them scooting in practically no time. It's just as easy as humming a tune to get even the stubbornest pots and pans sparkling Rinso clean. And ladies, Rinso's easy on your hands, doesn't get them rough and red. So tomorrow, switch to soapy rich Rinso. And now, Amos and Andy and their guest, Frank Morgan. Well, a few weeks ago, crossed wires in the home of Mr. and Mrs. George Kingfish Stevens started a fire in the living room which destroyed or damaged most of the furniture. Luckily, the Kingfish had a fire insurance policy covering it all, and at the moment we find Henry Van Porter at the Stevens home with a check covering the loss.
Well, Kingfish, here's your check from our insurance company in the amount of $400. Now, I hope you realize the great value of having insurance.
Oh, thanks, Henry. $400, and all on account of having a short circuit in them wires. Great thing, them wires.
Well, that's what caused the conflagration, all right. The fire started here in the living room under the Davenport, didn't it?
Yeah, Henry. I was laying on the sofa, and before I knew it, it was burning all around me.
Yeah. Well, didn't you notice it with all that burning horsehair? It must have smelled awful.
Well, it did, Henry, but I thought it was my wife's fire cooking supper. You see, you know, when it comes to cooking, she ain't exactly no Oscar of the Ritz.
Yeah. Well, Kingfish, in going over the list of damaged furniture, one thing that puzzled us considerable at the insurance company office was how 2 bedroom chairs got in the living room in time to get burned.
Yeah, well, now, that's what I'm going to explain to you. I tell you, Henry, when I discovered that the place was on fire, my first thought was of the poor insurance company.
Mm-hmm.
I say to myself, how can I help the insurance company? Then an idea hit me.
Yes, go on.
I runs into the bedroom, and I grabs 2 of them beautiful chairs that I had in there, you see. And I started to carry them out by the way of the front door. And then I said to myself, I cut through the living room here, you see, make a shortcut.
Yes?
Suddenly I trips, and the chairs fly right out of my hands, right into the flames. I tell you, I could have sit down and cried.
Yes. Well, if you ever have another fire, Kingfish, we would appreciate it very much if you would forget the interests of the insurance company and let the flames get to the furniture by themselves.
Yeah, I do that. Now, look, Henry, all I was trying to do was
hello, Henry. I
didn't know you was here.
Hello, Sapphire.
Come in, honey.
Yes, I just come by to give George the $400 check for the insurance claim.
Oh, wonderful. Well, George, now that we got this check, I want you to take it right down to the bank and deposit it. Because tomorrow I want you to go out and buy some new furniture.
Okay, honey, I'll deposit it. Oh, and look at all this beautiful money. $401 bills. Ain't that the most magnificent sight you done ever see?
Yeah, sure pretty, all right. But don't you think you ought to deposit in the bank like Sapphire says instead of just cashing the check?
Oh, I'm going to deposit, but when you get $401 bills, you got to love them, have a little pleasure with them before you let them go, you know.
Well, come on. Sit up at the desk here where I can talk to you.
Well, hello there.
Hi, Amos. Hi.
Yeah, just dropping by. Kingfish, what is you doing laying on the floor there all covered up with dollar bills?
Yeah, ain't that the craziest thing you done ever seen, Amos?
Oh, look, fellas, everybody has their depressed desires. With me, it's always been to lay on the floor buried in money. Say, Andy, would you mind slapping a couple of more bills on my face? I think I'm beginning to show through there.
Yeah, your big feet is, too. I got $75 on them, and they still ain't covered.
Kingfish, if that's the insurance money that you and Sapphire is going to buy furniture with, you ought to put that in the bank. Yeah, well, that's what I'm going to do, Amos. I just wanted to be close to this stuff for a couple of minutes. Boy, look at that picture on the bill there. Ain't that a great face? The father of our country.
Kingfish, why don't you pick that money up? Besides, you ain't counted it for at least 5 minutes now.
Yeah, maybe I better here. Let me stack it up here. Get it together and kind of pile it up here on the desk, yeah. Yeah, well, fellas, I got to get back to my taxi. See you later, Andy. So long, millionaire.
Yeah, so long.
Oh, hello, Gabby.
Oh, hello, Amos. Glad to see you. Is you leaving?
Yeah, I'll be seeing you, Gabby. Come here.
Come in, Gabby. Come in.
Oh, well, Andy Kingfish. Glad to see you. Glad to see you.
How is you, Gabby?
Oh, I just dropped in to say hello. Just want to say hello. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Can I believe my eyes, or do I really see George Washington peeking at me from hundreds of different places?
Well, it ain't Patrick Henry.
Yeah, that's my insurance money, $400.
Oh, I see. 400. My.
Gabby, what is you doing putting your face down on the desk in that money?
Oh, it's so soft on my cheeks, so soft. Oh, that feels so good.
You know, between you and the Kingfish, you're going to rub all the ink off of them bills.
What you going to do with the money, Kingfish? What you going to do?
Well, I'm going to deposit it in the bank.
What a shame. Putting money in the bank is financial suicide. You can invest that money and double it overnight. By tomorrow morning, you would have $800 instead of $400. Then if you invest it overnight again, it would amount to $1,600. Then if you done it again, it would amount to it would amount to a large figure.
Overnight profit. Gabby, you done give me a thought there. Say, Andy, Sapphire don't need that money till tomorrow.
Yeah, and from what Gabby say there, the best time to invest money is at night.
That's right. Be sure you pick the right brokers. Otherwise they're liable to pick you. You get the wrong brokers, and you're up against what is known as the cash dividend.
How you figure cash dividend?
Well, you give them your cash, they divvy it up, and that's the end. That's cash dividend if I ever had it. So long, boys. Good luck to you.
Yeah, so long, Gabby.
Goodbye, Gabby. Say, Andy, look in the classified telephone book there under investment brokers and see what you can find.
Yeah, okay, Kingfish.
Yeah, get in there.
Oh, boy, you sure got a break getting all this money.
Yeah, I sure did, didn't I?
Yeah, let me see you now.
Yeah, what'd you see there?
Oh, here's one. Here's one right here. Morgan Investment. You know something? That must be the famous House of Morgan. Yeah, say Frank Morgan, president.
Yeah. Let me see that number, Andy. I'll call it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, Andy, if this investment thing work out like Gabby said it will, I'm going to take the money that I doubled overnight and go into the investment business myself. Yeah, it might take you in with me as a money stacker, you know, to keep the money in a nice, neat pile, you know.
Yeah. Oh, boy, I'd like that. I'll take that job.
Wait a minute.
Hello, Morgan Investment Company. Our motto is, what have you got to lose?
Morgan speaking.
Is this Mr. Morgan himself?
Well, are you an investor or investigator?
I was an investor.
Oh, you are? Well, this is Morgan himself. What can I do for you?
Miss Morgan, I has got $400 to invest, and I is interested in your overnight profit doubling department.
400? Oh, well, our department is interested in you, too.
I has heard good things about the House of Morgan, you see.
The House of Morgan. You think I'm... Oh, yes. Yes, speaking for the House of Morgan, I'll be personally delighted to take I'll take care of your $400. Suppose you come over to my place sometime at your convenience. No rush, say in about 6 minutes.
We'll make it as fast as we can.
Well, welcome to the House of Morgan. Sit down, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Brown, make yourself at home.
Thank you, Miss Morgan. Funny thing, this ain't exactly how I pictured a big investment broker's office was going to look.
Yeah, me neither. You know something, Kingfish? Judging from the furniture, my office could almost pass for the House of Morgan.
Well, now, you see, boys, this is the little unpretentious office where I started in business 40 years ago, and I've always kept it. Keeps me from getting a big head. And I've also found it an excellent place to get over one. But, Mr. Stevens, let's get down to the matter of the money I'm going to invest for you. Now, the stock I've got in mind for you is Brazilian brass, selling at 20 1/4. It's a great buy, but you've got to move fast.
Brazilian brass.
Yes.
Don't seem like I ever heard of that.
What? You never heard of the brass mines of Brazil?
I ain't never heard no brass mines no place.
You've never heard of brass mines? Never heard of brass mines? My good man, you believe me if I told you I saw these brass mines with my very own eyes.
I would believe you.
You would? Yeah. Oh, that's fine. I saw these mines under peculiar circumstances. When it first became known that pure, refined brass was being mined in a raw state, it immediately struck me as a great investment possibility. Rather than venture blindly into an unknown field, several other investment bankers and myself decided to take a trip to the Brazilian brass mines. After weeks and weeks of misery and hardship, our travels brought us to the headquarters of the Amazon.
The traveling was pretty tough, huh?
Well, it was until we got out of the United States. Having arrived at our ultimate destination, we lost no time fulfilling the purpose of our mission. And by the way, these mines were actually mountains of solid brass, honeycombed with tunnels. What a picturesque, thrilling sight it was that first morning as the sun rose. Literally thousands of natives out there polishing the foothills.
Mr. Morgan, you mean to say there was a mountain there of solid brass?
Mountain? There's a mountain range stretching away as far as the eye can reach. A shimmering line of brass. Reminded me of a long brass rail. In fact, one evening I'd had a sip too much of the native goat milk and tried to rest my foot on it.
Goat milk, huh?
Yes.
That investment sounds great all right, Mr. Morgan, but as long as I only invest in overnight, I'd kind of like to keep the money in this country, you see.
Yes, sir. I is crazy about brass stock, too, Mr. Morgan. Only thing is, we want to invest in something that ain't going to turn green on us.
Agreed, yes, I see. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me call and get the latest quotation on Brazilian brass.
Yeah, phone him there and find
As I told you an hour ago, it was 20 1/4. I'd like to see you get in on this before it goes too high.
Yeah.
What's Brazilian brass?
When you hear the tone, the time will be 5:34 1/2.
Yes. Well, it's just as I told you. It's up to 34 1/2. And, incidentally, it's getting late.
34 1/2. You think it's going higher?
Every minute.
Here's my $400, Mr. Morgan. Get me as much of it as you can, and I'll see you tomorrow. Brother Andy, this is the smartest move I done ever made.
Well, Kingfish may think this is the smartest move he's ever made, but if we're not wrong, he's due for a surprise. We'll hear about it in just a moment. Meanwhile, ladies, how's your wash day disposition by the time supper rolls around? Anything like this?
Well, you'll just have to take pot luck, that's all. I've been rubbing and scrubbing until my back aches, and I'm too tired to fuss.
Well, you can't blame a lady for getting cross after a long, hard day over the wash tub. Seems like an awful waste of time and energy, though, when Rinso's no farther away than the grocery store. Those thick, peppy Rinso suds just soak your clothes clean. A few quick rubs on the badly soiled places, and your wash is clean as a whistle. You see, Rinso gets out more dirt, so washable colors come Rinso bright. Stay that way, too, through dozens of washings. And wait till you see your white clothes come out. Oh, I'll bet I'll have you whistling while you wash like this. Rinso White. So get Rinso tomorrow, won't you? And now back to Amos and Andy and their guest, Frank Morgan. Well, the Kingfish has invested his $400 with Frank Morgan, who he thinks is a reputable investment counsel. As the Kingfish told Andy, he plans to take the profit from the deal and open up an investment business of his own, taking Andy in with him. It's the following morning, and Andy is already 2 hours deep in the investment business. He's just returned to the office and is talking to his new part-time secretary.
You know, Miss Blue, this investment business is going to make my office here the Wall Street of Harlem. Tell me this, was there any calls while I was out?
Yeah, sir, there was one, Mr. Brown. A man named Roberts called.
Oh, great, yeah. What do he want to invest in?
I don't know. All he said was that your laundry won't be ready for 4 weeks.
Maybe I better invest in some underwear and shirts myself. You know, this investment business is sure getting off to a slow start. But as soon as we get that money, things will sure start rolling around here.
Yes, I think money is certainly nice to have in a business.
Yeah, well, what I'm going to do is start lining up some investors. Miss Blue, take a letter to the Harlem Bank.
Yes, sir, Mr. Brown. I'll get my coat.
Wait a minute. No. I want to write it. Wait a minute. You can take a letter in shorthand, can't you?
Well, yeah. Yes, I can if you want me to, but I don't think it's always wise. There'll be a lot of people that can't read my shorthand.
But after you get it in shorthand, you could write it on the typewriter, couldn't you?
No, sir. You see, I was one of the people that can't read it.
All right. Forget the letters. One thing you can do around here, though, is answer the telephone. Being the big executive, I ain't supposed to answer the phone even when I is here. You has got to take all the calls and then find out whether I is in or not.
Yeah, sir, Mr. Brown.
And another thing, wait a minute. Hello?
Hello, Andy.
Hold it, Kingfish. Miss Blue, what did I just tell you? Take this call and find out if I is in, will you?
Yeah. Hello. Mr. Brown's stenographer speaking.
What's the matter? Did he faint?
I'll see if he's in.
Yeah, he must be on the floor there someplace. Look around there for him.
Is you in, Mr. Brown?
Is I in? Yeah, I guess so. This is a mess. Hello, Kingfish.
Hello, Anna. What's going on over there?
Oh, I'm just trying to get things organized here.
Yeah, well, try to hold yourself in a little, Andy. The way it looked to me, we was over-organized now.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Miss Blue, you go in the back office and practice up on your shorthand, will you?
Yeah, sir, Mr. Brown.
Hello. What's on your mind, Kingfish?
Say, Andy, can you meet me here at the Lodge Hall in about 10 minutes? It's time for us to go down and see this fellow Morgan and get our money.
Oh, yeah. It ought to be up to around $800 now. $800 by now. I'll be there, Kingfish.
Okay, Andy. So long.
Oh, boy, this show is going to be a tough blow.
Hello, Andy. How is it?
Oh, hello there, Shorty. Hi. Where's you been for the last few days?
Well, you see, I had to go over to the... I took the train. I rode the bus to... when I got there, you see, I had to go to see... I ain't been nowhere.
second there sounded like you was going on a world tour. Glad you dropped in, though, Shorty, because I got some good news.
Yeah, I was always glad to hear good news, Andy.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Kingfish done bought some Brazilian brass stock yesterday from a fellow by the name of Frank Morgan. Now, the man is doubling our money overnight, and we're going to pick up the profit this morning. And then me and the Kingfish is going in the investment business ourselves.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing for you to do, all right, yeah.
Yeah, well, first thing we want to do is to take all the money that you has done earned and invest it for you. How much you got?
Well, in cash in the bank, I got in stocks, I got in bonds, I done save. In real estate, I owned. I would get. I ain't got a dime.
Well, Shorty, get some money, will you? Get some money. Oh, say, I got to go over and meet the Kingfish and help him carry his money home. Oh, hello, Amos. Hello there. Yeah.
Hi, Andy. Say, where you going?
Well, I is in a hurry, Amos. I got to be running along. I'll see you later.
Okay, son. Say, that boy really in a rush, ain't he, Shorty? Where is he going?
Well, the Kingfish and Andy done invested some money, and they state they're going to double it overnight, and they're going down now to get the money.
Oh, ain't they done learned yet that you can't double your money overnight? Guys, anybody that would tell them that must be out of the head or a crook, one of the two.
Well, then with the profits, they're going in the investments business. And Andy wanted to invest my life savings for me, but I fooled him. I threw him off the track. I told him I was broke.
Yeah, well, you done the smart thing, Shorty.
Yeah, I told him that, but I really got 89 cents.
Now, look here. I is going to find out about this deal from Andy's secretary, and if there's anything suspicious about it, I is going to the police. Shorty, did Andy tell you what his broker's name was?
Oh, yeah, he told me. He said his name was Frank Brass. I mean Brazilian Morgan. Brazilian. He didn't say.
Hello, ticket office. This is Frank Morgan. I called up earlier about a reservation to Chicago. When can I pick it up?
In about 3 months.
Well, that's fine. 3 months? Well, I've got to leave town tonight. I should be out of here now.
Is this trip really necessary?
Necessary? Really, brother? You have no idea. I don't want the police... now listen here, you young pipsqueak. Hello? Hello? Hung up on me. Maybe I'd better call the bus company and see if they can...
hello, Mr. Morgan. Hello there.
Hello, Brown. Stevens. I was just thinking about you.
See, you got all your luggage here, Mr. Morgan. Going out of town, huh?
Well, yes, I've got to get away for a while. It's a bad climate here. I've got to go to a colder place.
But it's winter. It ain't hot here now.
Well, I know, but it is for me.
Well, if you were in a hurry, we'll get right down to business, Miss Morgan. Now, we done come over here to see you about a thing. You see, you done had the money overnight, and we just dropped in for the $800.
Oh, yes, $800. Well, there's a little matter I want to explain to you about this Brazilian brass.
Yeah.
You see, your stock, being a Brazilian security, must be registered prior to resale on the foreign exchange. After which a certificate of beneficial interest is issued in your name and impounded through escrow as a first lien debenture with prorated accruals.
Yeah. And it looked like he got a hold of some more of that goat's milk than me. I don't know.
Yeah, we better come back later.
Look, Mr. Morgan, about the $800.
Yeah, now, it's very simple, boys. You see, there's also a proxy that's hypothecated upon the refunding equipment represented by the scrip dividends held in the voting trust and as non-negotiable fiduciaries.
Mr. Morgan, is you speaking Brazilian by any chance there to her?
You mean you didn't understand what I said?
Not a word.
Well, maybe I was speaking Brazilian. Boys, I'm just trying to tell you that I can't give you your money back. Unfortunately, you're completely wiped out.
Yeah, but Mr. Morgan, now, wait just a minute, Mr. Morgan, here. I gotta have this money. That's fire insurance money that my wife, Sapphire, gonna buy new furniture with. Claire it is, yeah, so she's waiting to buy it now. We done had a fire up at my place. I live on 135th Street, and she killed me if I don't bring that money back.
Yes, wives are always buying furniture. It's a pity they can't buy any stock. I'm sorry, Stevens, you're wiped out.
Oh, but wait a minute here.
Mr. Morgan?
Oh.
I figured I'd find you here.
Oh, well, hello, officer.
Well, luggage. Looks like I got here just in time.
You have? I mean, you did? Well, I'll be with you in a minute, officer. Stevens, hand me that direct phone to the stock exchange.
Oh, this one here, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Hello, what's Brazilian brass? Thank you, goodbye. Boys, your stock's made a wonderful recovery. I can give you back your money in a nice profit of $100.
Oh, that's great.
Yes, I'll count it out here. 100, 200, 300. By the way, officer, what can I do for you?
Would you like to buy a couple of tickets to the policeman's ball?
The policeman's ball? Well, guess what I thought? Well, never mind what I thought. I love to go. For a minute, I thought I might be tied up. Come back tomorrow, and I'll buy 12 tickets.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Yes. Well, boys, I've got to be going along.
Oh, well, wait a minute, Mr. Morgan. You didn't finish counting out the money there.
Oh, well, now, let's not be too hasty. I have a sneaking feeling about that stock. You know, that market goes up and down pretty fast. Hand me the phone.
Yes, sir. Here it is.
Hello, what's the latest quotation on Brazilian brass? Oh, thank you. Goodbye. Boys, it's moved down again. This time you're really wiped out.
Oh, Mr. Morgan, any chance of holding that thing steady till we get paid here?
Stevens, when you play the stock market, you've got to expect the thing.
Hello, Amos. Hello. What are you doing
Well,
here?
hello there, fellas. I hope we ain't too late.
Now, just a minute, my good man. That officer with you, is he here to sell tickets to the policeman's ball?
No, Morgan. I'm here on business.
Oh. Hand me the phone. No, wait a minute. That's not necessary. I'm beginning to know the trend of that stock. You've got a profit again. Here's your $500.
Amos, you great. Yeah, I'll go tell you something that you brung the policeman here just in the nick of time.
Sure
Yeah, well, I certainly is glad I did, fella.
And as for you, Morgan, it looks like this is all straightened out, so I won't pull you in. But from now on, watch your step.
Oh, now, officer, you're talking to a reformed man. Please, officer, believe me. I couldn't do anything like that. Now, believe me, from now on, I'll never sell anything that I wouldn't sell to my own dear brother. By George, I wonder if my brother's got any money.
Now, look here, honey. Is you going to start all over again harping on me for investing that money instead of depositing it in the bank?
Now, George, that was the stupidest thing I'd ever heard.
Yeah, but I done made a clean breast of it, and you got the $500 back instead of $4.
Yeah, but you ought to know when somebody's trying to put something over on you. You men never get through it.
Oh, honey, please. Now, you done busted the vase over my head when I told you about it this morning, and I done give you all the money. I done had my punishment, so let's forget it.
Well, I will this time.
Yeah, you say you done ordered the furniture already, huh? Or where'd you buy it?
Well, a furniture salesman just happened to drop by the house, and the way he described it, it sounded so good that I paid him in advance. And we ought to get it in about a week.
Yeah, what kind of furniture, and who is the man?
It's Brazilian furniture, and the man was named Frank Morgan.
Amos and Andy will be back in just a moment. Does it sometimes seem to you that the amount of wash in your laundry hamper is enough to clothe an army? Well, don't despair. It's easy to make a molehill out of a mountain of wash if you have Rinso on your side. Yes, Rinso's soapy-rich suds in your washer will get your clothes sparkling clean with as little as a 5-minute run for each load. So get Rinso tomorrow, sure. And soon you'll join our wash day chorus in singing...
Rinso, white, happy little wash day song. Rinso, white, birdies sing it all day long.
Your clothes are so white.
And the color so bright.
And the color as you work along.
Rinso, white,
happy little wash day
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at this same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Our thanks to Frank Morgan, who appeared through the courtesy of Maxwell House Coffee. For fun and frolic, tune in next Thursday evening to Maxwell House Coffee Time with Frank Morgan, Cass Daly, and Robert Young. This program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox saying goodnight to all of you from all of us, and reminding you that one of our greatest sources of commercial fats and oils is now in the hands of the Japanese. When our need for those products is greater than ever before, this important source of supply is cut off. And that is why every American housewife must save every drop of used fats and greases. Remember, your butcher will pay you 4 cents and 2 red ration points for every pound of used fats. So keep saving kitchen fats and turn them in to your butcher regularly.
Why is Lifebuoy America's favorite bath soap? I'll tell you 2 big reasons. Lifebuoy in your daily bath gives all-over protection from BO. Yes, from head to toe it stops BO. And Lifebuoy gives protection that lasts and lasts. So play safe. Make sure Lifebuoy's in your soap dish. It's the only soap especially made to stop... This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Dedicated to the strength of the nation. Proudly we hail. Yes, Proudly We Hail, starring John Payne in The Meadowlark, the United States Army and United States Air Force presentation. Now here is our producer, the well-known Hollywood showman, C.P. McGregor.
Thank you, and greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your Theater of Stars, where each week your motion picture favorites join us for your entertainment. John Payne is our star, and the title of our play, The Meadowlark. We'll have the curtain for Act 1 after this important message from Wendell Niles.
Everywhere in the world, the uniform of the United States Army and the United States Air Force is more than just a uniform. It's a badge of courage and symbol of freedom and democracy. This fact has been true for more than 100 years. True since the first American soldier set foot beyond our borders as a representative of our country and the principles for which we stand. No other armed service holds the respect of millions everywhere as ours does. Think of this, and you will have every reason to be proud of the men who wear the uniforms of the United States Army and United States Air Force. Now, once again, our producer.
The curtain rises on Act 1 of The Meadowlark, starring John Payne as Jeff Harker. I presume it was beautiful once, the farm country there around Harkersville. The travelers thereabouts probably described it with happy adjectives: green, verdant, productive. Well, that was long ago, if ever. The adjectives have grown somber with the period. Yes, Harkersville and the country around it stood bleak, dusty, and barren, end product of hard times. At the back door of his ramshackle farmhouse adjacent to town, Jeff Harker, whose uncle has founded Harkersville, pauses a moment before entering. He removes his hat, mops his forehead with a red bandana, stamps the mud off his feet, cheerfully opens the door, and faces his wife.
Evening, Bonnie.
Wash your hands, Jeff. Supper's almost ready.
Well, now, don't I get just a little hug?
I said food's ready.
All right, all right.
And I hope you didn't track mud into my house.
Oh, I didn't. I almost certainly didn't.
Spend my waking hours trying to keep this house halfway clean.
Why, I scraped those feet of mine clean as the whistle of a jaybird. Just for you.
Sit down before it gets cold. I wish I could set something more appetizing before you.
Now, Bonnie, I never get tired of your vegetable stew.
Well, if you're not tired of it now, you never will be.
Well, what happened today beside it being so hot?
Besides it being so hot, the washing machine broke down again.
I was afraid that would happen.
I had to do a week's wash by hand.
Well, that's a shame, Bonnie.
Oh, I don't mind the work, Jeff. But I get scared of my heart. With our baby coming on, my heart just starts pounding and pounding.
Oh, you should have left your washing for me.
Oh, you have your own work.
I'll look at the washer. It's probably that gear I tried to fix on it.
You fixed it all right.
I tell you what, I'll go into town tomorrow and pick up one from my cousin Bert.
You got money to pay for it, I hope.
Why, that's the least of my troubles, money.
Huh.
I think I'll take my coffee on the porch, Bonnie. It's cool out there. Come and sit with me a minute.
I have so much to do.
That's the trouble with you. You never take time to sit down a minute. Come on. That's a girl. Sit here on the swing and put your head on my shoulder. That better?
Don't you be looking for gray hair.
Why, Bonnie, you haven't a gray hair in your head.
It's a wonder.
Now, I know things haven't been as easy as they could be, but nobody knows it better than me. But let me tell you about a friend I met today. There he is now.
Oh.
That Meadowlark.
Well?
Anyway, there I was in the heat of midday trying to patch that barn roof. Sweat was just pouring off me, and I just mashed my finger with a hammer. I was ready to cuss a dictionary full when this new friend of mine pipes up. Well, I just had to stop and look at him. He sounded so cheerful. Must admit, he looked pretty spiffy there with his yellow vest and black necktie, and suddenly it dawned on me. If I was thinking his way, I'd probably be just as pert and just as happy. Well, you know, I went to work on that barn roof patching the patches, and I actually enjoyed it. And what's more, I didn't snack a fingernail the rest of the day.
Oh, Jeff, you are the one. Too much pride to ask help of your Uncle Nate, who has more than he ever could spend, while your cousin Bert's feathering his nest, working your heart out on these few scurvy acres. But, Jeff, you are a comfort.
Well, I'm glad I'm good for something.
I don't mean to be acting mean, Jeff.
You couldn't act mean if you wanted to, Bonnie. And don't you worry about our baby.
I'll try not to worry, Jeff.
And I promise you I'll get that part for your washing machine from Cousin Bert in town tomorrow. Hello, Bert.
Well, Jeff, what brings you in town?
Oh, I had to come in, Bert.
You in to see Uncle Nate?
No, I'm not in to see Uncle Nate.
Oh.
Matter of fact, I haven't seen Uncle Nate for more than a year. I don't like to bother him.
Well, good thing somebody thinks of him once in a while. Have to pay respects.
Meaning you, Bert.
Meaning me.
But Bert, do you have to pay your respects with your hand out in front of you?
Well, Uncle Nate is grateful that I think of it.
Sure he is. How's the hardware business, Bert?
Oh, it's terrible. One day you sell a little, the next day not so much. Like that.
Well, anyway, let me have a gear like this, will you?
I will if you can pay for it.
You just get it out and tell me how much.
All right, Jeff. Here's your gear. That'll be $8.50.
$8.50?
Well, it cost me over $6, Jeff.
But a little gear like that, I figured $1.50 at most.
Sure you didn't. You're coming here speaking that smart talk. I cocked your language.
Don't take it so heavy, Bert. Now listen, I'd have brought the $8.50 if I'd have thought...
You're lying, Jeff, and you know it.
Let me write you an IOU.
I'm taking no IOU from no bankrupt sugar beet farmer.
Bert, this isn't for me. It's for Bonnie. She's going to have a baby, and she hasn't been strong as she should be. Trust me for the gear, Bert. I just can't go home without her.
Sorry, Jeff. You don't run a business on sob stories. Maybe Uncle Nick will give you a handout.
I'm sorry I mentioned it, Bert.
You didn't bring it home, did you?
I don't rightly think I need it.
You didn't bring it home because you couldn't pay for it, and Bert wouldn't let you have it.
Do you care how I do it? I said I'd fix your washing machine.
You couldn't pay for it, could you? Could you?
Maybe I could.
Oh, Jeff, what's the matter with you? Your Uncle Nate in town living in that big gable house with more than he'll ever spend. And look at us.
I won't ask Uncle Nate for help. Not never.
You're too proud to ask him.
It isn't pride, Bonnie, not that.
I don't understand you, Jeff. It was the same way when you and Bert were kids living with your Uncle Nate. Bert was always the smart one, buttering up your uncle, getting him things he liked.
I earned my keep. And I did lots of favors for Uncle Nate, too.
Then why is Bert cashed in on his? Tell me that.
But has he cashed in? Jumping every time my Uncle Nate waves his finger, kissing the dirt if I should ask him. No, Bonnie. Uncle Nate and I always understood each other. And he never had anything I wanted. Not really.
Well, I'd not be proud he's kin of mine. If your Uncle Nate had built that sugar beet refinery, maybe all of us farmers wouldn't be starving like we are.
That was up to him, Bonnie.
Oh, you're impossible. Standing around here all day long with your talk about the meadowlark and us trying to scavenge some sort of existence out of this place.
Now, Bonnie.
And don't Bonnie me. I got a baby coming into this world, and what kind of world am I bringing it into? Filth and dust and no place to sell a crop. I hate it. Nothing to look forward to. Today like tomorrow, tomorrow like yesterday. I hate it. And most of all, I hate the one who could have made it easy for us all this time. The man who's bled every farmer around here of everything he's ever had. Your Uncle Nate.
I wouldn't speak like that, Bonnie. Not of the dead.
Dead?
What did you say, Judge Evans?
Your Uncle Nate is dead, Jeff.
Well,
not an hour ago at the bank. You better come in town with me.
All right. I won't be too long, Bonnie.
All right.
It's mighty nice of you to come out like this, Judge Evans.
Well, I wanted to notify you first, Jeff. Matter of fact, I thought it'd be important that you come right in.
Oh. Why's that, Judge?
If the man didn't change the will I made out not a week ago, you're going to get most everything he's got. We'll know at the bank. Well, I hate to open Nate's box. Didn't think I'd be doing it this soon, Jeff. Like most people, I didn't have much love for your Uncle Nate. A lot of respect, though. There we are.
Look at there. Look at the money there. Look at those $100 bills.
Nate always believed money talked. Don't have to tell you that. Here it is. Here's the will. Let's see here. Well, you're it, Jeff. You're a very wealthy man beginning this moment.
I don't know what to say.
Neither do I. I'll have to notify Bert, I suppose.
Listen, is that money mine?
Well, after the probate it is.
I'll take a couple of hundred of it now.
Well, that isn't quite as it should be, but...
Thanks.
Where are you going, Jeff?
Over to buy a washing machine. A brand new washing machine.
Jeff, if you come back to try and talk me out of that gear, you're wasting your time.
I don't want no gear, Bert. I want to buy a brand new washing machine.
Well, but a brand new machine
Do
costs...
you sell me the machine or not?
Well, sure, Jeff, but you'll have to put at least a third down in cash.
I'm paying all cash.
Well, really, Jeff, why did you get the windfall?
Never mind. What's the best machine you got?
Well, I have one for $189.50. Oh, but surely.
Put
Jeff.
one on my truck. One with no scratches on the enamel. I don't want the enamel scratch for Bonnie. And when you're through, you better go see Judge Evans. He has news for you. Well, there's your new washing machine, Bonnie. You like it?
Oh, it's almost too beautiful to touch. Oh, Jeff, with all this news, I'm sick. I talked so mean about Uncle Nate.
Oh, he wouldn't mind. God bless his flint rock heart. He wouldn't mind.
What are you going to do with all he left?
Why, I think I'm going to build that sugar beet refinery.
Oh, but Jeff, isn't that going to run into money?
Everything Uncle Nate left us.
But do you think it's the right time to start it?
Say, thought you said Uncle Nate should have built it long ago. I thought you wanted it.
But it was his money then, and we've been so up against it for so long. Oh, don't be hasty, Jeff. Now we finally got something. Don't do the wrong thing.
We pause briefly from our story, The Meadowlark, starring John Payne, to bring you an important message from our government.
Men, let's look at the record. Between July 1947 and October 1948, more than 250,000 forward-looking young men signed original enlistment papers with the United States Army. In addition, thousands of men re-enlisted and more than 100,000 veterans returned to the Army. If you look for them, you'll see the reasons. Technical schools where trades can be learned, where the best equipment and the best tools are available while you increase your skill and your opportunity for advancement. There is job security, and there is the chance for rapid promotion. More, in the Army, there are free medical and dental care, food, clothing, and quarters. All in all, in the new peacetime United States Army, there are unlimited opportunities that cannot be duplicated elsewhere. These are considerations which have moved almost 500,000 young Americans to stay in the Army, rejoin the Army, or sign enlistment contracts. Think this over, then learn the details. Visit your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station immediately.
The curtain rises on Act 2 of The Meadowlark, starring John Payne as Jeff Harker. Jeff's decision to build a huge sugar beet refinery with the money willed him by his uncle Nate Harker seems to be the needed shot in the arm to the community. Things are brightening up all over. The refinery is under construction, its huge form taking shape against the horizon, giving the community new confidence. Jeff and Bonnie have now moved into the Gable house in town, and as our scene opens, we find them in the living room. Jeff is moving furniture.
A little further. A little more. Oh, now you've gone too far. Back.
Listen, how long does this go on?
Stop complaining. Move it back, Jeff, just a smidgen. Ah, that's just right.
Well, I'm glad you're finally satisfied. How do you like your new house by now, Mrs. Harker?
Damp.
Oh, it is.
We need to keep those windows open.
It's a fine old place, though. Come out in the yard.
All right.
See there, Bonnie?
What?
The finest storm cellar in town.
Oh.
Uncle Nate knew what he was doing. Hey, look at that yard there. And the elm tree. Isn't that a beauty?
Good place for a swing for your child.
Yes. He'll want a swing. There's my friend, the Meadowlark.
Same one?
Sure. Come to live near us.
Oh, sometimes, Jeff, you imagine things.
Oh, I do? Listen, Bonnie, who'd have thought looking at this house and this yard, who'd have ever thought a month ago that we'd be here? That our new baby would come into this world?
You don't mean to say that you...
I had a hunch after meeting that Meadowlark.
Mm-hmm.
I better be getting back to the building.
Oh, do you have to rush back there, Jeff?
We're short-handed. A lot of the men been laying off lately.
Oh.
You're not worrying about anything, are you?
No. I told you Doc Bond said any day now.
That's good, Bonnie.
I don't know why it should scare me so.
I don't either. I really don't.
Hello, Jeff.
Oh, hello, Bert. Let's move out here where we can talk. Haven't seen you for quite a while, Bert.
No, I haven't intended to come over for some time to congratulate you.
Congratulate me?
Don't act as if you don't know you won, Jeff. Well, it's all right, though. Say, this is quite a building you're putting up.
You think so?
Yeah. I admire your courage in the face of conditions. Encourage a foolhardiness. That which would be more correct.
Oh, I think it'll work out all right.
Well, at any rate, Jeff, you're helping business in town. My business in particular.
Glad to know that, Bert.
All my business.
Hello, Jeff. Bert.
Oh, hello, Judge Evans. Goodbye. I'll be them now. Good luck to you on this refinery, Jeff. You'll need it.
What's Bert doing over here, Jeff?
I don't know. Kept talking about how I was helping his business. All his business. What's he mean?
Why, didn't you know? He's got a big piece of that roadhouse they just built, the glass slipper.
Oh.
That's right.
He's going to get his eyelashes burnt. We're having trouble on account of that place. Men laying off. Oh, well. Well, what's on your mind, Judge?
Oh, not much, Jeff. Just dropped by. Was interested to know about the baby.
Well, Doc Bond says any time now.
Ah, that's good. Say, Jeff, look at that cloud over there. That black cloud.
Yeah. Doesn't look too good.
Over by Emeryville, looks to be. Hope they don't get it again. There was some tornado they had over there.
Oh, Jeff.
What is it, Miss Priscilla?
Your wife just called. She says you better call Doc Bond and come running.
Well, how do you like that? You timed it just right, Judge Evans.
I sure did.
I'll let you know whether it's a girl or a boy.
Hello, operator.
Operator, will you get me Doc Bond?
Okay. Yes?
Doc Bond? This is Jeff Harker, Doc. The wife just called. I guess this is it.
Well, I figured about 4 o'clock this afternoon. I wasn't too far off. Meet you at the house, Jeff.
All right, Doc.
If I bring you a boy, do I still get that Stetson hat?
You certainly do, Doc.
Just wanted to clarify everything. See you at the house. I'll hurry over, Jeff.
Oh, Jeff, I'm so glad to see you.
Well, now, shouldn't you be lying down?
Well, this wind is blowing so hard. There's no one here.
Doc Bond isn't here yet?
Oh, was he supposed to be?
Well, he's on his way over. You sit down now.
All right.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Jeff.
Oh, hello, Doc. I just got home.
Jeff, this looks like a real blow, a tornado. There's a tree down in my yard. I can't get out.
Oh, but, Doc...
I don't want to alarm you, but how is Bonnie?
Well, I think... I don't know. I mean, it's any time now.
Jeff, you better get her down into the cellar until this blows over. Tell Bonnie to try to rest. Take it as easy as she can. I'll come over as soon as I can.
All right, Doc. Come with me, Bonnie. I'm going to try and rig up a bed in the storm cellar.
It's a tornado, Jeff?
Well, it's quite a blow.
What about Doc Bond?
He'll be along directly.
Oh, Jeff.
There now.
Jeff, where's Doc Bond? Where is he, Jeff?
He's coming just as soon as he can.
Oh, but, Jeff, he's going to be too late. Too late.
No, he isn't, Bonnie.
What if he doesn't come?
We'll just have to do the best we can.
Oh, Jeff, no.
Keep a hold of yourself, Bonnie.
Not in this wind, without help, Jeff.
I said to keep a hold of yourself, Bonnie.
We've been married 10 years, Jeff. Ours is a late baby, and they say...
I don't care what they say. Nothing in God's world is going to deny you that baby. Nothing. There's your son, my darling. I make a pretty handsome midwife, don't I?
You do, Jeff.
You rest now. The storm's over. Just rest.
Well, here's the proud father and the charming mother.
Hello, Doc Bond.
Hello.
Not to mention this fine youngster. Jeff, I'll be buying you a Stetson hat tomorrow.
It's size 7, Doc.
Yes, and you deserve it.
Well, hello, Doc Bond. Jeff, Bonnie.
Hi, Judge.
And this is the Sprout hat. Fine-looking boy, Jeff.
You better say that.
Why not? He looks just like his mother.
Jeff, can I see you a minute?
Sure.
Excuse us, folks.
Jeff, we got it almost as bad as Emeryville.
How's the refinery?
Damaged pretty bad, Jeff.
Could be worse, though.
Could be worse.
What else?
No casualty reports yet. Wind picked up the glass slipper. Blew clear out of town.
Ah, that's good.
Matter of fact, it blew it 2 miles down the road, right on top of a little house Cliff Higgins was building.
That's where it belongs.
Here's a fistful of wires that came through. I'm going to take Doc Bond with me. We're setting up headquarters in the courthouse. Get on over when you can.
All right, Judge. Thanks. How are you, dear?
I'm fine now.
Little air?
All right.
I'll open the window.
How does it look out there?
Well, it looks pretty bad to the eye. Most everything in sight blown around, Summer. Hey, there's my friend. When he heard the blow coming, he just lifted himself up a little higher and forgot it.
Was the refinery damaged?
Yes, it was hit pretty hard.
What are we going to do?
Bonnie, please don't ask that. Don't try to look in the future. When we were on the farm, you tried it. And where were we a month later? In the Gable house. Then with your baby, you tried to look ahead, and you trembled, and you weren't sure. And there's your baby right beside you. Things look pretty dismal out there, sure. But look at this fistful of telegrams already. Sending 5 trucks of milk. We were there, too. Signed, the people of Emeryville. And there's 20 more just like it.
I think I understand you, Jeff.
The thing is not what you're going to do, but when do we get started? The way is pretty well mapped.
I see it now, Jeff. I do.
Hey, there's my friend again. You know, that's a cheerful sound. Just the kind of sound we need.
The curtain falls on the final act of the melody. Our star, John Payne, will return for a curtain call after this timely message from Wendell Niles.
These are simple, basic qualifications which you are about to hear. And if you fill these qualifications, you will have the opportunity of a lifetime before you. Listen carefully. If you are between the ages of 20 and 26 and 1/2, with 2 years of college, or the ability to pass an equivalent examination, and if you are physically fit, you may be able to become an aviation cadet in the United States Air Force. You may be able to take the training that will teach you to fly the best aircraft in the world with the best Air Force in the world, the United States Air Force. After you have successfully completed a full year of training, you will receive a commission as second lieutenant in the Air Force Reserve, and you will have your pilot's wings. If you are among the highest in your class, you will receive a regular commission, and you will be on your way to a career with unlimited horizons. For full details, visit your nearest Air Force base or recruiting station at once. Now back at the microphone, our star, John Payne, and our producer.
John, come out and take a bow for your performance.
Thank you, C.P. And incidentally, Gail Russell and I both appreciate the fine you gave us last week for El Paso when Dick Ferran was here.
You're welcome. It's a fine picture, and we'll all be primed to be on the lookout for it. And by the way, John, I was reading some things in Sigmund Space Nuke, a history of popular music in America that should be of interest to you.
About John Howard Payne and Home Sweet Home, I'll bet.
Yes, he was an ancestor of yours, wasn't he?
Oh, about a 15th cousin, I guess. I haven't a genealogy on this, but according to what my father says, there seems to be some evidence that the families were related.
How about some highlights on the song?
Well, it was first written for the opera, Clary, the Maid of Milan, by Sir Henry Bishop and John Payne. The heroine, Clary, sang it. Bishop wrote the music and Payne the lyrics. The song appears also in the lesson scene of Rossini's The Barber of Seville, and Home Sweet Home was the favorite encore of both Jenny Lind and Madame Patti.
Dr. Space refers to an incident in the Oklahoma court, I believe around 1935, when the defending lawyer sang Home Sweet Home as a plea for clemency for his client, and he won his point.
That lawyer should have been in show business. Well, it is important Americana. Here's another interesting thing. Did you know that the first halves of Yankee Doodle, Dixie, and Home Sweet Home can all be sung together?
Here's a chance for our listeners to try it.
To me, one of the most interesting things about Payne was that though he wrote Home Sweet Home, he never actually had a home of his own. And two, he never made any money on the song. In fact, was hungry several times while it was being played on hand organs in the street.
The real test for a song's popularity in those days.
Yeah, the real test. If it gets around to the hand organs, the composer is in. If the poor guy didn't mind living on glory. Well, CP, it's been nice seeing you, and before I leave, what's in store for us next week?
Next week, John, and ladies and gentlemen, we present lovely Vera Ralston in a heartwarming romantic comedy titled The New World Look. It's a story about the age-old question, love which conquers all. You won't want to miss Vera Ralston in this delightful story.
Well, that sounds good, and I'll be listening. Goodbye.
Goodbye, John Payne. Be sure to join us next week, ladies and gentlemen, when we bring you Vera Ralston in The New World Look. Until then, this is C.P. McGregor saying thanks for listening and cheerio from Hollywood.
John Payne appeared through the courtesy of the Hollywood Coordinating Committee, which arranges for the appearance of all stars on this program. Script is by Rich Hall, with music under the direction of Eddie Scrivent. The program is transcribed in Hollywood for release at this time. Wendell Niles speaking.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Men and women in service for the United Nations, we present a rebroadcast of Blondie, starring Arthur Lake as Dagwood Bumstead and Penny Singleton as Blondie. Before we get on with the show, here's a special musical selection by that sensational new band, Frankie Carl and his orchestra. Today is the day that Mr. Dithers is getting out of the hospital, and Dagwood and Blondie, and of course Mrs. Dithers, have gone to the hospital to help him leave. The leg that Mr. Dithers broke kicking Dagwood out of his office several weeks ago is not entirely mended yet. And details. Let's look into Mr. Dithers' hospital room and see what's going on there.
Well, J.C., I guess you'll be out of here in a few minutes now, huh?
How do you feel, Mr. Dithers?
Terrible.
Huh?
I'm still a very sick man, Blondie.
Well, Julius, I thought your leg had mended.
I think I got another run in it.
Julius, I don't think there's anything wrong with you at all.
I'm not a well man. I can't leave here today.
Why, Mr. Dithers, I'm surprised. I thought you wanted to get out of here and get back to the office.
Yeah, Mr. Dithers, I thought you just couldn't wait to get out of the hospital so you could hammer me over the head with your crutches.
Well, I have been looking forward to that glorious moment, but I've had a relapse.
Oh, personally, I think he enjoys lounging around the hospital.
How can you lounge around with a broken leg?
I don't know, but I'll bet you do.
Well, hello there.
Oh, hello, Doctor.
It's you.
Hello,
I
Doctor.
just came in to check you over before we throw you out.
I'm really not feeling very well, Doctor. Do I have to leave?
I'm afraid so. You know that pretty little brunette night nurse.
I here pay very little attention to nurses. But I think I know the one you mean, East 2354.
Well, she said that either you'd have to leave or she'd leave. So you've got to leave.
Well, so that's the cause of your relapse, you crumb. From now on, I'm going to be your nurse, Poochie.
But Dr. Crunch, is Mr. Dithers really well enough to leave the hospital?
Yeah, well, we wouldn't want anything to happen to him. That is, nothing too serious.
Oh, he'll be perfectly all right, I hope.
Yeah. I think you ought to give him an examination before he leaves.
Well, if it'll rest your mind, I'll give him a quick brush.
Get away from me, you carpenter. I'm perfectly all right.
Well, you'll be on crutches for a while, Mr. Dithers. I hope you won't try to chase any young ladies on them.
Dr. Crunch, have you met Mrs. Dithers, for heaven's sakes?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, I know Miss Dithers.
Oh, yes, indeed. And I know my husband.
Oh, yes, indeed, and I know my boss.
My goodness, it seems to me that it's taking a long time to get Mr. Dithers out of the hospital. He certainly got in much faster.
Yeah, he just kicked his way in.
Well, Mr. Dithers, let's see how you are. We'll put this thermometer in your mouth.
No one's going to put a thermometer in my stomach.
That's it. Mrs. Dithers, would you mind holding this thermometer in Mr. Dithers' mouth?
Not at all.
I hate to impose on you this way, but he's biting my hand.
Doctor, why don't you bite him right back?
Excellent idea.
Get away from me. Hand me my crutches. Let's get out of here as fast as possible.
That's an excellent idea, Mr. Dithers. Oh, before you leave, here's a little souvenir of your visit here.
What is it?
My bill.
Let me see it, you snake oil salesman. Oh!
Oh, Mr. Dithers, don't eat the thermometer.
Now, wait a minute, girls. Why are you leading me into my office blindfolded? It's hard enough for me to get around on these crutches. What's going on?
Oh, we've got a little surprise for you, Julius.
Yes, Mr. Dithers. Cora and I have fixed your office out while you've been in the hospital, and we want you to be surprised.
Bumstead. What have they done to my office?
You'll be surprised, all right. Here, why don't you sit right here in your chair, Mr. Dithers?
Oh, where is my chair? I'm blindfolded, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I can't feel anything but air underneath me.
Yeah, I know how you feel, J.C. Once I sat down where a chair wasn't, and I didn't sit down again for 2 weeks. Go ahead,
all right, I found it. Now take the blindfold off, will you?
Wait a minute. I want to get out of the office first.
Why, Dagwood, aren't you going to stay and see how surprised Mr. Dithers is when he sees his surprise?
No, thank you. I'd rather not, thank you. I'd feel much safer sitting on the edge of Vesuvius and dangling my feet over the side. I'll come back later, after the lava's cooled off a little bit.
Well, come on. What awful things have you females done to my office?
Oh, now, Mr. Dithers, we've just fixed it up a little, and I'll bet anything that it's the darlingest office in town.
Oh, no. Take this blindfold off.
All right, now, Julius, hold still. There we are. Surprise!
Surprise!
Good grief. Put the blindfold back on again.
Oh, Julius, don't you like it?
Why, Mr. Dithers, don't tell us you're not crazy about the lovely lace curtains on the window.
Oh, no. I haven't seen them.
Look at your desk, Julius. We put a cute little ruffled skirt all around it.
Oh.
Isn't it lovely? It's just like the skirt around my dressing table.
Oh. Did it have to be pink? What in the world is that thing where the water cooler used to be?
That is the water cooler, Julius.
Oh, yes, we just put a slip cover over it.
Oh.
It was sort of ugly looking, and now I think it's kind of sweet.
Why didn't you put pants on the pencils? Just look at this office. It's monstrous. I had these walls painted a nice, inoffensive battleship gray. And now look at them. Covered with the jerkiest, bumsteadiest wallpaper I've ever seen.
Why, Julius, we thought that wallpaper was simply lovely. Don't you love those little orange and green cupids?
They're driving me nuts. That's the busiest wallpaper I've ever seen. It just goes woodly-doodly, woodly-doodly, idly-piddly pank. All over the wall.
Now, I think it does a lot for your office. And it does something for your personality, too.
Sure, it's going to drive me crazy. I may look perfectly sane right now, but don't be surprised if I start going...
Oh, well, at least you like the little blue and red bows we put on the filing cabinet.
Oh, I hadn't seen that. Oh, this is terrible. You've ruined my office. I'll have to have the whole place done over again.
Oh, Julius, you mean you don't like it at all?
Oh, Mr. Dithers, and we worked so hard to get everything cleaned up and to make the office really dainty.
But I'm not the dainty type.
Well, you could try to be.
Never. I'll bet I'm the only man in the world who's got what's practically a hand-embroidered office. Why, this place looks more like a boudoir. Even smells like a boudoir.
Well, Julius, we did spray a little toilet water around.
No! I knew it.
Blondie, I think we'd better just sort of sneak out. I'm afraid we made too many changes at once.
Oh, but Cora, that shouldn't make his eyes look so glassy.
We'll go shopping and come back later.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Dithers.
Goodbye, Julius.
Oh, if anyone came into this office and saw it now, they'd call me Julia Dithers. Bumstead! Come into my office.
Coming, Mother.
Bumstead, look at my office.
I don't see anything.
Well, open your eyes.
Do I have to look, Mr. Dithers?
I did.
Oh, my. It is sort of an interesting nightmare, isn't it?
You think it's funny, eh?
Oh, no. I'm just laughing because I haven't got anything else to do.
All this happened while you were in charge of the Dithers Company, and I'm holding you responsible. You've got to make all the adjustments here at your own expense.
I'll take care of the huh?
Yes.
Oh, my. Well, Mr. Dithers, I know how. I could make things look a little more natural, but you'll have to cooperate with me.
I'll cooperate. What do you want me to do?
Well, things would look more natural if you just wear a skirt.
Bumstead! I have you know I'm not the flowered chintz type.
No, you're more of a dotted Swiss. No.
Now, listen here, Bumstead.
Yeah?
You took advantage of me when I was in a hospital with a broken leg. You forced me to make you a vice president.
Yeah, but...
You've messed things up in my absence, and now I'm demoting you.
Demoting me?
Yes. I'm demoting you from vice president to temporary second assistant office boy. Junior grade.
But Mr. Dithers, can you afford to demote me to what you the assistant the vice the thing what you said?
What do you mean? Can I afford it?
Well, haven't you seen the new Dithers Company stationery?
No, let me see.
Yeah, here it is.
Oh, J.C. Dithers Construction Company. J.C. Dithers President. Dagwood Bumstead, permanent vice president.
Yeah, that's me.
Bumstead! How much of this stationery did you order?
I got a 5-year supply.
Oh, no!
Well, I figured that would make permanent last at least 4 or 5 years.
And look at this. Look at your name there.
Well, I just put my name underneath yours, J.C., that's all.
Yes, but your name is in bigger type.
Well, it must have been a typographical error.
Well, I'm going to send this stationery back to the printer and have him put a big black blot across your name. And underneath it'll say permanently censored. Now, where are the keys to the office I gave you?
Oh, yes, right here, Mr. Dithers, but I don't think the keys will work very good.
Well, why not?
Well, I suppose I ought to tell you that while you were away, I had a man change the locks on all the doors, including that locker for the drinking cups.
Oh, Bumstead, you cad. That's the last camel that broke the straws. You're fired.
Fired?
Yes, like out of a cannon. I'm sorry I can't do it that way.
Now, Mr. Dithers, you're just joking now, aren't you? Huh?
Oh, Dagwood.
Yeah?
Chum, hand me one of my crutches, will you?
Oh, sure. Sure, here you are, Mr. Dithers.
Thank you. No, I want to get hold of the bottom end.
Oh, yes, here.
It's got a beautiful balance.
It has that. Mr. Dithers, you were just joking about firing me, weren't you?
Well, turn around with your back to me, Dagwood.
Like this, huh?
Yeah, now stoop over and pick up that pin.
Oh, sure, I'll get it.
Now a good swing.
No!
Now maybe you'll believe you're fired.
Why, you're home so early.
Yeah, I've just been fired.
Oh, Dagwood, Mr. Dithers didn't kick you out of his office again.
No, he didn't kick me out. He batted me out.
Oh.
I sailed out like a high foul down the third baseline. I really didn't think he'd fire me, Blondie.
Well, Dagwood, Mr. Dithers is sort of upset today. He really didn't appreciate what Cora and I did to his office. Why, I'll never know. I thought his office was adorable.
Yeah, well, let's get back to me, honey. I'm a tragic figure. I'm the only man in America unemployed.
Now, Dagwood, you know that Mr. Dithers needs you.
Yeah, but Mr. Dithers doesn't know that.
Well, why don't we just wait until he finds out and hires you back?
Well, that's okay, but what'll we do for money all those years?
All right, dear. I know you're worried about it. You know when Mr. Dithers wanted to get you back to work for him when he fired you before?
Yeah.
He tried a sob story on you. Why, he almost had you in tears.
Yeah, I know he did, Blondie. I didn't believe his story, but he told it so well I couldn't help myself.
Well, there's no reason you can't go back and give Mr. Dithers a sob story of your own. Get him in tears. Get him so he's sobbing onto his desk blotter.
Yeah, but what'll I use for a story?
Well, you've got a wife and 2 children and a dog and 5 puppies who like to eat regularly. What more do you want?
Yeah, I guess so, but Blondie, I don't know how to go about it.
Well, dear, I'll sort of give you a story and coach you, and then I'll go along with you when you see Mr. Dithers.
You will?
Yes. Now, you'll have to start out by going into his office and saying something like, Mr. Dithers, I didn't come back to the office to complain about your firing me. No, I came back to thank you. To thank you for all the wonderful things you've done for me. And to tell you that it kind of hurts me right here and makes me choke up to think that I'll no longer be working for one of the finest men I ever knew.
Yeah, he is a fine man, too.
Oh, Dagwood, stop sniffling.
What?
You've got to make Mr. Dithers break down and sob and not yourself.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Now, let's start practicing what you're going to say.
Yeah.
And when you're good enough, you can try it out on Mr. Dithers. All right now, Dagwood. You remember what you're going to say, don't you?
Yeah, I think so, Blondie.
Well, I'll wait right here outside his office while you go in and work on his tear gland.
Yeah, okay, but, oh, my goodness, I'm not sure I can make him cry. I should have brought an onion along.
That's all right, Dagwood. I brought one. Here, put it under your own eyes. Here, like this.
Hey, you'll have me in tears.
Well, that'll make it look authentic. And remember when you say it kind of hurts me right here. For heaven's sake, don't reach for the handkerchief in your hip pocket.
Oh, no, I won't. I guess I'm ready. Now, get to the side of the door, Blondie. I'm going to knock.
All right. Good luck, dear.
Yeah.
Well, who is it?
It's Jeff Dagwood, your faithful friend.
Come in, if you dare.
Hello, faithful friend.
Oh, lassie, go home. Faithful friend. What did you want?
What did I want? Oh, yes. Mr. Dithers, I didn't come back to the office to complain about you firing me. No, I came back to thank you. To thank you for?
Thank you.
To thank you for all the wonderful things you've done for me and to tell you it kind of hurts me. Right here.
Where?
Right here.
That's indigestion.
It could be appendicitis, couldn't it, huh?
Well, let's hope it's nothing trivial.
No.
Finish what you were going to say and scram.
Oh, scram? Wait a minute. I was going to say that excuse me for a minute, Mr. Dithers. Blondie, where was I?
I wanted to tell you that it kind of hurts me.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Well, what was that?
I just stuck my head outside to sneeze a minute.
What happened to the sneeze?
It evaporated. Mr. Dithers, I wanted to tell you that it kind of hurts me right here.
You said that.
Oh, yes, I did. And it makes me choke up to think I'll no longer be working for one of the finest men I ever knew.
Why, thank you, Dagwood.
You've been a real friend. A good pal and a buddy to me. And I'm going to miss your cherry smile and pleasant voice.
Why, Dagwood, this is almost touching.
And, Mr. Dithers, I always think of you as being a kind, pig-hearted.
Pig-hearted?
Oh, excuse me, old friend. I mean pig-headed. No.
Bumstead.
No, I meant big-headed. No.
You mean big-hearted.
Well, I did? Oh, yes, I did. Excuse me a minute. I feel a sneeze coming on again. Blondie, my goodness, what shall I do now?
Give up.
Huh?
You ruined his mood. Oh. Pretend you just saw me, and then I'll come in and try to see what I can do.
Yeah, I'll pretend I just saw you. Oh, hello there, Blondie.
Oh, hello there, dear. Oh, hello, Mr. Dithers. Well, Dagwood, why don't you start cleaning out your desk in your office?
Oh, I don't think it needs it, Blondie.
Oh, yes, it does, dear.
No, I don't think.
Yes,
Oh, I guess it does. Yeah, I'll see you later.
Oh, well, Mr. Dithers, we're certainly going to miss you. You've been wonderful to us, and we've certainly had some good times together. I think Dagwood and I have valued your friendship more than anyone else.
Yes, at cut-rate prices.
And, you know, I don't believe our children will ever forget you either. You've been sort of like an uncle to them.
Yeah, carbuncle.
And they think a lot of you, too. Just the other day, little Alexander said, "Gee, Mom, Mr. Dithers is really a wonderful guy, isn't he?" And I said, "Yes, of course." And Dagwood said, "Alexander, I always know that I can count on Mr. Dithers. He's a person who'll never fail me. He's the nicest, swellest, sweetest guy I ever met."
Did Daggy say that about his old friend Dizzy?
Yes, he did. You know he feels that way about you, Mr. Dithers.
Gee, I've been a heel to him. Why haven't I appreciated him more?
Hey, how you doing, honey? Are you breaking him down?
Oh, yes!
I'll wait outside.
Blondie, you were just handing me a sob story. Okay, Bumstead, scram.
Hey, now, Mr. Dithers, don't get upset. You need me here.
I need you like I need a hole in my head.
Oh, now, come on, Mr. Dithers. Hire me back. You know, it's really almost a sin to fire a vice president. It just isn't being done anymore.
Just a minute, Dagwood. I think it would be better to let Mr. Dithers fire you, and then you can sue him for spanking you with his crutch. And you can collect, too.
Hey, that's right, Blondie. And you know how Mr. Dithers always gets into trouble in court calling the judge a nincompoop. Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Well, go ahead and sue me. You couldn't prove anything.
Is this the crutch you spanked Dagwood with?
Yes, and I loved every second of it.
Why, my, Mr. Dithers, look at this.
Oh, my. Did he break that across me?
Say, the crutch is broken.
Oh, yes. So we'll just take this along for evidence.
Hey, just a moment. Daggy, old boy.
Yes. Well, so long, Divvy, old poochie. Come on, Blondie.
All right, dear. Goodbye, Mr. Dithers.
No, wait.
So long, old...
Dagwood, I really wasn't going to fire you for good.
You really weren't?
Oh, no. I just wanted to try to squeeze your salary down a little. I'll hire you back. Vice president again, same salary.
Oh, boy, okay. It's a deal. Congratulations, Mr. Dithers.
Well, what do you mean?
Congratulations on coaxing me back to work for you.
Bumstead. Don't tease me or I'll run your little finger into the pencil sharpener.
Now, boys, you mustn't quarrel. Congratulations, Dagwood.
Oh, thanks, Blondie.
Oh, you were wonderful, dear. You were so calm and self-assured.
Yeah.
And so masterful.
That's me.
And so forceful and dynamic.
That's me.
Why, you're the most wonderful man in the world.
Oh, thank you, honey. Mr. Dithers?
What?
I want a raise. Blondie. Now it looks as though I'm going to be a vice president, at least for a few more weeks. I feel I ought to look a little more distinguished.
No, Dagwood. You cannot carry a cane.
No, I didn't mean that, honey. I didn't mean that at all. What I mean was that, could I grow a mustache, please?
Yes, dear. I'll let you grow a mustache on one condition.
You will? Okay, well, what's the condition?
That you let me dye my hair green.
Blondie is played by Penny Singleton and Dagwood by Arthur Lake. The musical score is composed and conducted by William Marx.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description. Thank you for being part of our community. Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.